Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 2 of the playoffs.
Yo.
Starting off with an absolute banger.
睇幾場就算。
Day2 versus the Muslim, and look who has
聽日放假，所以我今日可以照播埋。
I'm doing very well.
平時睇重播。
Thank you very much. It is great to be back. What a banger
Nice.
the first set that we have got today. Beastie Cutie up against the Muslim.
咁啊，我平時咧都好少星期日開嘅，咁啊有運啦，因為聽日放假，聽日佛誕，唔係今日佛誕，但係聽日放假。
I'm excited as well, and we do
睇下先啊，咁啊今日咧係 Beastie Cutie 打 The Muslim， 咁啊 BO7 嚟嘅。
We're starting off with Beastie versus the Muslim, but how about the Viper versus Vamp coming up right after that?
不過講真，我比較有興趣睇 Viper 多啲。係。
Viper. Yes, I'm looking forward to both of the sets today. I'm looking forward to a little bit of Viper watch.
Beastie，咁啊 Beastie 依家 Top 2噶啦，差唔多。
Welcome back to
咁啊 The Muslim。
Yesterday, day number 1. We saw some
即係實力中中挺挺啦，又唔係好差。咁但係咧就硬係打唔到上頂。咁但係佢應該係最勤力直播嗰個嚟，即係當咗翻工咁打，日日喺度開台。
We had the battle of the brothers, the Lucifron versus Vortex, but now today, obviously the brothers are separated. Wham, Puppy Paw, they're on separate sides of the bracket. But BC Cutie to Muslim going to be opening us up today, and we got Abbasid versus
哇，乜嘢話？
matchup as well. Something that we've seen a fair bit.
又開係啊，今日照開。
I feel like they're pretty close when it comes to percentages. I'd say like maybe.
聽日唔使翻啊嘛，咁所以我今日照開啦，即係順便。但係下個禮拜就應該唔得噶啦，即係下個禮拜嘅禮拜日我就唔開噶啦，即係禮拜六。
We've talked about this a lot yesterday and throughout the entire tournament that the Roos Boar build was essentially designed to deal with the Abbasid 2 Townsender build. So
睇下先啊，咁啊。
what exactly the Abbasid player is going to do over here, because they are the ones that have to adapt to this.
哇，咁啊 Beastie 揀呢個河圖喎，居然。
Other civilizations that had
咁而一開始居然係直接攞個阿拔斯出嚟打阿拉伯，
Townsenders. Now it is the Abbasids that have to adapt to
有啲神奇。
very aggressive boar-based build from the Roos.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly it. One of the things I've been seeing.
咁啊，因為咧本身有8個文明啊嘛，咁BO7 嘅話，你肯定有一個係突咗出嚟嘅。咁平時啲人咧就應該會用最廢嗰個，即係留低唔玩啦。咁但係依家最廢係依家最廢，好似冇乜邊個文明話特別超廢啊！依家即係個個文明都有啲自己勁嘅地圖玩。圍住啲兵轉呢個冇計啊！即係隻 game 嗰個 pathing 佢到依家仲要改啊！即係如果唔改嘅話咧，啲近戰就係轉圈咯，成日都喺度。Muslim 係啊，佢入咗戰隊呢個 Team Liquid 啊，即係咧依家平時 AOE2 啊、AOE4 咧，我哋咪睇一個網站咧，專 show 啲比賽資料嘅。咁呢個網站咧係以前 StarCraft 嘅玩家咧，咁啊大家合力搞出嚟嘅。咁然之後咧就開始伸延去其他遊戲啦，即係 CS 啊、Dota 啊。咁啊依家咧就 AOE2、AOE4 啊。咁而 Team Liquid 咧就係呢個網站搞出嚟嘅一個戰隊嚟嘅。
It is a best of 7, and each player can use a civilization at once at maximum. So once
maximum
Rusi game number 1, it's going to be unavailable for him for the rest of the set. Same applies for Beastie with the Abbasids, and we have 3 home maps for each player: Hillandale, Highview, and Altai for the Muslim, King of the Hill, Mongolian Heights.
如果你見到自己啲兵轉咧，你盡可能都係自己用手點啦，即係冇計啊！即係 AOE2 又係一樣嘅，其實即係啲兵咧有陣時 kick 下 kick 下咧，佢唔幫手打咧，你唯有自己用手點啦。
It is ready, and isn't it just interesting? I find it so interesting that all they had to do was make those passes just a little bit smaller. Boom, problem solved.
因為話說咧，我睇呢個 Radi 咧，我睇到好似喺之後紅牛咧會搞個大賽咧，就係夾埋呢個2代同4代一齊。
It's great to see that just that single little change where they reduce the range of those.
因為一齊搞，咁啊到時就贏啦。
And that's it. That's all it needed.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You made the map.
即係不過紅牛大把錢，紅牛以前係搞 StarCraft 先嘅，咁然之後就中途停咗。
With those mountain ranges being much smaller, it's no longer that void yourself up and then just boom on 7,000 centers approach. You can play aggressive games on that map now, and I think.
冇，我都唔知撳咩掣，我全部用手控嘅，即係 A 完之後佢唔做嘢，我就用手控。
So the fact that it is implemented now for the playoffs is also a sign that it is now indeed ready for competitive use.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. It's
連續2日波。
It's also one that we're starting to see the meta evolve on.
下個禮拜就唔得㗎啦，下個禮拜就係播禮拜6㗎啦，應該。How many DPI？我自己覺得啦，800至到1400左右係最好嘅。太快同太慢都係即係唔係幾好啊！即係你預計係800到1400咯，即係自己揾個啱嘅。即係譬如 Viper 即係 AOE2、AOE4 嘅時候咧，佢都係用呢個，好似係1200嘅。咁但係有啲人咧係用800嘅，即係 AOE2啲勁人。咁 AOE4 咧都係差唔多嘅啫，基本上即係你唔會無啦啦為咗另一隻 game 改噶嘛 DPI。
So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes. What's your prediction? Obviously, we've got a best of 7 here today, Littlecore. I'm going to start you off with game 1. What's your prediction? And then we'll move to the entire set. What is your prediction? Because we've got channel points going right now. I can see him counting down. So everyone in the chat, put your money where your mouth is. Game number 1, who wins? Is it Demuslim? Is it Beastie Cutie? Littlecore?
我記得咧，mouse 啊，你超過唔知某個數字啊，佢就開始要用佢嗰個。即係嗰個我唔知晶片定係乜嘢啦，咁嚟幫你加速個 mouse， 咁然之後就越嚟越唔準嘅。咁所以咧唔知超過我唔知係咪2000定1600啊，就會開始越嚟越唔準㗎啦。咁當然啦，你如果係高階啲嘅 mouse 可能會好啲。咁但係咧就低過1600嘅話咧，你基本上係你無論點樣高階都好咧，都好似係冇乜差別嘅。即係全部都好穩定，即係低過1600。
So just to clarify, so who are you picking? Demuslim or is it Beastie? Which one?
I think it's Beastie. He's not gonna have an easy time.
睇下先啦，嗱咁啊，尋日咧我睇到呢個外國網站啦嚇，咁啊佢啊喺呢個賠率上面咧，即係 Beastie 得個1.14定1.2。咁啊，繼續講翻先，千祈唔好喺外國做呢個境外投注啊，係犯法嘅，好似。我純粹係睇下個賠率嘅咋。咁啊 ，Demuslim 好似係4點幾倍，咁啊 Beastie 係1.1幾。即係睇見到凄涼。咁而尋日嗰個 Lucifer 同埋 Vertex 咧打出嚟咧，我差啲以為佢哋打假賽，即係打到勁奇怪，即係嗰場嘢。不過應該唔會啊，即係呢啲唔係太熱門嘅 game 咧，你冇乜人賭錢，冇乜人賭嘅話咧，就打假賽嘅機會都唔係好大。
I'm looking forward if Member ever comes over to AOE4, King of the Desert is a welcome addition to Age of Empires 4 and the circuit here.
I can already see.
咁啊，依家咧就係等緊仲有1分鐘時間開波啦。咁啊，阿拔斯居然一開始。咁但係阿拔斯依家呢個時期冇乜邊個地圖話真係特別勁啊。係咪淨係得阿拔斯係咁樣咧？依家好似即係冇乜特別勁啊！依家。因為就算神羅都好咧，佢依家改版嗰個 French Pass 咧都可以照用。咁啊，中國又有 Altai 啊，有呢啲，即係有大地圖可以拎嚟用。咁但係唯獨是阿拔斯，我真係唔知有咩圖係特別勁。Marino 會贏，好難講啊 ！Marino 之前即係有陣時都發揮唔好啊，即係呢啲好難講。不過佢贏面好大咯，但係佢每次贏面好大嘅時候佢就輸咯。 即係 Marine 咯。
Obviously, neutral map. So once you win this one, all you have to do is just win your own home maps, and that's exactly it.
Win your home map.
Looks like we do have a game up here. So
係啊，冇計啊，真係睇完全係睇當日嘅水準係點。不過好彩呢個係小組賽嚟嘅，啊唔係，即係循環小組。即係分幾日打風險都細啲。
G'day fellas and welcome to game number 1 of Beastie Cutie versus The Muslim. Spawning in on the west side of the map.
睇下先啊，左手邊就係 Beastie 啦。
Color blue, it is Beastie Cutie.
咁啊，阿拔斯咁啊，一開波已經係雙戚食呢個果啦。咁然之後就係 The Muslim 喺右邊，咁啊用嘅係螺絲。咁啊 The Muslim 咧係應該係第一個咧就選擇搞呢個雙 TC 又食豬嘅，即係貪到無倫嘅打法。然之後咧就升咗上去城堡時代咧就走去打馬弓，即係又重新打翻馬弓呢啲騎呢招。咁但係咧打阿拔斯應該唔係太 work 啩。咁始終阿拔斯佢啲減攻。即係有駱駝。
On the Rus, I don't know what it is about him on the Rus, but every single time I watch him,
咁啊，因為對面係羅斯啊，所以就阿拔斯要被逼喺度，大家一齊食鹿啊，唔係一齊射鹿。
There is just something about the way he plays the Rus that just really sets him apart. And you know, if I was going to think of top Rus players, the Muslim's name is.
哇，點都前好快脆啊，已經篤咗個手推車啦，已經3戚後。咁啊，果位我哋望下先啦，阿拔斯嘅果。咁啊，正面有一個啦，咁然之後就向上發展啊，咁基本上係預計啦嚇，咁即係前期都唔會食到噶啦，即係呢啲果嘅位置。咁啊，佢或者可以，如果真係開 TC 嘅話咧，咁可以即係選擇喺左手邊鹿嗰邊啦，近木材嗰邊開一個啦。咁然之後咧就可以圍牆啦，咁啊向上圍，咁基本上咧喺入邊就好安全噶啦。咁而羅斯嗰邊咧就食豬嘅話好方便啦，但係食鹿嘅話咧就比較向外啦，即係不過又唔係唔食得嘅，即係如果要開 TC 開嗰個位咧，反而可能都即係幾好。不過睇下佢可唔可以 TC 先，我唔知打咩嘅依家，即係呢個版本。你如果同阿拔斯你走去 all in 佢咧，又好似好蝕底。
But on the other side, we can see that the Muslims managed to gather up 13 of the sheep. So I think that works out to be half. Do you know how many sheep there are on each?
睇下先啊，3戚後。
26.
咁啊，阿拔斯已經升緊啦。
On Dry Arabia, just to make sure that we are right with the numbers, 24 is the count.
24. Okay, so if you get 12.
哇！依家啲果取得好快脆。咁啊，自從上個版本之後咧，就啲果咧改到減咗100。咁啊，啲果食得快咗好多啦。咁同埋即係搞到阿拔斯好似越嚟越窮咁啊！即係又唔會出去發展嘅一開始。下正啊，出唔出去食豬？
It's highly likely that he'll be hitting about 400 at least this game.
咁啊，佢嘅木材咧，梗係可以加塔噶啦。係啦，出去啦。咁呢個咧係 The Muslim 最中意嘅開局嚟嘅，就係起緊金門嘅時候咧就已經行出去噶啦。咁但係咧呢個調姿咧，你唔練一練咧就有啲難嘅。咁我之前咧拍咗條片咧，我都大約示範啦嚇，即係叫做。咁當然啦，有啲失誤嘅，但係咧就即係大家自己。加減調下，啲村民就應該 OK 嘅。咁啊，黑暗時代就衝出去。咁啊，呢隻豬應該冇人阻到佢嘅。咁小心咧，就係人哋會尾刀你呢隻嘢，咁啊攞你黃金啦，即係唯一能夠可以做嘅。邊個攞㗎？不過要小心隻村民咯，依家。咁因為咧佢啱啱戚後咧行開咗，咁攞咗另一隻村去幫手炭啦，咁所以嗰隻村民依家得好少血嘅啫。咁不過咧你就唔好諗住拖翻屋企住，咁因為人哋戚後會追住你嚟劈嘅。睇下先啊，阿拔斯走去掘石。 開 TC 啊。不過呢個圖唔係好靚啊，即係如果佢就算開 TC 到咧，佢喺後邊冇任何一個果位，即係全部喺晒出邊。有啲蝕底，啲鹿又算係偏遠嘅，即係喺上面開 TC 咯，一係貪心啲。睇下先有冇死穿啊？啱啱冇望到添。佢呢個調資真係勁複雜啊，但係就早食咗豬咧，反而好着數。即係你早食咗，咁你就資源多咗啦。一開始睇下先啊，佢呢度睇下佢買唔買石先。佢以前咧會買150石咧拎嚟升咗支塔嘅，咁但係因為你知道阿拔斯依家佢如果掘石嘅話咧，咁唔會有啲咩進攻咧，咁你可以慳咗呢啲支啊，咁然之後就睇下你開唔開 TC 啊。佢要開嘅話，佢買2次都開到嘅，但係咁樣好似又唔係幾好。即係可能寧願升個城堡時代執下遺跡先，即係反正都係。咁啊，暫時唔會打交噶啦，應該有排都唔會打交，我諗。咁啊，決定喺上面食鹿開 TC 啊。咁然之後呢個咪可以圍咯喺側邊。咁啊，非常之即係只能夠選擇呢個位啦，即係冇咩好嘅靚位噶啦已經。我懷疑點都唔想打馬弓啊！即係佢呢個人咧，有陣時會打埋啲好老土嘅舊招，但係有陣時又 work 噶。係咁啊，呢個村民應該死唔去嘅。咁啊 ，TC 啱啱起好啦。啊只咁啊，收村想偷雞射一隻戚啊，但係死一隻，不過冇所謂嘅，一隻半隻。今日咩啊？以為今晚冇啊？有啊，今晚因為聽日放假，所以我今日都開啦。唯有真係冇嘢好做。但係咧就我記得咧以前咧都係羅斯都係咁樣打嘅，但係咧就因為阿拔斯佢有好多科技都係減馬傷啦，即係連馬弓都可以牽連埋嘅，咁所以咧令到羅斯已經少咗好多呢啲咁嘅直接升城嘅打法啊，所以我唔知會唔會嘅，即係咁樣玩。如果升得快嘅話，可以直接打一波裝甲步兵嘅。咁但係，哎呀，死咗村民啊呢度。呢個蝕得有啲交關。不過好彩係死一個村民。But obviously, it's also a bigger investment. So it's not like you're just dropping a Mongol tower or an English tower. You're dropping a wooden fortress. So that's a bigger investment for you as well. And it looks like indeed it is going to. 睇下咁啊，先2個細戰場。咁然之後咧，加個鐵匠鋪，係咪啊？唔係喎，3細戰場，好似真係打馬弓。但係因為馬弓自從改弱咗之後咧，好少人會咁樣打啊，即係直接升咗城堡時代，然之後出馬弓。即係始終弱咗咁多，即係遺跡就一定執嘅，咁但係打咩兵種先係？睇佢樣想打馬弓，暫時即係咁早補細戰場。睇下先啊，咁啊 Beastie 都係照樣係加細戰場嘅，但係佢嗰個資源要等一陣間先升到成。Think about it, right? You're going foot archers up against horse archers. Give them an extra, is it 15% health points that they get? That's a pretty meaningful. 打馬弓，我唔知會唔會啊呢啲咁嘅 招數。
The newly buffed camel archers are not impossible because they would match the mobility of the horse archers. They do debuff the horse.
係咁啊，上面食豬嗰啲村民都算係反應幾快脆啊！真係一過到嚟即刻收村，同埋始終肉馬嚟啊，所以就算埋到身劈你咧，都唔會死村嘅。
He's going Quarter Wing, not adding any army just yet. Could be food archers, but I feel like camel archers wouldn't be a terrible idea here either.
我唔知馬弓 work 唔 work 啊，真係。 人哋阿拔斯咁多科技減你馬傷，睇下先啊！呢度啲豬應該食晒，咁啊，但係咧佢要揾少少部隊去解救佢，即係有肉馬喺度，即係等緊佢啊，所以要等啲兵過嚟。睇下先啊，打普通馬，唔係馬弓加呢個，唔係對面打呢個普通工兵，咁啊對付呢個馬弓嘅。數量少都還好嘅，數量多起上嚟就好難搞。睇下先啊，買晒頭啦，咁啊開 TC 準備。但係咁樣嘅話，真係我唔知有咩大優勢喎，即係。遺跡可唔可以彌補到呢個差距，我都唔知。睇下先啊，咁啊果位唔靚啦，所以 Beast 就走咗出嚟食嘅。咁但係咧，因為對面馬咧始終都係城堡時代啲兵嚟嘅，升咗血未啊？可能未升。哎呀，死咗個馬弓！我睇都覺得好似好渣咁啊！咁啊，出到嚟唔知肥咗啲乜嘢，咁然之後就連阻人哋都阻唔到。咁啊，村民數相差10零隻，咁但係咧就執咗一粒遺跡啦已經。咁啊，後面仲執緊第2粒。地圖嗰度3粒色，可能執到3粒嘅，因為第4粒咧 Beast 喺度 cam 住啊已經。不過嗰個位置唔係咁容易將啲工兵調過去啦，咁可能執到嘅又，即係4粒遺跡啊可能有。哇！呢度斥候有啲多喎，斥候2個馬弓13隻。哇！你睇下，一隻穿啦已經，2隻。3隻唔錯啊，即係總好過冇。即係純馬弓，我記得馬弓打正面咧，其實即係佢嗰個攻速太慢啦。咁但係遊走好似暫時都唔錯。哇！呢個真女咁勁嘅點解好似？佢打贏咗隻肉馬喎！哇！不過後面仲有支援。招降啊！我覺得羅斯都係時即係咁樣開，即係村民已經落後好多。佢啱啱唔係買石頭開 TC 咩？佢走咗去升級嗰支塔，但係就唔開 TC 個嘢。我以為佢開咗 TC 啊，啱啱由頭到尾，原來冇開到。咁啊，村民相差20隻啦，已經開始越嚟越多啊！點解唔開 TC？ 呢個時候咧，因為啲馬弓都係遊走緊咧，即係你開 TC 係人哋都唔會搞你噶咯。好似好蝕底，咁啊執4粒遺跡啦，咁啊有1粒喺 Beast 嗰邊啊，所以冇可能執嘅。 唔係喎，佢居然想執啊！呢粒都居然想執啊！
We mentioned earlier, Beastie's got walls that are up towards the north, and you can see the raids coming all over the map. Beastie Cutie trying to take advantage of this open, dry Arabian map. Knight going to be able to catch a horse archer, but it is.
咁啊，呢個時候3聖地
Sacred sites have now been captured for Demuslim, and he's got 4 out of the existing 5 relics. The final
有
one
啲神奇，
does get picked up by Beastie.
佢又買石頭啦，
Look to try and take it back towards his base now, but we see
加馬房。
coming in behind this triple stable for Demuslim.
佢呢個咪單 TC all in 嚟嘅直頭。佢啲石頭，即係我見過咧，有啲人咧走去買石頭咧，即係買到可以起城堡咁滯。咁然之後喺正面喺度 cam， 但係就依家10幾分鐘啦已經，我唔知會唔會太遲咧。即係全部都係出兵嘅，攞晒資源，即係一個 TC 都唔開。咁喺呢個時候咧，升緊2防啦已經，咁啊有個義工啦。咁啊 Beastie 咧係升緊2防啦，都咁啊升緊個食物1級啦，掘礦1級。哇，已經29隻馬弓。咁但係我記得應該都係普通工兵勁啲嘅，因為始終輸出快啲。
Existing knight, or what would you call it? The castle age knight upgrade.
33隻。
Going to be coming through, but now a little bit of a raid on the gold mine. Muslim got to be careful. He doesn't have a lot of villagers. One of the
咁啊
villagers
死少少村民。
out on the gold mine. Going to be going down. It looks like it's going to be.
佢如果依家先開始開 TC 就有啲遲啊！即係如果要開嘅話咧，應該係成初你執齊遺跡先開啊！
Yeah, there's plenty of them now.
但係佢依家咧選擇係喺後面加馬房，佢打 all in 嘅呢度，使晒所有錢打。不過唔知就係唔知會唔會咁解咯，即係佢呢度拖得太耐，咁啊死咗少少村民見到。
So you can't really detach a few of them to just come in for a raid left and right, or you can't really detach 2 or 3 of them to defend your eco back at home.
唔係啊，小村民係初期啫嘛，依家人哋高登 Age 都有2咯，差唔多可能有3就可能未有啊，不過有2咯至少。咁然之後科技升齊又平啲嘢，村民又平。即係越抌得耐越蝕底俄羅斯依家。睇下先啊，佢喺右邊加咗 TC 啊，終於。咁啊，村民已經係相差30隻。咁啊，遺跡我當你之前有個觀眾話遺跡係2.5個村啊嘛。咁你4個都係10隻啫，人哋仲有1粒喺度。阿拔斯加城堡啦，準備。我覺得係不利咯，依家個時候。咁啊，部隊數係50對54嘅，咁啊好接近。At some point, Beastie is going to have to move out because there's a sacred site countdown going on. So the gold trickle you're getting from those sacred site is. 咁啊，暫時嚟睇下嗰個聖地，咁啊仲有9分幾鐘，咁啊大把時間俾 Beastie 慢慢儲兵。睇下先啊，咁呢個幾啊？5個真女，6個，24。咁因為依家咧嗰個真女加咗攻擊距離啊，所以冇咁容易死啊，至少。瘋狂遊街。佢呢個時候咧，最緊要就係吞咗一波阿拔斯嘅兵。我都唔知，佢應該係等緊數量可能多啲會勁啲啩，我都唔知。呢個時候咧，阿 Beastie 咧，佢為咗要 counter 呢個馬弓咧，佢係咁出嗰隻普通工兵咧，佢好少呢個老兵咧，可能或者啲騎兵幾好用啩，我都唔知。但係你睇下又有駱駝又有長槍喎。咁啊，人口係160對113喎，即係差距有啲多開始。
But once again, we see Demuslim not walling up and looking to just try and deal with the raids here as they come. Obviously, it's a big investment to get those.
咁啊，仲有城堡添，陰公。
help you out a huge amount, both with your villagers not dying, but also with.
咁因為阿拔斯佢一開始就開 TC 咧，即係滾到呢度，村民又要平。我覺得執咗遺跡都唔賺咯。同埋以前已經係咁樣噶啦，即係唔係依家呢個版本先係咁嘅。以前點解啲人對住阿拔斯唔打馬弓，就係因為個情況就係同依家一模一樣，即係半年啊都冇變過，差唔多。即係個情況完全冇變。你打馬弓嘅話咧，你見到阿拔斯就個情況十有八九都係咁樣噶啦，依家。即係人哋啲兵又黑你，又減傷又剩。下次喺呢度先吞一波，應該長槍加老兵嚟啊，都 OK 嘅。咁但係對面有好多部隊加一個城堡。下先啊，呢度馬弓唔可以死咁多啊！即係呢度逼住要打啊！見到好似有得 trade 下嘅。邊個贏啊？但係後面人哋有城堡喎，所以你就算推得贏呢一波，你都唔會衝入去咯，係嘛？先吞咗一波兵先，唔錯啊！好似咁啊！呢個時候喺度係咁執漏啊，即係有邊個留低？不過好似都係唔 work 喎。我諗咁啊，部隊數已經係49去到35啦。咁啊，村民數係97對67。咁啊，然之後對面剩低嘅係工兵啊。最慘就係因為人哋有個城堡喺度咧，你點樣推？即係你就算好似贏緊都好咧，你唔會直接推到落個城堡底度同人打噶嘛。好蝕喎咁樣。同埋佢要開始圍牆啦，如果唔係嘅話 ，Beast 又開始即係攞啲馬搞人。即係 Beast 係最中意咧，就係無神神就送兩隻馬入去人哋屋企。即係就算佢唔係打馬都好啦，佢肯定會送兩隻入去搞人。即係有陣時好煩嘅。咁啊呢個時候我唔知係咪羅斯超級蝕。咁啊，但係佢嘅資源咧，好似有機會升到帝王時代啊。下先啊 ，Beast 又插一個堡啊！即係佢每次插堡咧，就插喺個石附近，然之後就掘完咧，又插一個新嘅。下先呢度死唔死啊 ？Nice， 呢度殺少少村民。咁啊捱啦，捱上帝啦。咁如果佢儲錢嘅話，但係佢呢度冇一個堡咧。即係佢冇一個地方俾佢可以cam 住，暫時。哇！居然有輕頭啊！呢個世界存在咗1-2秒。唔得，如果佢升帝嘅話咧，佢呢一波唔好打啦，即係等 upgrade 噶啦。如果你再同人 trade 嘅話咧，你冇兵。But now those horse archers continuing to micro back, and remember, if there's anybody who can make this composition work, it's the Muslim. He is notoriously good at this kind of micro. 等星帝王時代。Like BSTQ, you're going to be able to secure up that position towards the north. I suspect that keep is going to be going up shortly. The alarming thing here for the Muslim is that despite 之後打咩兵啊？帝王繼續打馬。我記得好似帝王時代嘅科技係改弱咗嘅。即係好似係馬弓嗰個咩攻擊距離+2變做+1，然之後就唔知攻速又慢鬼咗。帝王時代嘅馬弓勁唔勁我都唔知，即係勁少人用啊！即係呢隻嘢。係先啊 ，Beast 同喺度爆緊兵。火槍兵就係又教你睇，即係明明呢個阿拔斯都唔係打馬嘅，然之後佢唔知點解成日就出兩隻金馬出去搞人，即係呢啲習慣非常好啊，同時係非常煩。He's got 10 warrior monks. He's got 10 warrior monks. 係先啊，火槍兵居然真係。
I mean, technically they're not bad units. They're pretty decent. They've got a bit of
呢個情況已經超出咗我平時見到嘅阿拔斯打羅斯，即係槍兵、火槍兵。但係火槍好似係比工兵，即係算係黑黑地喎，即係雖然未話係完全黑嗰啲。睇下先啊，呢個 Misty 呢個寶我唔知佢咁樣起咧，即係有咩用？人哋升咗帝嘅話咧，你呢個寶咧純粹係可能拖時間啦，但係人哋有火炮嘅話，基本上你呢個寶係捱唔到好耐啊，可能會嘥咗呢個資源。睇人哋兩個火炮出嚟，你個城堡有咩用？boom boom 啊！咁啊呢個時候靠磨啦，唯有。即係羅斯仲未死啊，但係就阿拔斯可以慢慢同你磨，即係大把錢。即係唯一比較奇怪就係呢個城堡嘅啫，但係就好似抌到時間。其實阿拔斯自己升緊帝又即係走去同人打一波，又好似好怪雞。邊個蝕底啲？咁啊，點都禪又死咗嘢喎，好似村民得63隻嘅，點解蒸發咗？咁啊，羅斯嘅經濟超唔健康啦，咁所以你同人換兵嘅話咧，就算打贏都好啦，咁啊人哋大把錢。Because the Streltsy wouldn't get focused down, and this is now a problem for Beastie because that costless going up, the bombard 換得 OK 嘅，即係總之呢個時候咧 ，Beastie 死唔去咧就 OK 噶啦已經。咁啊，前面個寶應該係送俾人噶啦，即係攞嚟抌時間啦，即係有錢佬。村民太多啊，真係阿拔斯。可以出咩兵？仲有啲咩兵啊？見到佢火槍，然之後升緊個移動速度。I feel like he needs to add a third town center or something to get himself back into this game and try and get up to that all important 130. Boom 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 啊！其實 Beastie 唔使喺度守住呢個寶啊，呢個寶一定守唔住。Like he needs to get that eco back really fast. Luckily for him, Beastie is not using the 5,000 gold he has stacked up. And look at that, a tower in the north with a spring golden placement continues to just lower that villager count. 咁啊，上面俾人控鬼住個圖，即係冇地方發展啊，下面冇資源嘅原來。Source of concern. He's trying to build that eco up, but he's losing villagers left and right to pesky little towers like that. 咁啊，經濟差太遠。一大堆火槍企喺度，越 A 越快。但係部隊數好似差唔多，係錢嗰個問題咯。呢個時候即係66村民。哇！真係呢個阿拔斯咩都升啊，全部嘢升齊。咁啊，升咗工兵啦，升咗呢個應該係老兵啦，升咗長槍兵啦，升咗呢個裝甲步兵啦。咁啊，出緊一個長炮。乜都齊啊！因為佢用唔用得到咁多兵種啊？即係全部照升啊！你見到？即係同埋步兵好似係俾火槍黑過都照樣。即係佢升晒所有呢啲俾人黑嘅單位。即係一嘢就使晒自己啲錢啊！睇下先啊，瘋狂圍牆，下面冇黃金㗎，所以 Beastie 喺嗰度插塔封咗上面嗰啲資源。其實呢個圍咗唔 work 咯，反而應該係要打上去，即係圍下邊打上去應該仲好過。即係圍上面，即係下面冇資源啦，即係好似仲有一個大金，但係俾呢個 Beastie 又係 cam 住，然之後就係得翻啲石頭，即係上面嗰個反而仲易攞。有嚟啊！即係瘋狂起寶掘石，再起寶。即係依家呢個時候，佢又有2000幾石頭，可以插多2-3個。全部都係城堡，周圍都係。有圍牆。黐線佬啊！即係佢圍晒成個地圖啊！即 真係依家 AOE4係咪真係地圖太細啊？即係點解啲人可以咁樣圍到成個地圖都係牆？係啊，呢個馬弓控唔切，同埋未升火箭啊！佢打咩招啊？呢個冇錢啊，可能。
One thing that we still have to respect with the Rus is that their late game composition is deadly because their units return the investment really well. So the Streltsy are very powerful, their bombards.
咁啊呢個時候鬥號啦，唯有咁啊羅斯都算係幾有運，咁啊生存到依家未死，咁啊有機會係打後期反而追翻啊，可能。
And let's not forget we still have 4 relics to work with for the Muslim.
That's true. That is true. It's a big difference that he's going to have to try and make up though. He's sitting
仲有冇木啊？仲有木位？
moving up towards the north, looking to get a snipe up on that bombard. You can hear it just
仲有木位啊！佢打咗呢個堡之後，佢上面有一堆木嘅，咁然之後就係正面嗰個啦。
making their way towards that position. Now Beastie Cutie going to be dropping down a university, looking to get those final upgrades.
慢慢捱啊！真係冇計啊！即係呢個時候死唔去就有機會啦！真係羅斯。
Camel support, camel barding as well, also coming out from a lot of these big upgrades, very expensive ones. And now that bombard going to be taken out. Unfortunately,
今日俾人秒。
So Beastie Cutie going to be
咁啊！依家每一個工程單位都好貴嘅，你見到，即係冇黃金，木材又唔係好夠。呢個時候咪應該加弩炮啊！
Yeah, they're pretty hurtful. They definitely do hurt a lot. But Beastie continuing to take control of the map, slowly working.
冇啊！佢俾人係咁圍住，即係周圍都係城堡啊！你想推邊個？咁啊 ，Demolism 咧選擇咧係繼續圍牆嘅，寧願咧就係歸一波出嚟，就唔死就 OK 啦。咁應該係咧諗住等200人口度嘗試衝出去啦，再即係慢慢嘈，即係嘈到200人口，然之後一嘢推到人哋屋企咧，有機會人哋出唔切兵嘅。同埋呢個圖好似越睇越近咁樣，即係有機會真係儲多啲人先。咁啊，儲完之後咧，一嘢推到人哋門口咧，咁人哋有錢都出唔切兵嘅。咁啊，歸一波最好質量嘅部隊，同埋因為佢村民少咧，佢呢一波部隊會人口會多好多啊！即係你見到 Beastie 咧，佢140村啦，佢依家淨係得60隻兵嘅就可以起到。即係反而 Demolism 咧，佢得86個村民咧，佢可以起到114個部隊。睇下先啊，4個遺跡喺呢個位嘅全部都。呢個時候死等。咁啊，等200人口先出去。同埋，因為佢依家唔出門口咧 ，Beastie 反而都打唔到佢啲乜嘢嘅應該。咁啊，又數幾隻入嚟，但係冇用嘅，即係 Demolism 已經準備好晒，就係等到自己人口滿晒為止。Beastie 要開始 delete 村民嘅，如果唔係嘅話，正面有機會俾人一嘢秒殺。
He's going for the 100% upgrade challenge right now. The only problem is he doesn't have a
Beastie 又升級，升乜嘢？今次升馬啦，升呢個工程單位移動速度啦，火箭啦，建築物血嚟㗎，乜鬼嘢？Beastie 多錢到亂咁升嘢，我覺得咁樣唔好喎，其實。即係如果突然間 Demolism 一嘢200人口衝出嚟嘅時候咧，你 hold 唔住嗰一波嘢咧，你俾人斷咗你嘅出兵點咧，咁有機會輸喎。同埋你睇下佢木材都使到盡喎。我唔知佢咁樣好唔好，同埋佢要開始 delete 村民啦，真係。佢唔 delete 村民嘅話咧，佢呢度得60個部隊，點樣打人哋即係100幾隻兵？真係好難講，呢鋪可能有機會逆轉都未定，即係前面好似打到好頹個羅斯。咁但係羅斯最勁就係佢後期部隊質量都幾高嘅。哇！佢呢度4000石頭，差唔多啦，200人口啦，捱咗咁耐，準備㗎啦，咁啊出門口啦，睇下向邊方向啦。
having that much stone in the bank obviously helps with that if the game goes very long.
睇下先啊，點都時唔應該係諗住睇下側邊仲有冇啲咩兵清理埋咧，咁啊正面衝過去啊！打靶，哇100人口部隊，100村民加100人口部隊，咁啊科技應該係升齊啦，差唔多。即係 Beast 係咁亂使錢。睇下先，火槍兵拆塔。嚟啊！出門口啦，準備。攻城單位喺邊啊？你咁樣 Beast 好醒啊！佢唔同你打正面，先搞你一波屋企先。咁啊，搞到掂都禪又出唔到門口，但係部隊太少啊，真係61個。即係我覺得要小心啲，即係 delete 村其實真係最好。140有啲多得滯。同埋呢度有20隻兵啊，已經你諗下，呢度如果有20隻兵嘅話咧，咁正面得翻40嘅啫。真係越嚟越多錢。睇下先啊，咁啊，點都前俾人牽制住啦，叫做。咁啊，但係因為點都前咧，因為佢有100人口部隊咧，佢好容易分兵啊。咁反而 Beast 有啲難啊，即係部隊咁少。咁啊，先清一波村民，呢波村民唔值錢嘅，冇所謂嘅，即係個畫面睇落好似贏好多，但係呢個畫面冇所謂嘅呢啲村，即係死咗仲好呢啲。睇下先啊，掃鬼幾隻馬入嚟。正面啊！哇，如果可以執到呢幾隻長炮嘅話就賺啊！He might not be out of this game just yet. In fact, I feel like he's gaining more and more momentum as we move forward. 哇，好多駱駝。咁啊，執到幾個攻城單位啦，咁啊，然之後殺緊村民繼續。咁但係依家呢個時候咧，殺村民都仲係幫緊 Beast 嘅應該，即係佢自己唔願 delete。咁但係其實佢村民多得滯。咁啊，呢度吞一波兵。開始打駱駝啦。你睇下 Beast 冇錢啊，開始，即係有啲尷尬。即係前面佢算唔算係亂咁升嘢？你睇下佢一刻冇錢啊，得翻1000木材收入，呢個反而好緊要嘅係。睇下先啊，攻城單位佢呢度有8個長炮，3個火炮。睇下先啊，咁啊呢度清理晒啦，已經屋企安全啦。哇！呢度就係靠呢一波嘢啦。
Beastie Cutie role playing right now as the anti-siege brigade. Look at this.
I don't know. He's playing Age of Empires 3 or something.
係啊，呢個時候等啦，即係73部隊。
Feels like that. There are a lot of culver out today. What is going on with that now? Demuslim going to be losing villages down towards the.
即係神奇嘅呢一鋪。
Definitely not something he can afford. He's only sitting on 100.
阿拔斯喺後邊其實都有兵打嘅，睇下先，正面嚟啦。但係駱駝應該打唔起㗎嘛？哇！你睇下。嘣嘣嘣啊！點樣處理啊？你60幾個部隊？睇下先啊！哇，等先，點都潛佢冇晒攻城單位，呢個有啲唔應該。佢呢個咁樣都推唔到啊！然之後咧就俾咗呢個 Beast 有啲機會咧，就慢慢透氣嘅。佢有錢。
I love that BC have 73 military population and half of
但
it is in
係好少
Congo.
錢啊 BC， 佢亂咁升科技真係唔應該。
BC Kitty right now. I guess he's. I got no clue. Maybe he just expected there'd be a bit more siege coming out, but maybe he just clicked Culverin a few too many times. Maybe he was training archers or something like that.
其實呢啲長炮係咪有用㗎？講真，長炮同火炮比嘅話，長炮係淨係拎嚟打正面嘅啫。但係佢拆唔到嘢，即係靠火炮。同埋大家都遊走緊。nice， 咁啊回頭飛兩槍先。咁啊因為有4遺跡啊，所以咧 Demusim 咧佢可以漚一陣間都仲有黃金嘅，就算冇掘都。咁啊，而且佢個聖地長期即係搶咗一粒嘅。
So not too bad considering their range is 3.75. They also get a bonus against light melee infantry, which is obviously just going to be your spears. That's all that Demuslim is going to be able to make. But Streltsy on the other side, 46 damage.
咁啊呢個時候應該係搶木材。
That attack speed is going to be going down the longer those guys stay in combat, just because of the way that double time works, as well as their other upgrade. Lidicor, it's escaping my memory.
有陣時佢暫時 Demusim 冇兵處理呢波長炮。即係咁走路。同埋人口雙方都滿咗啦，咁啊村民數係 Beast 有113嘅，咁啊部隊87個都 OK 噶啦已經。哇！呢一波衝啦，準備。起步嘅村民唔係好多，所以呢度咧直接打啊！見到 boom 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 啊！咁啊駱駝應該彈唔起㗎，咁樣呢個時候佢應該。呢個堡應該起唔到，可能有冇輕頭啊？有啊，有一個輕頭喺後面打緊呢個火槍兵。哇！邊個贏啊？呢度真係好接近喎，但係 Demusim 佢人口跌得好鬼快脆喎都。咁啊部隊數已經係83對54啦，咁啊城堡係打冧咗啦，終於。但係佢呢波火槍好貴喎，可能打輸咗呢度都冇啦，佢冇錢再重新出一波呢啲兵噶啦。咁啊睇嚟火槍兵係高估咗呢個戰鬥力。居然係駱駝打贏咗。佢啲火槍唔知係咪打緊城堡？啱啱我冇特別留意，即係照道理個輸出冇理由咁低㗎。
Yeah, I think you might be right. When we watched them
killing
the villages, that was when I was like, hold on a minute, Culverin are actually they're doing damage. Hold on a second, what is going on here? But yeah, maybe that was actually the
啱啱咁多火槍兵，但係居然輸出好似咁低嘅，定係佢做咗啲咩做錯咗，然之後先至搞成咁。點咗啲炮，係咯，嘥咗啲 DPS。不過冇計，佢本身冇乜攻城單位。佢喺正面咧出咗啲老炮俾呢個 Beast 偷咗啊！一開始即係中間嗰個時間。Obviously, when we looked at Beast's resources in the game, we saw low in certain areas. 其實經濟都差好遠啊，兩個。We didn't really check his unit queue. Maybe he had like 100 units queued up behind that. So the moment he started losing units, he just popped out those units that are newly made instantly.
Yeah, impressive stuff.
我自己覺得啦，羅斯本身打阿拔斯都好難打啊，所以冇計啊！我唔知係咪 Beast counter pick 嚟。
And then Siege got nerfed, and he's like, all right, well, you know, we're gonna make it work. We're gonna make it work. Siege always finds a way, or maybe
即係 Beast 啦，打比賽嘅時候咧，佢係會針對個對手自己揀文明嘅，咁所以
looking forward to seeing what he's got going in game at number 2.
我覺得可能係針住嚟打。因為羅斯你點樣做都好，阿拔斯肯定係即係舒服好多，所有嘢都。
The reason why I think this could be reasonable for Beastie is because if you would use bombards, I think they're a little slower because you have to deploy them and then back them up, unlike the Quoverins. But more importantly, if you use bombards as your sort of versatile high,
其實前面未開始打交嗰陣，我覺得阿拔斯都已經領先緊㗎啦。
exposing yourself to spring
同埋咧，好彩咧就係因為個地圖啲果咧都算係幾難去食得到嘅，所以
springles, you can have
即係已經係拖慢咗阿拔斯個節奏啊。
that versatility could have been the reason why Beastie actually
但係拖慢咗嘅時候都仲係咁鬼屈機。
Yeah, that's 100% right. And it's difficult.
即係你係知道羅斯打阿拔斯好難打。
It can be hard just because their springles have got a slightly longer range. It's not huge anymore. It used to be massive. You know that it used to be what was it, 13.5 range.
Yep.
Now it's 12.5.
睇下先啊，咁啊鬼佬喺度講緊呢個老炮改弱咗。
Makes a little bit of a
咁
difference.
老炮咧，佢依家好似係0.5射程啊嘛，多咗，即係最尾帝王時代。
What is this guy up to right now? Like
咁啊弱就肯定弱咗噶啦。咁但係咧就同平時人哋嘅火炮，唔係火炮，老炮，
welcome to the
同平時人哋老炮打咧就都 OK 嘅。
It takes a lot to
I
get
would
us
love
here,
to
but
ask.
但係你要有個數量喺度，即係始終多0.5格可以，
Like the first time I looked at those Squadrons, I was like,
即係俾個人，即係俾對手早少少開火
I。mean, the results speak for themselves.
星期日都開啊！冇啊，星期日冇嘢做睇
You
下。
can't argue with it, can you? Like you see that, and it's just I'm impressed the way that he shredded that army. You know, you expect 60 Streltsy to pretty much kill anything, and yet Camel Archers.
不過點都前面都打得唔錯啦，即係
try and analyze it a little
死唔去，拖到後期。
where it's coming from.
咁後期就係羅斯強勢㗎啦，即係
Streltsy went.
捱咗咁耐。
It's gonna be the fact that the Streltsy, they have a high damage output, but they're
咁啊，好可惜就係俾人偷晒啲攻城單位，即係打下中途我望下啲攻城單位零嘅，真係一步都冇。
Like the Quaverins, like 8 Quaverins firing from the back line, 7, 8, 9 volleys, that wipes out like 10, 15 of those Streltsy, and like Beastie had constant reinforcements coming in, and the Muslim didn't, so that's probably
同埋可能啱啱就係喺度
going into
撻村民，反而益咗 Beastie。
versus Chinese. Before that though,
即係你諗下，如果冇殺到 Beastie 村民嘅，
the previous game, thank you so
佢
much.
正面嗰一波兵都冇咁多啊！我
I
諗。
think this is the time where we have to mention that, you know,
Yo
have Amazon Prime, you do have a free sub that you can use.
係啊，冇計啊！
And if you're enjoying the show, EGC TV is a great place to spend that.
星期一放假
True.
非
There
常
will be
好
a。time in the future that I remind you guys to prime it up. It's not going to be right now because I want to talk a little bit more about the matchup that we've got today. But if you haven't already primed it up, I got to wonder, what are you guys even doing with your life? If you haven't taken Jeff Bezos' money and given it to Age of Empires 4, this is EGC TV right now. It feels like
EGC
a home of
TV
Age of
咁啊，睇下先啦，德里打中國。
events this size, this caliber, on a regular basis.
咁啊，雖然中國可以 BBQ 封中間啦，但係始終
Sincerely.
其實咧要睇地圖嘅，即係有啲地圖咧，如果係兩個勝地係好近嗰啲咧，你一個 BBQ 封住兩個咧，咁你係有賺嘅。
And no one's gonna get supported from your free sub. It's-
紅日都翻工，有冇搞錯？
And, you know, no one wants that. Amazon has enough money. AOE4 could always use some more support. But 30 seconds left only until Hill and
真係慘啊！
Delhi
不過我都識人係
expectations for this
即係
upcoming
Food
game.
Panda 都照佢做，
I really don't know.
所以紅日要翻，
The problem is that you've got two players that are
即係揾錢艱難啊！呢個世界。
I've looked through to Muslim's match history. The only time he ever plays Chinese is on this map, Hill and Dale. So he knows this matchup. He knows this map like the back of his hand. By the same token, Beastie Cutie, he's a big fan of the Delhi Sultanate. He knows exactly
德
where
里應該德里勁啲，但係中國有得
well.
有啲怪招可以試下
We're gonna
嘅。
see a Delhi stampede at some point with elephants looking to push through, maybe a bit of a timing. One of the things that we did recently see out was the Viper massing up scholars like a madman and hitting Imperial at a great time. So potentially we could see something similar, but I guess Beastie would always be hesitant about going up against that late game China.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that one. As it is famously well known, the Delhi doesn't have an Imperial Age, so they gotta play aggressive here. But let's jump straight into game number 2, Beastie versus the Muslim with Chinese and Delhi on Hill and Dale.
紅日翻工，
Right.
啊成日嚟啦，睇下德里先今次。
See you guys in the chat.
咁啊呢張圖咧本身係爆經嘅地圖嚟嘅，但係咧德里可以搶點咧，所以就
And Beastie Cutie.
即係逼晒啲人全部要衝出嚟同佢打。
Of the map, playing as the Delhi Sultanate in the color blue. It is Beastie Cutie.
And to the south, it is going to be the Muslim playing as the Chinese in red. Two civilizations that are pretty popular on this map, but one of them has a high upside against the other. It is the Delhi versus the Chinese, and we have seen this more and more that if you are playing with a civilization that likes to sit back, like HRE, Chinese, just focus on the eco, the Delhi can punish that really well because you will.
先啊，我哋要望下嘅就係勝地位置啦。咁基本上一個 BBQ 唔可以封住兩個嘅話咧，就有啲麻煩，即係要逼住打封建時代啦。
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Beastie plays it. Now, Beastie rarely goes Imperial when he's playing the Delhi, but
不過中國有得直城嘅喎，即係我唔知大家有冇見過。
I'm talking, I think he got to a high of about 18 scholars in the game. And he heavily invested in his tech, and he went Imperial quite early, about 25 minutes into the game. And
咁啊，中國有啲招咧係直接升城啦，咁然之後咧就係打裝甲步兵。
for the Delhi in the late game, because when you think about it，
咁然之後咧就因為係城堡兵啦，所以就處理到呢個德里啲兵嘅勉強。
Well, hold on a minute. Now you've got all your elite upgrades. You've got your elite archers, your elite crossbows, elite horsemen, elite knights, elite spears, elite men at arms. All the elite upgrades are in, and they're free. So all of a sudden, Delhi doesn't look that bad, but obviously you're playing up against China, one of the toughest civs to play in the late game, full stop. In fact, arguably, or unarguably, the best late game civilization there is. Grenadiers, we have seen them make a resurgence. So not just
佢呢個畫面係咪調轉咗？點解左手邊啲科技咧係德里嘅，即係左下角？
And with mangonels being off the table, I don't know how Beastie would deal with that situation.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And we have seen some optimization towards Grenadiers. So for a long time, as you said, the Grenadiers were a team game thing. So once you played, Mountain Pass and you walled up with 15-layer stone walls, boomed on 15 town centers, you finally get to Ming Dynasty, you finally go for Grenadiers. But now it's actually much more viable.
咁啊，暫時唔會有啲咩交要打噶啦。
Two town centers Song Dynasty build into straight Ming Dynasty with Imperial, and then you just start.
唔係喎，中國啲人打諸葛廬，但係以我所知啊就係你就算諸葛廬加馬都好咧，又或者加長槍都好咧，你唔夠德里多兵嘅，都仲係。即係你戰鬥力可能略勁啲嘅，但係得你勁多嘢。即係你啲諸葛廬想射都射唔晒，全部都係馬嚟，周街都係馬。
Just simply because it's going to be affecting your bombards. If you look to go into hand cannoniers first, it's going to be affecting those as well. It affects your nest of bees.
即係升級啦。
We've seen players just go for full.
咁啊，封一個先啦，唯有。咁如果有啲圖咧，即係呢張圖咧，有啲時候咧係兩個勝地好近嘅，咁你封到兩個咧係超賺嘅。咁但係咧呢個地圖咧就只能封一個咪封一個啦。咁啊問題就係之後點樣打咧？即係。但係我覺得佢右邊嗰個聖地可能可以用長圍都未定。佢呢度一個村民起啊！哇！佢真係大膽啊呢個人。
The Muslim can sit back a little bit more comfortably, knowing that Beastie can't just start the sacred site countdown.
真係勁慳皮嘅，即係尋日嗰個人就攞成10個村民去起個 BBQ 啊！今日呢個好似係一個村民就起 BBQ 啊，走去。不過我諗佢都係賭㗎啦，因為德里頂籠都係兩個斥候啊。咁啊，如果有一個喺後邊，即係睇緊呢個 Beastie， 唔係睇緊呢個 Demolition 打咩嘅時候咧，咁啊，即係正面得一個斥就冇乜影響嘅應該。
And go for a second town center behind it. Try and delay sacred sites as much as possible. And then
頭先有呢個人拉豬喎個嘢。哎呀，拉唔到。等陣先，好似都仲係咪起？哦 ，OK。咁啊，二斥打兩隻打兩隻。不過佢一個村真係好牙煙，真係睇見到。
If I was a bookmaker right here, I'd be like giving Beastie Cutie like 75% chance to win this game, to win this matchup. I feel like this is a very difficult match for China, just because of the timing windows.
咁啊，拍咗個 BBQ。屋企咧就加緊另一個嘅，咁啊星宋朝。BBQ 射豬。嗱，我預計啦，中國咧應該會略難打嘅，因為佢諸葛廬同埋 佢打馬又或者長槍都好咧，佢唔夠呢個德里咁 Q 多兵嘅。咁但係暫時仲有個強勢期。
Which is pretty standard. That is something that we see most times. And to me, that signals that he might even think about a bit of an extended feudal age play, maybe going heavy on horsemen.
掘石。
And then looking to try and move into archers and then get the spears out a little bit later. But
開 TC 啊，居然！佢可能係直頭將左右兩個聖地都送俾人啊，咁樣佢淨係要中間嗰個，咁然之後就宋朝雙 TC 居然。
Yeah, he's probably thinking that hey, the most common way for the Delhi to play this one is.
但係我唔知咁樣好唔好噶啦，即係直接送兩個聖地俾人。咁啊開始圍牆添啦，直頭。
There's a villager in the middle coming in for Beastie, running straight towards that Barbican.
睇
下先啦，咁啊 Beastie 周圍起塔啊，咁然之後就係搶點。
The boar is gonna kill him. The Muslim is gonna aggro the boar. He has to. Oh yeah, he's doing it.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Look at the villager! The villager! Beastie's just like, what is the villager doing?
即係攞隻豬幫手打。
Oh, you love it. You just
死唔死啊呢個？
Oh, the boar is such a menace. Oh gosh, I'm not gonna make a joke about somebody.
但係俾兩隻斥追應該都要死啊！即係就算2點傷害。呢個咩嚟㗎？唔死喎，居然！係喎，德里佢前期有呢個手推車啊，居然死唔去啊！真係神奇嘅今鋪。好多奇蹟出現咗，咁啊中國咧就決定圍死自己就宋朝雙 TC 啦。咁德里咧就等緊佢嗰個搶點科技咧就應該出去搶噶啦。咁然之後咧就係、然之後就係想點咧？究竟可以？哦，佢升緊呢個工程啊！佢出衝撞車。但係要升幾耐先升完？睇嚟咧，佢想撞咗個 BBQ 啦，咁然之後就係搶埋中間個點啦，咁啊3個點，咁啊要使啲時間啦，咁但係即係反正中國都係雙 TC 嘅，即係要出嚟都有排。咁剩低咧就應該可以嘗試圍住個中國啦，反而。
Yeah, this is risky for the Muslim over here because as you pointed out, 2 scholars can cap that sacred site or you just send
冇啊，中間衝撞車嚟緊嘅差唔多，應該。睇下先啊 ，Beast 咧係收咗3個真女去加速佢嗰個研發速度啊。咁啊，等衝撞車。哇，咁啊好彩，快啲圍。咁不過我自己覺得啦，佢德里撞完 BBQ 之後，佢都可以繼續撞落去啊，所以我覺得點都成，如果太貪經嘅話，有機會死嘅。即係 Beast 佢呢度，只要佢有衝撞車咧，佢撞埋你木牆係冇問題噶嘛，肯定。即係呢個唔單止係個 BBQ 噶啦，咁樣就。
Ideally, you'd like to split them up, one on each sacred site, one to the north, one to the south, because that way they're able to challenge that. And just the idea here is that you don't want to deny the sacred
瘋狂搶點。
You're going to, it's going to get captured 100%. It's just about delaying that. You're just trying to delay it. You're trying to be annoying, and that's exactly what the Muslim is doing here. So great job of being annoying.
不過宋朝睇下升唔升得夠快脆。
Yeah, looks like it is going to be the central sacred site being captured as well. And as you see, the scholars are
唔係喎，點都唔走去打長槍兵喎，繼續喺度，仲喺度出緊兵喎。呢個哇，佢有排都升唔到城咁樣。
He's got a ton of food in the bank, so with all 3 sacred sites under his control, he's going to be in cost ledge in the next 2.
咁啊，村民數係相差14隻。
Take a look at the Muslim though. He's got plenty of gold in the bank. Upgrades not going absolutely ham at this point. No double broad axe, no specialized pick, but he does have his wheelbarrow. He's got his.
咁啊嚟啊，一部衝撞車。哇，撞完之後都仲可以升埋城喎，真係一條龍。And then this is where the timing comes through, right? Because everything that Beastie Cutie has done so far. 咁樣嘅話，佢升城又唔慢過人哋，同時佢又搶咗咁多聖地。咁中國可以點樣衝出去？ 同埋呢度周圍都係塔喎，即係 Beast 呢個時候咧，佢真係順手掘埋石㗎啦，即係順便 upgrade 埋啲塔㗎啦。咁啊已經升成啦。但係我唔知邊個濕滯啲咧，即係3個聖地喎。
Beast is going to run circles around this one, trying to keep it alive as the reinforcements are coming in, but he's gonna have to abandon this one. He might need to sacrifice the horseman for this.
Oh, it's so close. He's got to buy a slither. Look at him. He might be able to keep it. Oh,
居然救咗。哎呀，咁啊只能夠放棄啦，因為對面有工兵啊。哇！即係呢個時候又蝕一個 BBQ， 3個聖地又俾人搶咗。城堡時代又係 Beast 升得快啲，下先加軍營。我覺得中國呢個時候好濕滯啊。
And think about it in a way that Beastie also had time to start building the landmark while he was microing those horsemen to perfection.
Really impressive.
唔係村民數係相差20幾隻，但係人哋3個聖地，同埋星元城已經開始可以執遺跡㗎啦。有冇執到？未啊。睇下先啊，至少救個 BBQ 先，你見到。掉火把。我唔知佢咁樣送晒所有嘢俾德里，咁德里咪任玩咯呢個時候。
Yeah, it's weird because Palace Guard's Nest of Beasts could be a composition that works really well, but the question is how is
72村民，不過村民好鬼多真係。
Right now, Beastie is sitting on 3 sacred.
如果村民可以多到一定程度嘅話咧，或者出面幾個聖地兼幾個遺跡，好似都唔夠佢賺嘅可能。不過現實好似又唔係咁樣。睇下先打咩啊？裝甲步兵。咁啊，中國打裝甲步兵啦，咁然之後德里係打大笨象嘅，大笨象加真女加工兵。咁因為佢工兵咧，最主要就係處理人哋如果有機會出長槍嘅話咧，咁佢要工兵去保護呢個大笨象啦。咁但係咧就我暫時睇 Demblusi 咪淨係出裝甲啫，我唔知夠唔夠大笨象打，淨係裝甲步兵。即係佢冇咗呢個兵種雙克嗰個加成咧，即係打大笨象應該唔夠抽啊。至少衝出去搶一個位先啦，即係停咗嗰個計數先。5遺跡得你。睇下先，圍石場啊，哇好賤啊呢個。點解得一個人做嘢嘅？一個聖地4村，咁樣3個都10幾村啊！咁然之後5個遺跡啊，仲要。
But now we actually see a couple of palace guards in the north. It's going to be more than enough to be able to contest this sacred site. We don't see any units.
5遺跡3聖地啊！咁啊，同埋全科技免費升級。
Because there are units moving out towards it right now. Beastie Cutie looking to contest it over towards that north side. We can see that the horsemen are rounding their way.
哦，村民數已經去到89隻、90隻，就快多1倍啊！
Palace guards once again. Beastie Cutie able to hold the sacred site, and the timer keeps ticking.
仲有6分半鐘。咁啊，石頭夠噶啦，咁應該係準備喺中間起埋個堡啊，順便咁然之後就搶咗中間嗰個點先啦。睇下先啊，佢呢度出一窩蜂啊，係啦，插個堡啦。咁然之後我覺得咧就係出個巨頭會好啲嘅，即係處理幾支塔又唔使自己行出去。咁基本上之後咧就可以係好穩陣咁樣攞咗中間個點先啦，即係停咗佢計數先啦，仲有6分鐘。你冇巨頭啊，死啊！對面都起堡。
Yeah, so we got double castles coming up now in the center of.
咁
So you would expect trebuchets are going to be out.
樣中間嘅話就可能攞唔到啊。
But we can see Nesta B's
How
still in queue at the moment for Demuslim. He's going to be looking to step his foot onto this sacred site as the villager on the back side of that keep looks to do a little bit of a dance. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. It was
睇下先啊！哇 ，Beast 已經喺右邊咧，準備圍嗰個聖地啦，直頭。
And this is what's so difficult to deal with. The men at arms together with that deli.
搶唔搶到啊？佢呢個人哋個寶起完咯喎。 睇下先啊！佢盡量睇下邊個位可以俾人肥，邊個位肥唔到。唔得啊！佢成個位都俾城堡 cover 住。嚇咁樣送兵啊！ 唔得唔得啊！咁樣，佢就算堅持企喺嗰度攞翻個點咧，佢死太多兵咧，都好蝕啊！但係佢要諗辦法停咗個倒數先。我覺得右邊俾人圍緊石牆，好似係啊。睇下盡快衝咗去右邊先啦，未圍晒。中間嗰個好難攞啊！你冇巨頭拆咗個堡嘅話，你點樣攞？ 但係如果你攞巨頭拆堡咧，就要好多時間。我覺得攞右邊嗰個先啊。佢仲龜喺度，佢冇，佢應該 feel 唔到人哋喺後邊嗰度圍緊石牆。如果下面嗰個攞唔到，就要攞上面。 睇下先，又喺度周圍掂，呢個好賤啊！呢招咁啊，但係改得好嘅呢個 patch， 不過好似唔係好夠皮。啊，唔夠吧？唔夠，要下面嗰個攞唔到，就攞上面啦，一係即係盡量周圍試下，冇計。中間嗰個肯定攞唔到噶啦，即係人哋有個堡喺度 cam 住。咁啊，但係咧 Demuslim 嘅經濟唔錯嘅，佢只要搶到一個點啦，等佢可以唞下氣咧，咁就可以等升帝噶啦。咁因為咧升咗帝之後咧，德里就廢到無倫噶啦。但係4分鐘時間，得4分鐘咋。我覺得佢成波兵去推右邊嗰個點都好過你推中間咯，係嘛？佢呢度寧願送兵都要搶中間。哇！呢個咁樣企，即係搭隻腳趾喺上面都可以搶到點啊！ 等先，一窩蜂啊！哎呀，不過人哋有老炮啊！點解唔？其實右邊嗰個唔係仲容易咩？點解死都要搶中間呢個？睇下先啊！呢度換咗一波，好似唔錯啊！咁啊，但係咧德里出兵快啲㗎。咁啊，同埋仲有大笨象添。打下邊嗰個啦，一係。You gotta wonder where exactly the Muslim can contest the sacred sites because the right-hand side seems impossible. His best bet might actually be the. 我覺得咧，佢咧只要喺右邊咧，求其揾個位派一個堡咧，德里都唔會過到嚟去阻止你搶右邊嗰個嘅。係啦，插個堡啱啦。呢個堡咧係截晒 Beast 嗰個走位嘅，咁然之後咧你就可以係好安心咁拆咗呢個聖地先啦，至少。即係呢個唯一能夠咁樣做啦，即係應該。但係好似都要啲時間，有啲麻煩。 後面啲村民係咁喺度修理。光頭啊，有冇機會啊？佢正面呢個堡又要保住啊，但係就應該唔會爆嘅。佢呢度係咁狂掘石就啊，唔係喎 ，AOE4 城堡要木材修理喎，好似唔係石頭㗎。睇下先啊，冇所謂，即係正面嗰度就算俾呢個德里都冇所謂，佢停咗嗰個計，即係停咗個倒數先最緊要。 成功啦，係咯，啲搶右邊咪好咯，咁舒服呢個位。啱啱喺度即係死搶中間。咁啊 ，Demusim 咧呢個時候咧有200人口嘅，咁你停咗佢計數之後咧，你就可以縮翻入去屋企，然之後升帝王時代。呢個保送俾人啦，冇所謂，真係唔需要噶啦。係咯，用木材修理有啲貴啊，真係，反正都係咧，就不如唔好修理啊。係啊，升帝。嗱，咁樣搶完之後咧，佢就可以係縮翻埋，唔使同德里打噶啦。即係你升個帝王時代，一陣間升完，然之後咧就德里所有嘢都彈唔起噶啦。忍住就得噶啦。但係都要堅持自己衝出去，即係有志氣。睇下先啦，兵好多，62打55，其實好似差唔多嘅啫。睇下先啦，咁啊真女已經俾人秒晒啦，咁啊得翻一隻特幻象啫。咁但係咧中間有一個寶啦，有2個塔啦，有老炮。即係正人君子啊！即係呢個 Demusim， 即係平時嘅人咧，自己升緊帝咧，肯定係唔同人打啊！即係死龜。但係呢度領先好多啊！咁啊，村民咧123啦，咁啊，但係德里有5遺跡嘅，不過德里得65村民啫。居然打贏咗。睇下先啊，打咩啊？肉馬又得啦。但係佢出緊步兵繼續。呢個穩陣。估唔到中國可以乜都唔做都可以贏，即係平時啲人咧會覺得咧就係一定要阻呢個德里搶點嘅，但係咧就 Demusim 好似唔係特別點樣阻止啊，即係臨尾計數嗰陣，即係一定要衝出去。但係平時封建時代咧係俾呢個德里任攞啊，即係啲聖地。睇先啊，火炮嚟啦！火炮老兵。冇啦，咁啊，人哋升咗帝王之後咧，你德里又唔可以一齊跟佢升上帝王。咁如果你喺城堡時代咧，你啲兵又唔夠打。即係除非 Demusim 係一個超級大失誤，然之後俾佢吞晒所有兵，咁啊自己又冇乜損失嘅話咧，或者可以贏嘅。即係德里喺呢個帝王時代咧，嗰啲科技咧成10幾20分鐘一個，即係免費嘅嘢係最貴。睇下先啊 ，Demusim 夾硬起呢個寶啊，咁啊中國起嘢快脆，即係夾硬嚟。哇，咁啊人口得翻100啫，死不投降。即係一窩蜂同呢個老炮對射啊，居然都投降。哇！我真係估唔到中國嗰個經濟係好到咧，可以係完全唔理啲聖地，即係臨尾2分鐘先攞翻走。但係居然可以打贏德里，係咪 Beastie 拖得太慢咧？即係 Beastie 係咪打得被動得滯啊
？You just get to see the fact that there's 3 sacred sites that are taken, that the timer is paused, but it doesn't really, it's not shown to you in a meaningful way, and as a result, you don't really get that. But Beastie Cutie, unfortunate for him, going to be losing that game, and we'll be moving on to game number 3. Did you see that villager graph, Lidicor? That was ludicrous.
Yeah, that was a ludicrous villager graph. I mean, it is such a weird game out there. I mean,
how about another cipher? 即係你指
That's not a villager count we're looking at. It's a military count. I'm actually curious at that villager count.
It was
你係指英國打阿拔斯啊，定
Are
係
we able to go back towards that village account? We'll take a look back there. There you go. Yeah, you can see it. Just absolute beauty coming in. So he went for a fast Song Dynasty into 2 Town Center. Often you see it go the other way, the 2 Town Centers into Song Dynasty. But I loved this play from Muslim. It was absolutely beautiful. Immaculate stuff.
Yeah, really well played out there. And Beastie also played a spectacular game. I mean, just think about
我覺得神羅就
keep those sacred
佢
sites
即係有其他地圖可以用咧，好少人會攞出嚟用嘅，所以你可以係直頭
as well from him.
係忽略咗唔理嘅。
Unleash his Chinese
咁啊，
lane.
英國
And now we're moving to King of the Hill, and it is time for Beastie
英國佢有長弓兵
the
喎，
Muslim, a civilization that we don't commonly see nowadays on King of the Hill, the new King of the Hill, that is Mongols.
Mongols. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm loving all this China. We're on game number 3 and
英國有長弓兵喎，我覺得。
I'm excited because as you know, Lidicor, I know you're a fan of China. I'm a big fan of China. I've been playing only China on the ladder. I think in the last week or so, I played more than 60 games, and I'm just playing China. And I got to say, I'm having so much fun with it. And it's great to see these players picking it up early in the series. Obviously, these games are really important, so it's important to try and get those victories up on the board. But we can see that Beastie Cutie here, this is his home map. This is King of the Hill. So he has looked and said, okay, it's King of the Hill. I'm going to do my China strat. What is he going to pull out? Are we
係啊，Beastie 我唔知啊，佢平時嗰個 style 咧都係偏被動啲嘅，但係啱啱佢嗰個 power spike 明顯就係搶完遺跡、搶完聖地就應該要狂爆兵嘅，
The Mongols, and that is
即係但係咧佢就選擇係守咯，佢唔係選擇攻，居然。
that despite them not being able to make walls, they still have the ability to fortify that middle really well. We have seen that in the old King of the Hill a lot. Players just dropping 15 towers. And right now, in the entire Golden League, Mongols have been used only 3 times on King of the Hill, winning all 3 games. So far, they have a 100% win rate on King of the Hill.
咁啊，以我所知，英國嘅長弓兵肯定係同火槍有得打嘅，但係就人哋啲嘢貴啊嘛，咁你唔好預計自己換得好好啦。咁但係有得打嘅。
Probably not early aggression, I would expect, but then at the same time, I mean, it's a pretty decent map to tower rush when you think about it, because you're kind of boxed in, aren't you? The map is a lot smaller than it seems. It spawns in and you see those forests and they take off a decent chunk.
我記得之前咧唔知邊場比賽都係有個人用火槍，然之後有個人就全部都係弓兵，然之後出第二啲兵去做 counter 人咯，
Interesting is that with the ability for the Mongols
即係搞人屋企啊！我唔記得係邊個打邊個。
you can prevent the Barbican from being dropped in the middle, and that could be part of the equation for the Muslim. There was that infamous Beastie game
係咪 Viper 打 Beastie 即係有一場打到好後期。
of the 3rd round of Golden League. I'll have to double check on that. But if you remember that,
不過好耐之前，
I think we casted that together actually, and we had Beastie fortify in the middle with
好似係英國 Mirror 嚟，
and
不過嗰次
castles with the Chinese. Let's
Oh yeah,
check.
don't worry, I don't forget that game. Another game I was surprised to see China win, but then after looking back,
China win 睇下先啊，又攞個中國出嚟啦
he knows how to win.
King of the Hill。
It's not just any China player that you've got. I
中國啲勝率好似離奇地高喎，今
a
日。
whole nother level. But I mean, we just saw Muslim pull off an incredibly impressive win against the Delhi, which is a very difficult matchup. If I was going to rate hardest matchups for China, Delhi would probably be number 2, but behind the Holy Roman Empire. I feel like Mongols probably not up there that high though. I think it's a decent matchup for China. They've got a lot of decent ways that they can deal with the aggression.
通常比賽咧，你要預計有啲文明咧係你唔會遇到嘅直頭，
In the first age,
即係神羅嗰啲咧，你喺阿拉伯嗰度你都唔會諗啲人攞出嚟用噶啦。
And it looks like we're going to have a rehost over here because something got messed up with the settings. So don't believe that countdown. We're gonna have to wait.
不過呢個係比賽嗰度咯，如果你平時嘅話就有啲難講。
Donations of $10 each. Thank you so much, everybody, for the donations and of course all the subs. We've been looking at those logs and we have seen all the people dropping off those subs. Now you got Hyman Nether. Thank you for the 5.
You got to say it.
As well.
You got to say it correct. I would just like to give a big personal shout out to Hymenator, a beautiful name and a beautiful gifted sub. Thank you very much, Hymenator. It is always a pleasure when you are around us, Hymenator. Thank you.
蒙古
I love that name. It is such a good name. Oh man. Okay. I think now might be a decent time. You know, we talk.
咁啊，蒙古咧之前有人喺呢張圖咧就係一樣照樣喺度升城嘅，咁然之後咧就狂插塔喺正中間。 咁然之後咧就靠佢起巨頭啦，咁啊死守。咁啊蒙古呢張圖咧，唯一優勢咧就係佢可以用自己啲部隊狂起嘢，即係攻城單位即係無神神會俾人多嘅。即係無論打呢個老炮又好啦，打巨頭又好啦，總之你親手起嘅嘢就特別多啊。咁啊再加埋插塔攞石頭係咁 upgrade， 咁啊 cam 死正中間。咁但係咧蒙古起唔到堡啊，所以略略地都有啲蝕底嘅地方嘅。
I don't know. EGC did mention something about Vegas. There might have been a tournament involved, Ludicor. Do you remember that?
但係我好耐冇見過啲蒙古喺呢張圖攞出嚟用。
I think it was.
唔知係咪有啲咩 counter 咧？真係諗到啲招數。
So if you guys want to see Vegas, hold on, no, that's too close. 100,000 gifted subs. 100,000 subs. That's where it was. Look at all these subs coming through. We got Somox 11. Is it Somox? I feel like that's a French word. Somo 11. Is that correct?
就2分半鐘。
You got to message me, let me know. Is that correct? Samo 11. You're always active in the chat. So big shout out to you. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. We've also got Bill2288 coming in as well with the gifted subs. Thank you very much. And Orc Ali coming in with the gifted subs. Look at all these guys right now coming in with the gifted subs. You guys, you barely even listen to me about the primes and you're just gifting out subs. Fair enough. If you got the money, use it. Why not? If you don't use it, you lose it. Peaches in regalia. Look at that. Look at that, Ludicor. You can't even say all these names. There's so many of them.
Yeah, it's very nice to see. It definitely helps to run the event.
咁啊，趁仲未開始，我俾啲建議大家。即係有陣時咧，你遇到啲兵種咧，你覺得好難打咧，你首先諗下點解人哋會咁容易去形成到呢個部隊組合先？你係咪冇阻止佢掘金啊？冇阻止佢伐木啊？即係呢啲嘢類似。因為有啲兵咧，佢可能去到後期真係好勁嘅，咁但係佢出呢啲兵咧，佢要好多時間啦，好多錢啦。咁你係咪有啲其他地方做得唔夠咧？咁然之後令到佢可以出到呢啲部隊咧？咁如果人哋咁輕鬆咁嘅話咧，就你去到後面你無解咧。係好正常嘅已經，即係例如中國啦，中國佢爆經濟咁勁嘅，如果你前期你唔搞佢嘅，咁佢一路喺度爆經濟，咁大把錢，咁梗係咩文明佢都可以全部即係靠個框框 A 打死晒。咁有陣時適當嘅時候俾啲壓力你個對手係，即係都需要嘅，即係唔好大家兩個和平發展。
Only 42 now, so it is almost time for game number 3. And indeed, make sure that you return to EGC TV every weekend for Golden League, because that's the other part of the equation, of course. So not only just use your Prime, but that you get the entertainment that you pay for. Or well, you're damn right. I mean, if you're using your Prime, you're not paying for the entertainment, you're just paying for Prime and then using it free. But if you're subbed as well, make sure that you too...
不過好彩今日唔係啲直落4-0。
And a big shout out to my boy or girl or MB, Vigo LV, coming in right now with 5 more gifted subs. Thank you very much, Vigo. Big shout out to you, mate. Very, very nice to see all you guys showing your support for Age of Empires 4, for EGC TV. Just remember, EGC TV, it is we're community based. Obviously, we've got support coming through from Microsoft, from our sponsors, Surfshark,
Microsoft
players in here as well. But your sponsors.
我發現原來 Microsoft 係周圍俾錢比賽，但係就隻 game 又放慢嚟 update。
It's time for game number 3, King of the Hill with Chinese and Mongols.
All right. I'm excited. Oh, this is an interesting spawn that we have got here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3.
睇下先啊，咁啊下邊係蒙古嚟嘅。死啊！佢呢個圖個黃金位好差啊。
On the Chinese, it's Beastie Cutie.
不過中國唔會打快攻嘅，好似又冇乜所謂。
Pretty interesting downcentery spot over here for him. He's not going to drop it on the large forest, rather the small forest, obviously trying to place this as soon as possible. But whatever happens,
會唔會打快攻咧？咁樣
Oh, and he's chopping a lot of trees. You gotta wonder if it's going to be for that early barracks, going straight towards the middle, trying to prevent.
至少塔攻先啦，就算
Yeah, well, speaking of Barbican drop, guess who just
起咩啊？
dropped
軍營係啊，打咗個
Tier 1
塔攻先啦。
CCTV. It's Mavalert or Malvalert.
即係呢個係必須噶啦，即係總之咧，你玩蒙古咧，你見到自己個地形唔係好靚咧，你直接打個塔攻咧，就屋企唔怕俾人搞咧，咁就會舒服好多嘅，反而。
So to all you YouTube commenters, you're gonna be like, you're gonna be
即係幾乎係固定咗噶啦，依家呢個套路。如果你屋企係好容易守嘅，即係黃金超近嘅，咁然之後石頭啊嗰啲又喺後邊嘅，咁基本上你可以直接升封建噶啦。咁啊起個牧場出啲羊，咁稍微差少少嘅圖咧，全部一律塔攻。
Well, the answer is apparently yes.
What a great little spawn he's got in here. Look at this, all tug and snug underneath the wood.
咁啊等長槍，然之後就拖村民應該。
Oh my god, where's the gold mine?
Ooh, double.
係啲黃金超遠，不過呢個冇計。
One of those maps where your golds usually spawn on the front of your base. So it's not like this is a terrible gold spawn.
其實佢呢個 TC 稍微都開，即係起前少少嘅，佢唔需要貼到個澳包咁實嘅貼到。
It's also pretty common for this map. Your berries.
即係你俾你個澳包有少少空間，都可以擺多啲建築物啦。
This opens up an
下先，
opportunity.
村民出去未啊？村民
And that could cripple the entire food eco.
咁啊，先塔咗呢個果位先啦。咁然之後就其實一支都夠啦，即係甚至。
Do I make a lumber camp? Do I make a mining camp? He made a mining camp. And you know what that means?
我覺得一支都夠啊。不過如果要塔埋後邊就有啲麻煩，即係要抌好多時間同錢。
If he wants to gather any wood. And why would he want to gather wood? Because he might need to make an outpost because there is an imminent attack upon his base.
That's exactly it. And the fact that he doesn't have a lumber camp implies that he doesn't even have any lumberjacks working right now. So when he needs to make that tower, he's going to be sitting at 0 wood.
兩個長槍後面仲有冇加？後面仲加咗兩隻。
Guaranteed to be facing 1 or 2 towers out there.
哇！呢度直接衝 BBQ，
Ooh, this is
呢個幾醒喎呢個位。
look at that feudal timing.
Ooh, I like
呢個幾醒。
This is very nice from Beastie. Who
誒，
got a barbican?
唯一一個可以塔攻嘅位置俾人加咗個 BBQ。
900 IQ barbican.
誒，
Wood for outpost and Beastie's like, hold my
但係蒙古唔蝕喎，講真我又覺得，
He brings out the barbecue on a Sunday of all days.
我覺得蒙古唔蝕。
Player.
And the placement is perfect because the villagers that are building it from the back line, they are within the range of the
下先啊，村民走咗去邊啊？
one of the spearmen got caught by the town center fire, so it's not even possible for the Muslims.
我覺得唔蝕喎，因為你咁早 BBQ 嘅話，你係零經濟優勢喎。
The Muslim might be able to sneak past, but Beastie was thinking about that as well. You can see the mining camp already being deleted.
即係你中國你冇黃金，你
This tower rush is
你漚好耐先可以升呢個宋朝啊！
now preemptive walls to prevent them running.
你淨係起咗個 BBQ 之後，乜鬼都冇，即係單官員。
Does it get better than this? This is just such impressive play coming
我
out
覺
from
得
Beastie.
電bullet 反而
I
賺
can't。believe that. I can't believe we are witnessing
Say.
because to somebody watching this, they might think, oh, there's nothing special about this. No, this is really really special. The fact that he says I'm actually going
頭先啊，又加長槍兵，
age up and I'm
咁啊屋企俾人搞啊，即係咁加長槍兵唯有。
How big brain can you possibly get? That is ludicrous. How big that brain.
但係我覺得 Beastie 蝕咯，即係你睇下呢個時候 Beastie 啲經濟，
Deletes the mining.
佢上咗封建時代之後，嗰個經濟咁樣嘅，
Down over there, doesn't want to give out any resources to his enemy. Sure, it speeds up the attack.
即係有排都升唔到宋朝咁
At the
樣
end。of the day, you know.
即係睇落好似好聰明，但係影響自己經濟影響好多。
The question is how is Beastie going to follow this up? Because the
即係冇黃金，你又出唔到官，
stone at the back, so you could work on 2 town centers, but he doesn't have access to a gold mine right now.
佢乜都冇啊！即係掘石咯，一係即係
he's using
係咪啊？
gold for that. So we'll have to see about
即係
that one.
伐木掘石，開個 TC 都好啊，至少。即係你冇黃金㗎呢個時候，
Because he rushed that feudal age so much with like 7 villagers
勁傷經濟佢咁樣反而。
going straight towards that fast feudal, he's
阿拔斯一招上轉
lackluster because he had to
之後，我之後試下先啦。我諗下構思下招嘢點樣玩
I've
先
got。to agree with you. It's definitely the case, but it's also important to remember.
同埋我都唔知 work 唔 work 㗎，我試下可能會打輸都未定。
Still technically working absolutely fine. And as you mentioned,
我覺得中國好蝕喎呢個時候，
to get the gold in from his lumber camp as well as from his mill.
即係冇黃金，冇黃金冇掘石，打咩招啊？即係 Beastie， 即係仲要嘥咗勁多資源去圍牆喎。睇下先啊，打工兵啊，工兵，工兵我唔覺得 work 嘅喎，人哋插支塔嘅話，你啲工兵得個企字。睇下先啊，呢個嗱 Beast 啊唔係 Demolism 呢個就貪心咗啊，即係走嚟插塔，應該起唔到嘅，起唔到就嗱咁你知道人哋起工兵啦，你喺屋企咧你加支塔咧，咁基本上你就唔會死噶啦。咁但係Demolism 應該係想 delay 人哋啲經濟，就塔碌塔果周圍塔，即係唔俾人出去食呢啲嘢。係即係呢個黑漢咩料？衝入去死，不過唔緊要，1-2分鐘又係一條好漢。
Don't worry, it comes back. It's a vampire. A vampire? Actually, is the vampire the one that comes back a zombie? I think.
係先係掘石咯。
Yeah, it probably is closer to a zombie, although.
你睇呢個時候中國嗰個經濟其實都好差。
Kill a zombie though, because you can kill the con infinitely.
睇下先，走啊走啊！瘋狂走佬。
Yeah, that's true, and it will come back infinitely. But it looks like this outpost is going to be.
起唔起到啊？起到。Oh, nice！ 咁啊升級。咁啊屋企咧一定要插一支噶啦，咁樣。唔知有冇插到啦？哎呀，佢呢度 miss 咗。咁都射到 OK。但係唔係太睇好 Beastie 咯，我暫時。佢前面過度反應啊！呢個時候其實蒙古都仲係好舒服，升緊城堡。但係你要嘥好多時間開 TC 出村民喎，仲要慢慢發展啊！咁啊圍牆，有啲尷尬。8分鐘第2個 TC， 村民冇領先嘅，冇送條。人哋蒙古咧第一時間出真旅搶完點開始搶遺跡嘅時候咧，中國都未應該經濟都未起飛嘅，有排。應該仲要有排添。佢前面反應過度啊，真係呢個時候反而最傷係佢咯。呢個即係升城堡啦，差唔多蒙古。咁啊，呢度炒一支塔啊，咁啊，工兵唔會搞到你啊。咁但係你要自己小心啦嚇，即係有陣時有啲人會偷肥你。即係升城啦，見到蒙古呢度根本冇咩影響嘅，插唔到塔咪插唔到塔咯。佢呢個時候升嗰個城堡時代嗰個時間基本上差唔多等於0影響，即係9分鐘。睇下先啊，死一個村民有啲事。其實佢有石頭嘅，佢可以升級個塔嘅，不過佢嗰支塔起得入得滯。睇下先啊，哇，好穩陣啊！先出咗幾個馬先啊，準備即係順便。睇下先啊，升城啦可以。
As you pointed out for Beastie, Song Dynasty makes a lot of sense because it is not a big investment and it returns its investment really easily. So it's something that Beastie is likely going to do. Indeed, I think
Beastie 唔知打咩呢個時候，等緊升城啊，都仲係，定係送條
Beastie is going to be lacking map control, potentially even vision. So that is a bit alarming as well for Beastie.
Yeah, Beastie would have had the opportunity to have actually dropped down the Imperial Academy by now and hasn't done it. So might just be going Castle Age himself here. Maybe he's
雙 TC 升城。
that even though he invested heavily his opponent in that Dark Age play,
但係咪冇咗宋朝啲加成咯？
play it safe on 2 town centers rather than the 2 town center Song Dynasty and just look to go up to Castle Age himself.
係先，你睇下人哋升城啊，即係得個睇字，一碌木咁樣睇住。
And I expect that we're going to be seeing plenty of Springalds coming out as well for the Muslim.
睇下先啦，咁啊真女啦，咁啊真女咧第一時間咧肯定係搶咗點先嘅，咁然之後咧就出去執遺跡啦再。咁你見到條線咧直接係指出去嘅。睇下先啊，呢個時候塔打塔應該起唔到嘅，因為蒙古呢個時候咧佢有石頭佢就可以起呢個路炮台噶啦，所以你個塔係唔夠蒙古個塔勁嘅，即係你封建塔。睇下先啊 ，Beast 使咗啲錢唔知升宋朝啊，宋朝嘅話你要使好多錢出村民去爆經濟喎，會唔會太他條咧？咁樣打？即係呢張圖同啱啱得你嗰張有少少唔同，就係佢呢張圖得一個點位嘅啫，即係啲人咧死 cam 呢個位就得噶咯。咁啊，村民係領先少少嘅，冇錯，但係蒙古咧有一樣嘢咧就係、佢掘金咧一起完個地標之後咧，佢所有村民可以，即係佢所有掘金嘅村民，你可以當係1.5倍㗎，即係10個村民掘金就即係等於15個。咁啊，同埋可以起市集買賣啦。咁突然間會有一筆資源，即係使唔晒。同埋中間好多黃金濕滯。睇下先啊 ，Beast 即係咁調資，我唔知佢係起咗個市集定係乜嘢啦。總之佢啲資源好快又可以升成嘅，暫時睇到。
Yeah, so pretty decent outcome for him there. 4 relics as well as that single sacred site. So 500
passive. Beast 可能停咗村民。
I expect that we'll probably even see a second town center thrown down from Muslim as well, just trying to keep up with the economy of his enemy. Obviously, behind that as well, you can expect that he'll be spending all of his stone on stone tower emplacements.
OK， 搶點點算？喂，個畫面輕咗嘅，唔係我問題。
Going to be setting that timer.
咁啊，官方問題唔係我問題。
Me too as well.
Me too as well 啊。
Hello.
There we go.
OK， 順啦。
Back-ish.
All right, I think we're back. I think we're back.
咁啊，打陣地戰啦，淨係搶呢個點嘅啫，基本上。
That is your
Mod check, boss champ.
Poggers. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of poggers in the chat. Oh, something exciting must have been happening. Vodka must have missed it. Speaking of vodka missing it,
好窒喎佢呢個畫面。
Once again on our feed. Are you seeing that as well?
Yep, I do. Bit of a lag over here. Luckily, there isn't really much happening right now.
Yeah, well, don't worry, because chat is very excited. You can see there's so much going on. But yeah, unfortunately, Italian.
咁啊 ，Twitch 嗰邊嘅聊天室喺度反應勁大啲觀眾。
Struggling a little bit. It is vodka is probably got his.
咁但係我哋暫時忍一陣間先呢邊。
Very upset.
又窒啦。
We love you, vodka. We love you. Sacred side timer now beginning to count down. We can see it's got.
咁啊，蒙古咧唯一打呢張圖比較蝕底就係佢起唔到寶嘅，所以佢要狂插塔嘅。如果你要死守呢個聖地，咁但係咧佢有一個着數嘅地方咧，就係佢啲部隊咧可以起攻城單位嘅，佢唔需要太辛苦咁樣喺後邊加呢個 siege workshop， 即係然之後行出嚟啦。又窒啦個畫面。其實蒙古呢個時候經濟咧，同中國唔係差好遠，即係1.5倍黃金，然之後一個聖地第3粒遺跡翻緊屋企，好似順咗好多係咪？
All right, I'm gonna try and refresh my stream here. Sorry, apologies guys for the technical difficulties. Fortunately, it couldn't have come in a more passive game. We're just chilling out. We're just shooting shit with you guys.
Chill.
Do not fret. Do not worry about it. You're not missing anything. But we're slowly making our way through this, and you can see the Springwood emplacements are coming down. So the first one going to be coming through. We'll take a look at the center of the map. I want to see how many outposts we've actually got up. But Beastie Cutie now obviously
老兵、騎兵、真女、裝甲步兵，佢點都有啲步兵幫手起嘢，所以點都要溝啲嘅。 咁啊，暫時未有攻城單位，但係我覺得要加㗎啦，開始。哇，畫面又唔喐啦。
Even if you don't want it, right? So you're going to start spamming out those towers. Gotta love how they are spread out though, and that's one of the pieces.
咁啊 ，keep 自己多少少木材啦、黃金啦，然之後就有需要嘅時候就要加弩炮啦，開始。
You always have to pack the trebuchet up, relocate it, fire again, and then relocate it once again to clean up the towers. So by having your towers spread out, it is a little more time consuming.
咁啊，蒙古最着數就係佢唔使掘石，但係冇城堡。咁啊，中國咧，你見到 Beastie 咧已經係夠1000石噶啦，咁啊隨時揾個位起寶啦。咁但係咧就佢亦都唔想起得太後嘅，咁起前少少幫手，即係打下交都好。哇！呢個唔關我事。咁啊，佢哋應該係重新刷新一次可能。咁啊，突然間就起緊寶啦，已經無啦啦。唔好啊，唔好咁樣窒啊！咁啊，中國咧，因為村民起嘢快脆啊，所以呢個寶有機會係起到啩。死啦！佢啲裝甲步兵點解唔係打村民啊？點解窒下嘅？嚇！呢個寶居然起得到。問題係咪算係問題咧？啱啱嗰個寶嗰個位啦，有啲你需要轉一轉個鏡頭先至可以打到啲村民嘅，真係冇計嘅。即係有啲人咧係都懶得控嘅，即係呢啲位。但係打比賽嘅話咧，我覺得要學下咧，即係求其 set 個 hotkey 咧，將個鏡頭轉一轉左轉一轉右咁樣，即係督下啲村民。呢個寶起咗有啲尷尬，即係周圍插塔。其實佢應該加巨頭㗎，即係你唔可以純部隊㗎。如果你要打陣地戰，陣地戰肯定係攻城單位點都勁過你純部隊。咁啊，仲有5分鐘時間，呢隊兵得唔得㗎？咁啊，你見到 Demolisher 咧就即係拖勁多村民出嚟係升級佢個塔啦，但係人哋有巨頭㗎啦。
The Muslim is also floating quite a lot of resources over here. He's sitting on 4 elixirs.
佢就
boost his gold income quite a bit. Beastie is ahead by 30 villagers, but Beastie's resource bank isn't necessarily looking spectacular, excluding the gold. And if you look at his
佢仲係唔加攻城單位，死到巨頭又唔加。
Nest of bees are nice, but it's not going to solve your problem of being able to.
睇下先啊！哇，堅持攞村民收利，咁 work 唔 work 咧？仲有4分半鐘，好似冇窒啦個畫面已經。睇下先啊，係依家個時候先升呢個攻城工程嘅，真係蒙古。咁啊，升完之後咧就應該可以起嘢噶啦，但係未升完。佢未升級啊，個科技起唔到啊，佢想起都起唔到啊！佢依家有錢都起唔到啊！即係佢應該係冇望到自己冇升到呢個科技。呢個有啲事啦，咁樣就即係等於送一鋪俾人喎。你咁樣唔記得起弩炮，佢依家仲有可能仲有10幾20秒啊！你連埋要起啦，仲要，即係個科技未有啊，有啲濕滯。咁啊，仲有3分45秒。好彩咧，就係 Beastie 未衝過嚟呢個時候。咁啊，升完啦科技，起弩炮未啊？起啦，快手啊！咁啊，錢係有㗎，但係好彩夠時間應該。即係臨尾嗰3分鐘先開始加啊！真係嚇鬼死人咩？咁啊，加弩炮啦。咁啊，呢個弩炮咧，最主要就係處理呢個一窩蜂啦。咁然之後冇咗一窩蜂之後咧，咁巨頭基本上佢拆嘢慢咧，基本上可以無視佢一陣間嘅。咁只要冇一窩蜂咧，就係部隊打部隊噶。咩料？又彈咗出去啊！笑咗。唉，真係。 睇嚟直播彈 game。嗱，我哋呢個時候估下究竟係Demolism贏定係 Beastie 贏咧？即係啱啱嗰個情況。
This is a problem with Age of Empires 4. It's not to do with EGC TV. You want to know the reason that I know that? It's because when I was casting the very first game of yesterday, it kicked me out as well. I had to do 2 recordings. I had to go back and do the whole bloody thing. And I tell you what,
技術問題，佢仲要係即係直接賴落呢個 AOE4，即係唔係我哋 EGC TV 問題。
I can hear myself. All right, I'm still talking.
啱啱嗰個情況咧，我覺得 Demolism 機會幾大啊，因為 Beastie 佢都未開始攻。
You know, I complain about like 46 things on a day, and adding the
Keep it up.
thing to the list.
GG already 嗰啲人話劇透啊呢班友仔，邊個贏？
Well, you think they're gonna fix this one bug that happens once every what? Once every 100 cast?
唔知堅定流啊！即係啲人話 Demolism 投降喎。Who win 啊？唔係喎，佢哋開緊直播㗎嘛，好似係嘛？
So we're not
偷
sure
睇下先。
what happened. We're going to be working our way back towards that position that we were in. Try and take that away. I think we're about 3 minutes before the countdown happens. So we know that the game ends. The question is, does the Muslim hold the sacred site, or does Beastie Cutie push him off that and actually continues on? But I just want to reiterate. That was not Vodka's fault. Obviously, there were technical difficulties. That was the Italy infrastructure, internet infrastructure. That issue.
GG already， 咁邊個 GG 咗啊
？To do with Vodka, that was to do with the infrastructure that Age of Empires 4 runs on.
Indeed, as right now we're looking into fixing everything. We all know.
其實啱啱俾人哋起咗個堡嗰度係最蝕底嘅，即係你明明咁多兵，你唔懟嗰啲村民先，你走去追人哋啲長槍兵啊！真係。呢個即係有陣時 AOE4咧，你一定要咧係有一個開 key 咧，即係將個鏡頭轉左轉右嘅。因為咧 AOE4係冇一個叫 Alt 嘅開 key 咧，可以淨係選擇即係去 skip 咗呢個建築物，咁咪淨係選擇單位或者村民。我都唔知邊個贏啊！真係，但係呢度成班人話有劇透啊！然之後有人話係 Vertex 贏咗啊，居然。
8 times, or you can only go up to 8 times. So if you want to get through a 2-hour-long replay, you have to do 8 times. And when you think about it, 2 hours, like that is, it's still going to be 15 minutes. You have to sit there.
跟住有人話 Vertex 贏咗咩料
？So it just takes even longer.
Vertex Viper、Hera 都贏咗。
Hodler won, by the way. Oh gosh.
Oh gosh. The thing that's actually interesting. The thing that's actually interesting is that the game is built on the updated version of Company of Heroes 2 engine, and Company of Heroes 2 has that little line, the timeline that you can use to jump anywhere you want in the game. I think it only works forward, not backwards, but still, that is something that I was hoping that we were going to get for Age of Empires 4, but I guess I was wrong.
Lidicor, I'm going to summarize this as best as I can.
慘
Just like the hotkeys, it wasn't in the contract, so it never got added. And that's the problem with contracts. If you have a field of land that is
哎呀，最衰啱啱冇捕住呢個 Beastie， 佢啱啱究竟贏定輸
？Trees in this field of land, but you only contract them to do half of it. They're only going to do half of it because that's what they were contracted to do. They're not going to do the other half just because they're nice guys or because they like working out on the farm. No, you contracted to do half, you do half, and that's what it comes down to. If you're
我哋呢個時候唯有等佢即係重新開始。佢應該係快播緊。
Yeah, indeed. You know, color picking would also be nice now that we are thinking about that.
Wasn't in the contract.
即係 what the fuck 嘅，好彩佢係前面呢個輕機嘅，真係。
What else wasn't in the contract, Lidicor? God.
不過好似都係最緊要嗰個 timing 嚟。
I mean, hold on, I got a list here. Give me a sec here. This is going to be a video coming up soon. You can't download replays. You can't store them. You can't restore games. You can't reconnect to games.
Oh yeah, indeed.
There's no cheats. There's no taunts. You can't pause. Where do I stop? Oh gosh.
I mean, I can understand them.
佢喺度講緊呢個 Company of Hero 有好多有好多功能，但係 AOE4係冇嘅。 然之後咧就喺度講緊呢隻 game 係半成品，即係連開 key 都冇啊！
And the thing is, I'm not memeing at the devs. I'm memeing at the publisher because it was the consequence of the contract that they signed didn't include that.
睇下先啊，好似開始啦，係嘛
？Are we back in? Is this it?
All
right, we're here. We can see the game timer.
好似唔錯。嗱，依家呢個形勢好似唔錯。但係你見到咧，佢右手邊咧右上角咧嗰個時間咧，佢冇遮住啊，即係話咧有2分半鐘嘅時間，究竟係決定勝負嘅呢度。咁而如果倒數緊嘅時候係3分幾鐘嚇，然之後你得嗰2分幾鐘嘅話咧，就大家都估到個結果。即係劇透啊！呢個比賽。
And the springled control, and that's something that we talked about as he continues to push forward with the trebuchets. The trebuchets are going to do such great work.
呢個保真唔應該俾人起啊，好蝕底。
It's going to mean that the springles are stuck on the opposite side of the hill, and it means that they're not going to be able to take out those trebuchets. You can see them moving forward right now.
睇下先啊，老炮應該係想點咗人哋巨頭同埋一窩蜂啊，但係
Beastie Cutie is continuing to push forward, and this is a beautiful push coming out from the guy. He's doing a great job at this point.
但係掂唔掂啊？咁樣佢呢個咧係咁起塔都好咧，佢冇射頭升級嗰個老炮台咧，即係啲塔其實得個樣嘅咋。睇先又加個寶，哇！呢個寶好難阻止啦咁樣。哇！呢度一窩蜂。原來咁樣死嘅呢一鋪。
See the spring. Look at the Spriggles just have to retreat. They're like, oh, we can't see. We can't look over the ledge. And Beastie Cutie manages to hold.
原來咁樣死。
But at the same time, he's lost all of his military. The boiling oil going to be coming out. The Spriggles continuing to fire down on that army.
冇啊！佢呢個佢嗰打法有啲怪雞啊，真係。其實咧，正常咧應該蒙古要加巨頭咧，去阻止人哋咁樣加建築物推進嘅。咁啊，見到啊，冇啦應該。咁啊有個寶得咗喺度。睇下先啊，村民都想企喺埋入去啊。好啦，投得啦。哇！喺度起城牆啊，真係唔俾面啊！
Take a look at this. Beastie sitting there with 1 crossbow, 2 spearmen, and 8 nest of bees. It is happening, ladies and gentlemen. He is going for a full siege army, and indeed he does with the victory. Beastie Cutie winning the game, taking the series.
最傷就係第一個寶，即係只要嗰一個寶起咗咧，中國就有一個點位咧，可以喺嗰個位度做緩衝咧，就基本上你好難搞佢噶啦。
Are crazy. I think there is an insane amount of synergy between you being able
真係冇計。我覺得前面幾大優勢嘅蒙古都，但係中國啲所有嘢都搞齊晒。
Anything that really comes close to them, especially those high-ranged armor siege weapons, like for example the springlords or
同埋中國係雙 TC 宋朝喎，真係升得咁慢嘅打法。
Castles build so fast, especially for Chinese, but generally for every civilization that it's very difficult to stop the opponent from making a castle. Like, if I put 25 villagers to make that castle, I'm guaranteed to finish it unless you have 100 units nearby.
Correct. Or like 3 nest of bees. Or 3 mangonels. Because those things absolutely shred. Oh, actually, yeah. Mangonels are a bit of a meme.
第一個寶係可以截停嘅，但係佢冇控到兵咯。嗰個即係我睇個畫面嗰度，啲裝甲步兵追緊長槍兵，然之後其他兵唔知喺度肥緊啲乜嘢。咁但係咧啲村民咧就喺 Debrucim 啲兵中間度喺度起緊個寶，冇人阻止。
One final sacred site battle that slowly but steadily, was pushed over by Beastie Cutie, so he did a great job there.
如果第一個寶咧冇咁快起得到咧，咁可以蹲好耐啊。因為你巨頭你冇可能拆到蒙古啲塔住咯，即係喺嗰個位。 真係可以拖好多時間嘅都。同埋佢嗰啲工程單位起得太慢啦，真係臨尾3分鐘先升呢個工程工程，即係臨尾3分鐘先開始加老炮，即係他條得滯。
We're in for a potentially long set that could go to 7 games. So after the short break, we'll be back with game number 4.
The founder of EGC, and I wanted to thank our sponsors Surfshark, who, as you might know, are huge supporters of Age of Empires 4 esports.
VPN
Surfshark is giving our viewers a massive 83% discount.
83%，好似個個人都係83%。
When you sign up through our channel. You can find the link in the About section or by typing !Surfshark in chat. As well as their incredible top-of-the-range VPN service, Surfshark has some fantastic perks that you might not find elsewhere. One of my favorites is that you can use unlimited devices while only paying once. So if you're wanting to surf anonymously using your PC, mobile phone, laptop, TV, or any other device, all at the same time, you can do so on just one subscription. So if you're looking to browse the internet privately and anonymously, take advantage of Surfshark's 83% discount. Purchase today and you get a 30-day, no question.
前期騷擾人用咩兵啊？你如果係英國咧，你可以係英國可以唔係喎？如果英國嘅話，前期你想騷擾就變咗打一波咁滯㗎，因為你冇咩選擇。你可以插支塔嘅，即係周圍插下塔，然之後就工兵長槍，即係一路跟住走，即係行到邊插到邊，即係圍住人哋屋企，即係然之後就溝啲裝甲步兵，即係封建時代。不過要睇文明啦，如果你係法國嘅話，咁梗係出金馬嗰啲啦。即係有啲文明咧，唔係好適合前期打快攻嘅，即係啲咩阿拔斯嗰啲咧。英國嘅話咧，我都係中意打被動啲，即係唔好搞人，即係自己種下田，即係圍牆啦、種田啦，咁然之後升城堡時代之後先開始諗下打唔打人，同埋你亦都有一個選擇就係繼續唔打人。然之後咧就等到帝王時代咧，你啲田可以開始有黃金啦，咁啊穩陣晒啲經濟啦，咁然之後你先至開始打人就差唔多。即係英國嘅話，如果係阿拔斯嘅話咧，就我覺得阿拔斯喺城堡時代開始衝出去都差唔多，即係唔需要特別騷擾人，即係圍個牆仲好。即係圍好埲牆，淨係出村民種下田，即係食下果。然之後咧，你經濟非常好之後咧，你等到城堡時代，你經濟好一定兵多噶嘛，咁你咪再衝出去咯嗰陣。即係你見比賽啲阿拔斯咧，佢前期都係唔出門口噶。即係開個 TC 啦，咁然之後升嗰個半價村民啦，咁然之後狂出村民，即係總之你唔死你就賺噶啦，已經你唔需要打人。即係英國又係差唔多，因為英國你啲兵咧全部都係啲兩隻腳周圍走咧，你如果有啲咩失誤咧，你成波兵可以翻唔到屋企嘅，咁所以你唔會話立亂走去進攻咯。同埋冇乜需要進攻啊，即係你經濟好過人哋，咁反而應該係人哋急過你咯，就唔係你急喎。可以試多啲唔使搞人啊，唔使打人嗰啲文明咧，有陣時仲好啊，可以。如果真係要搞咧，就係應該係 應該係羅斯啦、法國啦，仲有邊啲啊？德里算唔算？再唔係咪一招上轉咧？即係我英國嗰招一招上轉啦，再唔係就即係唔單止搞人，打死埋人可以。官方應該喺度 fix 緊嗰啲問題，所以咁慢啊今次。幾時有 Viper？ 應該係完咗呢一場之後就有噶啦，但係唔係喎 BO7 喎 ，BO7 要攞4分喎，即係依家2比1啫喎，仲要啲時間我諗，可能2點半都未定。真係冇計，技術問題啊！真係佢呢個，開始啦，終於等咗咁耐。
Back we are. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 4 coming up over here. All things seem to be fixed, and we're going into high view.
先啊，蒙古打英國，咁啊，大家可以望下英國究竟點樣玩嘅。
Here in the group stage of the playoffs of Golden League.
但係咧，就以我所知咧，英國都係打蒙古啊，都係死龜比較多啲嘅。但係咧就蒙古應該唔會塔爆啊，因為即係唔會塔攻啦，因為英國好容易處理。可以 skip 咗塔攻啦，但係好似都冇乜所謂。同埋蒙古有機會啦，打英國要喺封建時代出工兵嘅，因為你會俾人騷擾得好慘嘅。如果你一隻兵都唔出，咁但係咧，如果淨係純粹守嘅話咧，咁工兵就夠噶啦，唔需要長槍嘅。即係你可以雙倍出工兵啦，咁啊出到洗晒啲石頭咁滯啦，咁基本上你就唔會死噶啦。咁然之後升城堡時代。即係我以前打英國係咁樣打嘅，但係問題咧就係英國依家嗰個開局咧，嗰個經濟好咗好多咧。我唔知咁樣打會唔會令到蒙古好蝕底，即係盡可能係寧願唔出兵啦。但係如果真係要出嘅話，可能唔出工兵，一係出肉馬啦，直接嗰個出肉馬又好蝕。係即係總之蒙古咧喺城堡之前，你出任何兵都係蝕錢。 不過我之前見 Lina 咧，佢係出肉馬啦，咁啊食咗人哋第一波攻之後咧，就先至慢慢升翻成。咁但係我就咁睇又唔係好賺嘅，即係只不過係叫做等自己升成順啲啦。咁但係咧就對比翻英國嗰個經濟兼城堡時代嗰個第二個 TC 咧，其實蒙古都冇乜點樣賺到。
I casted in the qualifiers of Golden League with him, and he was like, "Oh yeah."
咁啊，仲有1分鐘。
I hope he's tower rushing it. In those qualifiers, no one did that. He was so much freaking out. I was like, "Why are you not tower rushing?" So we'll have to see if Beast does that. But yeah, technically, both of these civilizations are civs that benefit a lot from their towers, and that's part of the reason why they're picked at high view, because obviously it's a 2-in-1 package, or 3-in-1 package actually. You have your towers up. That's going to give you your respective boost, the YAM network or the network of castles, and it's also something that gives you a lot of insight into those stealth forests.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the big thing for me is just, look, I would honestly be surprised. I would genuinely be surprised if Beastie Cutie did.
英國唔知可唔可以同蒙古一齊鬥打馬嘅咧？
The potential for it to go wrong is very high.
不過好似又冇蒙古咁賺，一開始蒙古一開始啲兵始終買1送1啊。但係打老兵嘅話，你都要加射戰場。
Once that arrow hits the target, they immediately lock on for their
Viper-later.
Even if that villager walks away, walks outside that range, they are already locked on. They will fire that arrow. That arrow can quite literally go 100 tiles because they are locked on. Now, I don't know whether it's, you know,
嗱，英國應該係強勢嘅，蒙古咧就以前嗰個版本已經係略輸俾英國噶啦，咁而且依家英國仲要係新嘅開局，應該係英國比較容易贏嘅。咁但係對面係 Beastie、Cutie。
In the final round of round 3. But there is one thing that's more important than statistics. That is the actual game. Let's jump into game number 4 straight away.
High feel.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh, I'm excited for this, Little I don't know about you, but I'm really looking forward to this one because we have got ourselves quite the match today.
係先啊，咁啊雙方都係加隻斥候啦，咁然之後就係醞釀啦又。
Spawning in on the south side of the map, playing as the Mongols in the color blue. It is
係先啊，佢呢個。
Nice and close to all of those important reasons.
佢居然咁樣選擇喎。
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot over there. The OVO is a bit of an.
我以為佢呢個 TC 唔知係咪有揀個位嘅，即係一開始嗰個出世嗰個位一定唔係呢個位嘅。我諗佢應該係選擇揀過嚟嘅。如果唔係嘅話咧，佢望唔到上面嗰個奧包噶嘛。佢呢個應該係選擇起喺個金位隔離咧，咁就慳咗100木材去起呢個。嗰個咩啊？嗰個蒙古包啊，即係有揀過呢個位，即係石頭同黃金，佢選擇黃金，咁啊石頭暴露喺出邊。咁但係咧就升封建會快啲啦，點到你掘少咗木材。同埋佢呢度咧係完全唔伐木添啦，直頭佢連木牆都唔加。但係我唔知佢選擇係直衝上呢個封建時代咯，但係我唔知咁樣好唔好咧。同埋佢木牆應該都唔會加落奧包度，可能。即係直接起喺後少少喺後邊食羊，就唔怕俾人肥啦。順便。係先啊 ，Beastie 種田。
You mentioned it a lot of times throughout Golden League that the Muslim loves to play the English.
咁啊，英國咧唔會打快攻噶啦，咁樣又種田又手推車。咁啊，應該係雙方都等呢個城堡時代先有啲摩擦都未定。哇！呢度好多樣啊。
A total of 6 games played with 2 wins and 4 losses. So it's actually one of the weaker civilizations of the Muslim based on the stats.
Damn, man. In my head, I'd hyped him up to be an amazing English player. Look, he's still a great English player, I'm sure. It's just he's probably had some tough matchups. You know, he pulls it out when you know he's. Jeez, I was wildly inaccurate.
睇下先啊 ，Beastie 好似有啲新怪招都未定。
The Muslim is a great English player out there, but it didn't really show in this tournament so far. But if there's a time to change that one, it is right now because with a win here, he would even up the score. And with a loss,
佢唔知係咪直接升城添？我睇到佢伐木嗰個量唔係好多咧，佢直頭係連加建築物都冇錢嗰種嚟嘅。
Council Hall. That is the Abbey of the Kings.
Oh my lord, it's happening! It's happening! It's happening! Get your "It's happening" emotes out right now. We are seeing an Abbey of Kings coming out. What does this mean?
呢個係回血地標喎。
I have seen the Muslim do this against Rus. Hear me out. The idea for the Muslim.
但係我唔係好中意啊，即係有一樣嘢咧，我成日會講咧就係、你如果選擇起另外一個地標咧，你就即係話俾人知啦，你冇快攻嘅。咁呢個時候 ，Beastie 佢如果真係走去直城嘅話咧，咁佢見到你起個咁嘅無謂嘢咧，咁佢一定係超舒服嘅。等先 ，Beastie 係出去插塔定係乜嘢？呢個村民行去邊啊
I don't even know where to begin on theory crafting this, just because it's so rare that we see it actually work. Now, obviously, there's players like Corp who love not and just
偷雞插塔啊！
But Corp, I think his name is pronounced Corp or Calp. I'm not sure exactly, but it's.
因為 Beastie 咧喺佢嘅教學度咧有講過咧，就係佢會留低幾個人伐木啦，咁然之後剩低嘅木材咧全部都走去起建築物為主嘅。咁但係咧呢隻村民咧好明顯就係準備啲塔啦。佢唔一定塔人哋嘅，佢喺地圖中間度開始起啦，慢慢。人哋揾你唔到噶嘛呢個位。即係應該係咁啩。即係以我所知，你提早起定嘅，咁你升完城之後，你慢慢 upgrade 佢都 OK 啊。但係佢好似走咗去人哋塔人哋喎，真係睇落個樣好似。
Very much out of the meta. The thing that I love about this one is that I remember that back when we cast maybe Winter Championships or something, that was the era where not a single time.
但係冇理由塔人哋啊！真係英國喎，呢個係。
We were theory crafting in those sets. It's like, can you imagine any condition?
睇下先，起咗嚿咁嘅地標。
Maybe if you play English,
佢真係走去塔人啊！真係變態佬。我以為佢就係喺地圖中間度求其攞下視野啦，咁然之後等城堡時代。睇下先啊 ，Beastie 走去打馬。咁樣真係唔係星城咯。
You're going to have to make archery ranges before you do that. You're not naturally going to have the council hall ready for you to make those longbows. And because that is something that you're so used to, something that's so typical for English players, that it's going to seem very strange all of a sudden not having.
唔係星城嘅話好蝕底喎，反而我覺得經濟咁差。
One of the concerns that you have with the Abbey is that, as you said, you forfeit your ability to.
英國基本上唔會打人嘅，所以你見到英國係冇可能出門口嘅。即係大家玩英國嘅時候咧，即係都係咁上下，即係種下田，即係乜都唔做啊，反而係最好。
To add those longbows is something that adds a lot of value to this one. Obviously, now that Abbey is going to be helpful to heal that.
睇下先啊，打馬。咁蒙古有一樣著數就係買一送一啦，咁所以你見到人哋一個馬房咧，你如果 keep 住出馬，你肯定係俾人多一倍。咁但係咧就正常又唔會 keep 住出馬嘅，因為冇必要。咁啊呢個時候應該兩邊都唔係想打交打贏，咁啊純粹係 keep 住自己經濟唔好俾人搞亂就得噶啦。但係英國嗰個經濟明顯好好多啊。係狂種田開始。Take the damage 啊！
Moves the farm villager out to the gold mine, and all of a sudden he's got a full health villager that has just repaired. So it's a smart move from him using this to sort of defend against the tower rush.
狂種田
Just using the Abbey of Kings.
你睇下英國嗰個經濟幾好啊，記唔記？
Even if he didn't have the ability to heal up those villagers, just pulling back the.
咁但係咧就睇下呢幾支塔係咪真係做到嘢啫？但係俾人肥兩次冇所謂嘅，因為佢呢個時候咧有嗰個乜鬼嘢回血地標咧，佢又真係唔係影響太大。 頭先呢度又一支塔。
This is exactly how you want to tower rush the English.
誒、
Player seeing it, because as you said, if the English player sees it, getting those towers up is going to be very difficult. But how about just sneaking up those towers?
如果咁多塔嘅話，可能會唔會走去起白塔啊啦？
Good job with it. And we can see those villagers actually moving forward to deny. Actually,
睇先啊，呢度見到
what are they doing
又一
right
支
now?
塔，
Look at the trees that they decided to chop. You just gotta wonder how.
肉馬唔夠多，
But it looks like that outpost is gonna be able to get up.
又起完啦，
Inside it, nice and safe.
又走去邊？
Now all of a sudden, oh, did the villager die? How did the
I
villager
think so.
die?
起咩白塔定係咩啊？
Or keep rather, King's Palace going to be going up here for Demuslim. So he's going to be able to get up
TC.
to the castle age. Everything is good for him. Now keep in mind, Beastie is also going to be going.
不過冇所謂，冇乜影響，即係呢幾支塔之後再拆啦。
2/3 of the food and
睇先啊，又加馬房打金馬喎，好似
right now Demuslim with wood. That is going to be the hardest thing for him, and he is
即
really.
係瘋狂起塔啊！
He's being encroached from on all sides right now.
所以點解？唉，你俾人知道人哋唔係你俾人哋知道你唔打工兵之後咧，即係人哋又好猖狂啊！
He needs buildings for upgrades as well. He needs more farms. You see, he was able to afford a second stable, but he doesn't have a blacksmith, for example. So
但係暫時唔使啊！
that wood is going to delay his addition of a blacksmith. Grabbing
即係要諗辦法喺蒙古星城之前清咗啲塔先。
Beast is probably going to think about opening up with double lancers, but ultimately he's going to work
係
towards.
淨係啲單位可以回血㗎，即係唔死就得㗎。
I feel like Beastie has reacted really well to this semi-fast castle approach from the Muslim, and I gotta say,
咁啊，死咗隻戚，不過戚好平啊，唔緊要。
of the kings because it really wasn't used to great effect. It's like, yeah, sure, it healed up some of those horsemen, but it's not like you get a tremendous value out of that so far.
Now the gold mine going to be under threat from that outpost. We can see that still Beastie Cutie is sitting out there.
好似望唔到。
as Demuslim is about to be losing.
睇下先啊，村民數係35對32。哎呀，呢個俾人肥到
Going
啊
to！be working overtime here as well. And once again, Demuslim is forced off another resource. There are many outposts around this base for Demuslim.
一個
behind this Beastie
絕對唔會俾人塔攻成功嘅文明，俾人係咁塔攻緊依家。
What goes,
呢個咩畫面嚟？
just demonstrates the power of the tower.
No.
即係逼住攞村民。
Bad sight to see. I mean, they are going to take down the tower, but this is a big sign for Beastie that's telling him just one thing. Okay, I'm desperate, because that is a desperate move. And
睇下先啊！咦，死村民又唔係死好多，死咗2隻呢度。
Sure enough, it works, but all of those villagers are right now idle. They have to relocate to that gold mine. And Beastie knows that the Muslim is struggling with resource control right now.
哇！真係醒啊呢一招，即係搞下個英國有啲半殘廢。
With resource.
咁但係經濟仲係英國好啲嘅應該，同埋佢本身已經係雙 TC，所以佢更加唔使出門口啊。
Continuing to be under attack from that outpost towards the north. Villagers just extending
咁啊，然之後打馬大家都。
Lancer production going to be coming in here for Beastie Cutie.
但係如果打馬嘅話咧，就蒙古着數啲啊，因為蒙古佢嗰度平啲同埋黃金多。
See that he's trying his best to gather up these resources here underneath the wood line, but the outpost is just still with its arrow slits doing so much
要
damage.
盡快拆咗啲塔啊，人哋升級就麻煩啦。
Almost running around just being relentless here.
And the Yam network is coming in clutch as well. It is so painful for the English to catch those units running circles around this one. Right now it's just one con, but the first couple of Lancers are soon coming in. And when those arrive, they're going to start picking off villagers' defensive tower, finally coming in for the Muslim.
咁啊，終於起一支塔啦，確保自己唔好俾人搞到好殘廢先。
He was also very
但係一支可能有陣時唔係好夠啊，如果人哋馬多。
36.
點啊？啲村民
King's Palace up for a long time. So he was so distracted with all this aggression coming his way.
經濟有啲傷
He。simply isn't able to capitalize on having an extra town center over the opponent.
哎呀，佢呢個村民都俾人肥到啊！
Just right now, look at the damage that this outpost is doing. Double Lance is going to be running in, providing line of sight as well as providing some land.
走啊，瘋狂走！
One of those villagers definitely, nope, not definitely going to be going down. Not going to be going down at all. And the Abbey of Kings going to be able to heal it back up eventually when it does come to. But
哇，有啲凄涼啊！呢個時候俾人咁樣塔，
right now, I think
呢個村民真係做咗勁多嘢，仲要追佢唔到啊！
an aspiring tower rusher in that you don't have.
哎呀，呢度得一支塔收唔晒㗎，咁多村一定要死村㗎啦。
More lancers running in, trying to kill villagers here. The knight's going to be trying to tackle them and do some damage. Now, keep in mind the trades here for
真係立立亂。
are always going to be a bit of a question mark because the Muslim's going to be able to heal up. That's the big thing. He's going to be able to send those units back towards the Abbey of Kings. Plenty more units running in now for Beastie Cutie. But look at this, the Muslim.
頭先個場次有咩得理出？
As long as he takes, as long
唔係
as
有冇得理出啊？有啊，啱啱有一場，不過輸咗好似。
Yeah, exactly. The Muslim is holding this one back for the time being. Beastie could use
睇下先啊 ，Beastie 係少優勢嘅，但係咧就因為英國係雙 TC 啊，咁所以佢村民會依然係領先啦。 咁但係咧蒙古係掘金1.5倍啊，所以你可以當佢多咗村民嘅，肯定。好似唔錯喎，就咁睇。睇下先啊，咁啊，終於清埋啦呢支嘢。
It helps a lot that you do have that Abbey of the Kings now healing yourself up. This is where it really starts to shine.
不過好彩英國前期種咗田先啊，即係一開始。
Plus, of course, you do have the network of Castles Aura affecting those knights as well.
睇下先啊，佢嗰個地形可以掘到晒嘅，都 OK 嘅。依個時候咧有木材，黃金穩定咗啦，咁啊可以嗱，你見到佢圍埋牆之後咧就可以掘石添噶啦，差唔多。咁然之後咧就係都係唔出門口嘅。即係英國咧係打到好被動嘅，即係如果你選擇城堡時代都一樣係要用嗰個 TC 嘅話。Glossy 啊，有冇練 AOE4？睇下先啊，馬嘅數量咧係雙方差唔多嘅，咁啊相差1、2隻咧就可以略略唔計。因為對面喺屋企行出嚟咧，你唔可以當佢參戰緊。睇下先啊，2個圈8塊加8塊田。睇下先啊，收村，哇反應快脆。上面咧有冇塔啊？冇啊！呢個又要死少少村民啊咁樣。但係冇計啊，因為咧 Demolism 咧佢唔想長期被動咧，佢選擇就係放棄屋企啦，然之後就將啲兵送咗出去嘅。咁睇下佢可唔可以搶翻個節奏翻嚟啊？咁睇下 Beastie 屋企點樣守先。因為 Beastie 咧佢全部兵送晒出去咧，同埋佢呢度咧係冇任何嘅塔嘅，呢啲村民咧入唔到去任何地方避難嘅，係冇地方避難嘅 Beastie 呢度。睇下先啊，點啊？打咗黃金先，聰明啊！木材嗰啲唔打，打咗黃金先，因為呢個時候黃金係最緊要嘅。如果你攞嚟爆嘛，咁而因為咧 Demolism 咧，因為佢雙 TC 啊，所以佢死村民咧，佢好快可以回翻啲村民數噶啦。咁反而 Beastie 係單 TC 啊，咁所以佢死村嘅話咧，就有排都追唔到啊個數量。殺村啊個招降，望望到有冇空兵？nice 好彩。有冇防啊？冇防啊！原來兩邊騎兵都呢邊Demolism 穩住咗啦，差唔多。睇下先，佢呢度要繼續死村，同埋佢呢度有20隻村一直喺個 TC 入面冇做嘢噶。哇！我覺得呢個 counter 咧打得好好啊，即係直接係將 Beastie 嗰個節奏搶咗翻嚟自己度啦，已經。不過好似都係打和。不過呢個20隻村唔做嘢有啲傷啊。我覺得 Beastie 有啲蝕底啊，咁樣就。咁啊，部隊數係7對4啊，同埋 Beastie 個經濟係廢咗㗎，完全。哇！呢個 counter 咧，真係自選500，然之後就對面選咗1000啊，差唔多。咁啊，終於可以做嘢啦，啲村民。但係個資源真係有啲凄涼，真係100幾食物，200幾黃金。有啲傷，不過佢出邊啲塔咧，真係有啲麻煩嘅，都係。睇下先啊，圍牆圍咗一邊，其實圍咗一邊等於冇圍咁滯啦，不過叫做限制下人哋走位咯。睇下先，回血。哇！呢個地標都幾型啊，真係劈隻馬喺度回血。咁啊，51村對42。英國經濟真係好啊！呢個時候，呢個時候喺度引，又嚟 counter 一次。同埋因為本身係雙 TC 嘅關係咧，你防守都有着數噶。所以呢個時候咧 ，Beastie 咧，如果繼續咁樣狂送啲兵衝出去咧，佢屋企又 又要走爛㗎啦。睇下先啊，佢轉緊老兵喎，我見到。一隻老兵可以唔使理嘅，2隻、3隻睇下走啊都係。但係唔緊要啊，基本上咧，如果你可以將 Beast 拱咗翻屋企嘅話咧，咁英國自己屋企都舒服咗好多啦。咁啊，所以咧就唔需要夾硬衝入去殺村民，即係遊下街先。即係自己屋企幾舒服啊！呢個時候，即係終於可以安心伐木。睇下先啊！哎呀，升咗老炮台啊！呢啲好大力下。睇幾下一隻騎兵。不過英國經濟好啲啊！呢個時候59村。咁啊，田亦都種起咗啦，但係黃金係一個問題啦，差唔多。因為佢左邊嘅黃金俾人一支塔封住咗啊！哇 ，Beast 執到第5粒遺跡啊，已經。哇，居然可以執晒5粒遺跡。啊，就係清咗呢支塔先啦，呢支塔超煩啊，真係又俾呢個蒙古有視野同埋加速。咁啊，雙方都係升個遠攻遠防嘅，居然咁啊，但係就大家都打近戰。咁啊，有呢波老兵。呢波老兵唔太大威脅嘅，如果你要轉兵，你咪轉肉馬咯。但係佢好似跟埋一齊轉老兵，不過都 OK 嘅，冇所謂。啊，經濟唔錯，蒙古嘅經濟都唔錯，英國嘅經濟都唔錯。但係遺跡執晒啦，5粒。不過英國又唔係即係又唔係太差呢啲錢嘅。咁你叫佢又繼續圍牆啦，咁啊英國縮埋一嚿啊，真係完全。He's already got the second town center. It is now in the second town center, so that's going to help him keep up. 睇下先啊 ，Beast 加咗個新嘅 TC 啦，咁啊追翻村民數先啦。咁啊，因為已經執齊所有嘢啦，咁啊打被動啲都 OK 嘅。哇！呢幾個塔真係偷射下啲馬都賺咗唔少。清唔清到呢個位？哎呀，呢個唔應該打㗎。人哋有老兵啊，所以唔好打。呢個位都係唔得啊。如果單純用馬已經清唔到，就要加巨頭咯，開始。哇！呢個時候蒙古全面嘅控圖都幾賺，即係又會有呢個騎兵加速。但唔緊要啊，英國本身都唔出門口啊，即係縮喺屋企啦。佢有2粒黃金咧，如果佢真係要升帝咧，佢係夠錢嘅。咁但係咧，佢需要掘石㗎，我覺得應該。如果你真係要死龜嘅話，你要掘石插寶啦，咁然之後就係縮喺屋企唔喐。咁啊，食物有2000幾啊。In this scenario, Beast does have 5 relics, so it's a bit of a bittersweet approach for the Muslim to go to late game here with the English. 佢係咪等緊帝啊？但係佢黃金又唔係好夠啊。Maybe even better than the Mongols. 2004食物啊！我覺得攞去賣都得啦，即係起個市集。咁啊，部隊數係32對37，我覺得呢個時候咧，部隊數差唔多咧， 就係最好可以偷雞上城堡，唔係上帝王時代㗎啦。即係你唔可以等人哋有部隊優勢嘅時候，你先至諗住升帝。即係你要大家5-5波嘅時候咧，你偷雞升係最好嘅。但係佢呢個時候先掘石有啲遲啊。首先升緊帝咯，已經佢賣咗一波資源。睇下先啦，咁啊呢個地標係呢個咪嗰個每隻兵都出一隻歌嚟嘅。但係唔緊要啊，佢英國最緊要咧就係升咗帝之後咧，升咗嗰個種田嗰個科技先，即係其他科技都唔緊要。咁樣就有偈傾啦。即係雖然蒙古係5個遺跡啦，但係去到後期嘅話咧，佢防守嗰方面係一個問題嚟。帝王時代，所以如果大家玩英國咧，你見到啦，即係英國真係唔使特別出門口嘅，即係企喺屋企就得噶啦。即係啲咩騷擾唔使嘅，即係全部棟喺屋企種田。睇下先啊，拆得一支得一支啊！你見到蒙古有啲蝕啊，咁樣蒙古經濟佢如果夾硬要自己升帝咧，佢係冇錢出兵啊。睇下先啊，夾硬衝入嚟啊！但係咁樣自己損失啲兵又唔係好抵，同埋佢呢個走位可能翻唔到屋企都未抵。吞咗呢一波啦，係啊，呢一波兵一定要吞嘅，但係喂老兵企錯位喎。升級未啊？嗰啲波即係呢個英國咧，雖然升咗帝王，但係嗰啲科技連城堡都冇，冇呢個義防啦，冇義工啦，咁啊，全部嘅經濟科技都未升過，即係唯一多就係食物多。Very interesting to see, but now Beastie Cutie on the other side of the map going to be dropping down the white stupa, and we'll be looking to make sure that there are plenty of pastures inside this bad boy. He is going to. 死啊！呢一鋪好難講啊！我以為英國都幾賺，但係佢偷完個帝之後，佢乜都冇做到。And I love how he's keeping up the pressure on the Muslims' base right now. He knows that if the Muslim is able to get the upgrades, if the Muslim is allowed to move out of his base, then he can knock out Beastie before Beastie can get his own upgrades. 哎呀，真係點都成啲兵控得麻麻地，不過好彩後面仲有一波嘅。清，我覺得一定要清咗呢一波嘢，唔可以俾佢翻屋企嘅。衝啊！但係佢又唔敢跟啊，真係，唉，有支塔喺度頂住。但係你俾佢翻咗屋企嘅話，好賺喎，即係咁樣白白俾佢走咗。Beastie now hitting Imperial, and you can see straight away going for those elite upgrades. In fact, we've got elite upgrades coming through for. Actually, no, it is just Beastie Cutie. We're just. 哇！真係偷雞插個寶先。Going to be coming up for Muslim on the front side of his base. If we take a look, can we take a look at Muslim's POV? I want to take a look exactly what his line of sight is right now. 經濟，不過人哋5遺跡啊，我覺得英國少少蝕底。田升咗未啊？有冇黃金？有啦有啦。大後期咧，可能係英國着數啲嘅，但係要勾到大後期先得。And it didn't start because the knights had to be produced first. So you see, he's yet to grab those upgrades. Now grabbing network of citadels though, but the timing of those upgrades is going to be comparable to Beastie. 咁啊，縮埋一嚿，死都唔出門口。咁啊，出面聖地仲有7分40幾秒。85對84村，兩邊村民差唔多。不過後期咧，蒙古你冇得插塔，唔係冇得插城堡啦。即係你打陣地戰點都蝕底啲。同埋英國咧不斷喺度免費送緊兵俾佢，即係巨頭啊嗰啲乜鬼嘢。我覺得英國要加一個 TC 先咯，如果可以嘅話，因為佢村民死得多得滯。同埋你明知人哋係咁樣衝入嚟殺村咧，即係最好就係即係自己出村嗰個速度可以彌補翻人哋殺你村嗰個速度。
He actually takes a little bit longer to get his upgrades. Beastie just immediately clicking
同
on them as soon as he
即係可以順便
But
俾個 TC 去保住啲村民都得。
account has now actually dipped below Beastie Cutie. So we've got
不過唔緊要，暫時英國小優勢，
favor of Beastie Cutie here because don't forget he's also got
即係填重起咗上嚟啦已經。
in his possession.
And the step it out.
而且蒙古真係冇保，有啲事。
That is true.
So
Yeah, step it out. Going to be throwing out a lot of extra resources.
咁啊，暫時仲穩住正面先嘅。咁如果當正面俾呢個英國穩住咗嘅時候咧，佢開始分兵咧，咁蒙古就超痛苦噶啦。咁所以你見到點解 Beastie 咧，佢一直喺正面俾壓力，
pumping out as much army as he can.
佢唔可以俾英國咧有一個空閒嘅時間分兵嘅，即係如果唔係嘅話，佢自己冇牆冇城堡啊，即係
The death ball.
即係到時就成個地圖係咁走嚟走去啦要。
But he's yet.
哇！呢
In fact, army numbers are looking
個
quite.
死啊！呢個控兵失誤嚟噶。
Oh, those crossbows, you could see.
呢個失誤就有啲尷尬啦，咁樣死咗10幾隻兵。
Bombards coming out for Beastie Cutie. Incendiary arrows coming out on both sides of the field here, so both players are looking to
睇下先啊，加個火炮。
when it comes to the arrows, but Demuslim going to be capping this sacred site in the center. That was a 6-minute and
呢個時候有啲難講啊，唔知邊個贏邊個輸。
gone now.
我覺得英國少優勢喎，點解你會覺得英國輸咧？
Reassess the situation.
雖然咧蒙古佢有遺跡啊，即係聖地都齊嘅，但係
Trenches being built.
英國最強勢就喺後期喎。
Indeed, and you see that we now have cannon emplacements coming in on those towers, and this is where they're really getting dangerous because that.
因為佢啲巨頭係免費喎，即係我唔知大家知唔知啊？佢嗰個帝王地標咧係送
It's a very
好似20人口嘅兵咁滯啊，即係
those Vanguard army.
巨頭免費㗎啦，騎兵免費㗎啦，長槍啦、步兵都係免費嘅，即係每隻兵送一隻俾你，全部免費。
We have a detachment of knights on the left side though, could be getting.
咁所以咧，佢係唔需要話真係太擔心自己冇黃金出攻城單位嘅。
Don't disturb him.
What are you
睇下先啊，
sneaky villager trying to
咁呢幾個巨頭全部都係免費出㗎。
little guy? He's going to get dealt with the
我覺得蒙古有啲濕滯嘅，佢冇得起城堡咧，你只要有一波打輸咗咧，你冇一個緩衝位嘅，
Yeah, that likely is the fate.
久守必失。喺英國度唔 work 㗎喎，
Far left corner.
即係英國就係一個超強勢死守嘅文明。
That left-hand side wants to cap that sacred side because obviously
咁啊，火箭都升完啦，咁啊，剩低就石牆都圍埋啦，見到
by having at least a couple of sacred side under
就係呢個係蒙古做唔到，因為蒙古冇得圍牆，
Ringo tower fire.
死圍爛圍啊！呢個時候，
Through this corner as well because there's so many towers in.
哇！呢度周圍都係塔。
Yeah, there is a lot of outposts coming up for Beastie Cutie. He knows how to play his Mongols, that is for sure. And that's one of the beautiful things about them.
即係你要諗下咧，就係英國嘅田同埋黃金都係咁免費出嚟嘅，咁然之後佢仲有免費嘅巨頭係咁狂出，
Villages to stone. No, you've always got stone in the back.
佢甚至係有機會咧唔需要太多外面嘅資源嘅，佢淨係縮喺屋企。
Now, another raid going to be coming through in the base of Demuslim. He's on 89.
咁啊，人口係182對166嘅，見到咁啊，部隊數係94對63嘅。
Muslim struggling with this.
睇下先啊，呢一波其實盡量唔打嘅，因為對面咁多老兵，
Crossbows.
咁啊送咗一波兵。咁啊呢度有一個缺口啦，但係問題唔大嘅，因為佢都未喺呢度採資源，
Continue to have a bit of a gap in this wall, unfortunately.
真係一大堆兵，但係佢好似又唔知
To his base, the
佢想攻又唔知向邊邊行。
growing as a concern for him because you see
咁啊出邊嗰個聖地停咗之後咧，你見到個英國咧都係唔係好想出門口啊。
and he's dropping those towers all across the map, stripping the map barren of resources like he did.
其實英國喺後期打陣地戰好勁嘅，佢啲攻城單位免費，即係你就算使一堆兵出去同佢換啦，
The Muslim.
佢轉眼間有一堆巨頭出嚟，
So that could be a great response to this, but at some point the Muslim is going to have to start moving out of his
就
base.
繼續圍牆。
He can't sit back forever like he did in game number 1.
We saw an outpost in that position at the 4th minute. We see an outpost.
睇下先啊，又重新計個數啦。呢個時候10分鐘。
A position that has been targeted multiple times, but now the Muslim once again going to be attacked on this front side. You can see the villagers going to be going down. It
真係
looks
要
like
打穩陣啲啊！
plenty of crossbows out. No hand cannon is
即係英國咧唔需要太急㗎，佢只需要慢慢推出去就得㗎啦。
plenty.
即係蒙古遲早冇錢㗎。
But that's exactly what he needs to be doing. He needs to be gaining line of sight and establishing control with his trebuchets. And they're getting pretty high in number. He's got 5 trebuchets out. Once you get to
慢慢
6,
推，慢慢推。
pretty cool number.
咁啊 Beastie 咧係分咗一波馬去截住人哋起牆啦。咁啊，另外就係
These Mongol bombers
即係準備衝入去人哋屋企嘅啦又。
speedier than the standard.
睇下先，正面多唔多兵啊？正面好似唔係好多兵，
Indeed they are. And of course shattering
有老兵同埋有一個戰塔啫。
plumbed up groups of infantry.
睇下先啊，佢好似見到 Beastie 衝入去佢屋企嘅，所以佢將啲兵調咗翻轉頭去守啊，諗住。 但係就呢度有兵準備啦已經，不過呢度好多馬。睇先正面點啊？咁你見到啦 ，Beastie 咧佢係唔想打正面嘅，咁啊不斷喺度遊街。咁但係完全唔緊要啊，因為點解咧？因為英國呢個時候有101部隊啊，所以佢分兵咧肯定係容易過呢個蒙古，即係兵多，村民少。睇下先啊，呢幾個火炮，好似正面冇咩兵處理呢堆嘢添，就係攞巨頭拎嚟掟火炮啊！你見到，但係掟唔中啊！咁啊，冇咗個城堡啫，唔緊要。插一個堡。哎呀，呢度終於嚟啦，見到。咁啊 ，Beastie 咧亦都係分咗2個村民咧去，應該係插塔嘅，準備遊。點都成佢其實佢需要右邊啲勢頭去起堡啊！睇下先啊，呢度哦，左手邊都有 ，OK。即係只要有堡咧，蒙古就好麻煩嘅，因為佢要諗辦法處理你個城堡咧，佢又要分兵。咁啊，反而英國唔使太麻煩。睇下先啊，快啲拆咗呢個塔先。哇！呢度又鼠入嚟。咁啊，俾佢偷雞入咗嚟添。咁啊，圍牆圍得唔好。正面啦，咁啊3個火炮。點解仲有長槍兵嘅居然？唔係啊，英國就係龜嘅啫嘛呢個時候，但係睇下佢龜唔龜到咯，佢龜唔到啊龜唔到咪輸咯。尷尬啊呢個時候。冇啊，真係漏洞太多啊！玩英國玩得唔夠賤啊！即係簡單講。冇啊，咁樣打輸咗啦已經。咁啊，俾人斷咗黃金啦。咁啊，左邊又有漏洞，然之後上面又有漏洞。咁啊，出邊仲有個聖地要你去停啊！It is not a good position for him to be in. He is struggling to make ends meet over on that north side of the map.
Yeah, he's struggling big time. And the thing is that enclosures give you a very nice trickle of gold, but it's not compared to, as you said, step it out with 40 villagers or something. So
即係唔係靠手唔掂㗎？你有冇睇過 Beastie 打 Viper？Beastie 成場就喺度同人哋轉圈。即係英國就係要靠佢無限嗰個黃金資源咧，同人哋慢慢換兵噶嘛。但係點都嫌佢圍一邊唔圍一邊，咁然之後基本上佢周圍都係漏洞咧，咁俾人穿咗一波馬入去，然之後已經屋企亂晒啦。即係兵多都冇用呢個時候。即係出唔到門口，你見到佢103兵全部喺屋企嘅，出唔到門口。即係有啲時候咧，唔係佢想歸唔歸嘅，即係佢連手都有問題嘅，出唔到去。你夾硬衝出去嘅話咧，你屋企就殘廢㗎啦，全部嘢都。
Yeah, he's looking very healthy, and finally the Muslim is going to decap that sacred site. But obviously, Beast is going to be more than happy that he was
蹦啊！有啲咩啊？呢個時候英國106兵，咁啊好彩咧就係永遠都有20隻兵係免費送嘅。
His eco is not looking good, even with the English farming. And as you said, Beast has got
村民太少啊，所以點解我話要加 TC 一開始？一開始唔加 TC 嘅話，你村民你俾人殺咁少少，你又要即係兩隻咁樣起啊！啲兵咧，佢啲兵喺邊啊？110幾隻兵，你分咗啲兵去咗邊啊？點解117隻兵，但係好似冇兵喺度守緊咁嘅？ 後期打亂咗啊，俾人。啲兵啊！120隻兵喎，你去咗邊啊？個畫面度喺正面唔喐。124隻兵啦已經，正面係打贏嘅，肯定英國呢個時候。你咁 Q 多兵，你有冇可能打輸？但係佢屋企有啲亂得滯。哇！呢個幾多個巨頭？7個，7個巨頭啊！睇下先啊！呢個時候咧拆咗啲塔咧，就啲工兵可以直接向前 A 嘅。但係問題咧就係巨頭拆啲嘢又拆得慢，死唔去，真係神奇，死唔去啊！居然103兵仲有。如果佢早少少加 TC 咧，佢冇死啊，即係佢就算死啲村都好咧，佢可以補翻嚟啊。但係依家2 TC 真係補唔到啊。但係正面又打贏咗。你睇下英國幾勁，真係咁殘廢都死唔去。佢大把食物啦，佢就係加個 TC 狂出村民啫嘛，即係好簡單嘅事嘅。但係就佢可能冇呢個意識做呢樣嘢。即係一時間打到後期諗唔起呢啲都有機會，咁樣就冇計。即係4000幾食物。
Very brutal, and it just goes to show the strength of Beastie in the late game. He's getting all of the upgrades. You can see it coming through. Beastie actually only getting melee armor right now. It is, you know, we're talking about late upgrades with that shattering projectiles coming through.
有啲慘。
But Beastie Cutie actually only getting level 1 of that melee armor right now. But he's got 10 bombards out. This is something that we've seen.
城堡太少，城堡少，石頭又少，石牆又少啊！即係右邊上面全部都係木牆嚟啊！即係全部都係漏洞嚟。但係正面應該可以打贏嘅又係。哇！正面可以打贏嘅。睇下先啊 ，Beastie 應該係控錯兵定乜嘢啊？送咗一波老兵。哦，轉馬，所以佢送兵。
I think he just intentionally suicided all his crossbows in that battle because he's running towards like 50 longbows with his crossbows. And if you take a look at the overall military numbers now for Beastie, he's switching into Lancers. He's down, or he's up to 24 Lancers now. I'm fairly certain he just throw away all those crossbows because he knows that he's most right now and some Lancers. So it makes sense to go for his own knights as well. And now he's
睇下先啊，呢個時候咧急轉兵嘅。即係你前面送咗一波老兵出嚟，就轉咗一波馬出嚟。即係大家唔好成日話英國唔掂啦，即係你睇下佢幾多村民，佢捱到依家40分鐘都未死，你覺得個英國佢係唔係英國唔掂，係個玩家佢玩得唔好啫。即係 Beastie 明顯就係技高一籌，但係去到呢個情況，個英國都仲未死喎。即係你諗下。即係英國，即係呢個國家咧，佢唔係渣嘅後期。但係冇錢啊！真係耗咗咁耐，應該都係要死。佢就算再打贏之後咧，佢村民太少啦，即係冇經濟啦之後。好啦 ，GG。
That he was down to 100 population. Beastie Cutie takes game number 4 here, and with that moves on to match point, increases his win rate even further with the Mongols moving on to 12-1.
Yeah, very impressive stuff there from Beastie Cutie. Sorry.
不過咧，佢封建嗰陣咧，俾人塔攻嗰度咧，其實都搞亂咗好多啊。即係呢個佢應該係冇預計人哋會走去塔攻佢，即係通常咧玩開。AOE4 你會知道咧，就係塔攻對英國有陣時係唔 work 嘅，但係啱啱嗰個情況咧就即係有啲意外。
Throughout this game, the story was that Beastie was repeatedly dropping towers left and right, harassing those villagers, moving in with the knights from the left, from the right. And I mean, The fact that he was able to control that sacred site in the far left corner,
啲重步好屈啊，重步麻麻地嘅啫喎，前期都幾勁嘅不過。
Yeah, for me it was just like the constant.
不過咧，其實咧佢應該係要佢打馬呢度都係貴嘅，我覺得可能真係出步兵會好啲。
He wasn't just tower rushing, he was just
即係始終步兵咧，佢雖然要食物啦，但係佢黃金要得少。但係如果你打馬嘅話，就食物多，黃金又要得多，即係搞到自己經濟唔平衡。即係如果你淨係需要坦咧，我覺得步兵可能真係仲好。但係如果你走去打步兵嘅話咧，你冇咗控圖噶啦，之後又。即係佢啱啱前面可以守得住咧，最主要都係因為佢打馬啫嘛。如果你打步兵嘅話，人哋 Ram level 啲騎兵周圍走，你點樣追？可能死得仲快。即係如果你出步兵。人哋 Beastie 打多線，你走去打步兵，即係得個閒字嘅啫喎，即係行街，即係你係追唔到喎。同埋更加冇可能話啱啱嗰波 counter 打得咁靚，即係有多嘢，即係有因必有果。即係佢生存到依家都係因為佢打馬啫嘛。即係如果佢打步兵，可能死得仲快。At this top level makes me never want to reach the top level because he's the type of player. 同埋你步兵你又要 upgrade 科技啊！你 upgrade 科技嘅話，可能會拖慢你星帝王時代。For buildings, for villages, the army at the front, just everything. You're being attacked from everywhere, and it's so difficult to deal with. But very well played. Speaking of well played, we got ourselves a nice. 不過其實咧，啱啱咧應該要掘多啲石嘅，即係周圍都係城堡嘅話仲好啦。因為人哋星帝慢過你噶嘛，你多少少寶，咁你至少唔怕俾人係咁搞你先。
It's a very old school pick for Altai. I remember when we started using Altai in tournaments, I think Genesis didn't have Altai because I was mostly focused around the slower maps. And when
係啊，我哋上帝視角，所以即係得個大家都係得個 up 字，即係冇計。
The ability to just go for that good old-fashioned French two-town center boom, but there's a different aspect of looking at this one, and that could be professional.
唔係長弓咧，佢升埋火箭之後，佢拎嚟打攻城單位噶啦，同埋可能人哋會出火槍兵之類，即係佢都要有啲兵打，同埋長弓兵都係蝦老兵噶嘛，即係最緊要就係佢唔要黃金，即係呢隻嘢。
Could capitalize on the board, and this is one of those maps where you can essentially guarantee for yourself that the board that you're going to take is
即係唔使黃金就係抵玩啊！即係唔理佢戰鬥力係咪真係超勁先，即係唔使黃金叫我幫你頂一陣間。
Now all of a sudden there is a lot more wood on the map, which is a very welcome addition because it used to be that you got the two forests and then occasionally there'd be a third forest that spawns in the middle or on the edge or something like that. But this map it is now fixed up.
唔係前期要縮嘅，但係中期佢想出去都出唔到噶啦，因為周圍都係塔。大家唔好太睇小蒙古嗰個老炮台，好似係一戰一隻工兵，兩炮一個騎兵啊！即係嗰個塔升級完之後，你如果冇咩攻城單位咧，你衝出去嘅話咧。即係得個即係俾人任肥嘅啫。人哋升級即係要少少石頭啊！即係，但係你拆佢支塔你要好多成本。Which is technically a nerf to the Rus as well because there's 2 less deer on the map for them to kill.
Yeah, that is indeed a bit of an indirect nerf to the Rus. We got 3 minutes left to go here. Neither the French nor
可能要一齊跟住打火炮啦，或者我都唔知。即係佢淨係靠呢個免費巨頭啊，因為佢冇錢啊嘛，即係呢個都冇計。
Funnily enough, the most successful civilization winning on Altai throughout Golden League，
即係出到馬出到老兵就出唔到攻城單位，佢全部攻城單位咧都係靠嗰個地邊免費送嘅，即係8個巨頭、10個巨頭，全部都係免費送。
It's typically going to favor a more defensive civilization. That's why you do normally see those big, China, English, those types of civilizations. Mongols though, interesting.
又或者佢唔應該咁快升帝咯，即係寧願衝出去搶下資源先，即係爆下兵。即係上帝反而令到佢更加打得被動啲。
They don't mind staying in feudal either. The French usually stay in feudal a little longer, but the Rus, they could just go for that death ball of infinite archers and spearmen, and that could be difficult for French to deal with.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see 2 town centers.
3比1啊，唔緊要，盡快完場更加好，即係睇下快爬。睇下先啊，法國、羅斯，咁啊，法國依家係超級強勢。
Players typically, when they're placing their second town center, it's going to go on their primary hunt. For the Muslim, he's going to be looking to take that primary hunt. I suspect as the French quite early in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we see
5遺跡，你阻唔到人噶，同埋啱啱嗰5個遺跡唔係，即係唔係佢放俾人啊，係佢唔夠人哋多兵啊。即係你諗下，人哋蒙古周圍都係塔嘅，咁然之後人哋嘅馬係買1送1嘅，咁最緊要就係咩咧？佢黃金係1.5倍嘅，佢爆馬一定多過你。你點樣同人哋搶遺跡嘅？冇得搶。你想阻止都阻唔到。即係蒙古最勁就係嗰個 timing 啫嘛，一開始。所以你想阻都阻唔到。同埋有幾個遺跡咧係真係喺咁啱喺啲背脊位咁啱行過，即係佢望唔到。遺跡好似係1分鐘100啊嘛，係嘛？我冇記錯。1分鐘100啊，咁佢啱啱係好似係15分鐘定唔知10，即係差唔多20分鐘左右就搶齊啦已經。咁啊，啱啱完場咗真係40分鐘啦，咁所以有20分鐘時間攞金嘅。嗰度都差唔多幾多金啊
？Yeah, it's basically
可能有1萬黃金都未定。即係臨尾完場嗰陣咧，佢靠遺跡應該至少攞1萬幾黃金。未計聖地喎，佢啱啱仲有3個聖地攞錢。其實最傷一定係封建嗰陣咯，因為封建插塔嗰度咧，真係搞咗英國好多嘢。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 5 of your series in Golden League. We are here in Elite.
所以其實蒙古個經濟超好啊，但係即係英國捱咗好耐都可以。即係你諗下，如果前面冇咁嘅優勢，即係個英國即係會點樣發展，真係好難估計。聖地好似都係1分鐘100，我唔知有冇記錯。但係佢好似有得升級嘅，有啲科技。我唔知蒙古有冇。如果冇嘅話，你當佢100咯，都係大約。所以應該都唔止萬幾金啊！即係個蒙古係多勁多錢。
Is picked and they're technically like meant to be the second player. Can we get them in the first player slot instead? That way they're playing as the blue color.
睇下先啊，呢個 out 題嚟嘅喎，好似。
Confuse the brain because the brain you can't handle a lot of information.
羅斯打法國。
He can handle complex calculations, but you give something a red flag and a blue color, and we got problems.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
睇下先啊，隻豬嘅位置。羅斯應該比較難食到嘅呢啲豬。
Maybe we can do an amendment. Yeah, it's going to cost you though. It's going to cost you. But let's take a look. I want to have a look at the Muslim's base. I want to see if he's actually on the hunt or whether he's just going to be under the town center on sheep. It's obviously an option to go onto those hunt nice and early. It doesn't look like he's taken that option though.
睇下先，4斥候啊，直頭。
Town center and not opening with an early mill either. Something we have seen French players do is opt for an early wheelbarrow. Not going to be the case here. I'm curious to see whether we are going to be seeing an early second town center. center out of him. But
睇下先嚇，點解 Demolition 佢冇升？啊唔係喎，冇嘢。我應該係話 Beastie 點解冇升到呢個續輪嘅居然？
Something that happens very commonly against the Rus as well as for the Rus. You like to be a little bit more greedy out on the map, don't you?
Yeah, you have to go for those hunts, especially now that you have 2 different patches that you have to find for each player when it comes to the secondary hunt.
羅斯冇升續輪係打咩招啊？等於
have sufficient sheep under your town center. You see, the Muslim has to send out villagers to those berries, but he's doing so without a mill, and those villagers have.
會唔會係買 TC 啊？即係買石頭。即係你唯一需要咁多黃金，你又唔想升手推車，你就係想攞啲黃金拎嚟買石頭啊？
Then that allows beasts to just pick up the sheep from the middle and
等陣先，佢俾人 delay 咗，唔係deny 咗好多打獵嘅資源啊！點解得230咁少啊？平時喺呢個時候咧，啲人通常都打到250、260，咁啊啱啱好可以過咗第二層。
gets officially supported, then we'll see it coming through. But until then,
點解遠程食鹿嘅呢度係咪啊
？Actually true. And speaking of
Beastie 係咪開局失誤嚟㗎？呢個我真係，我覺得好奇怪喎！佢依家又升翻個手推車。 即係差唔多4分鐘先至起個金門。佢呢個係咪開局失誤嚟嘅？中間唔夠羊啊，好似。
Yeah, no second town center for him indeed. He did rush that fuelage quite a bit, as you pointed out. He just stuck around on sheep, didn't even move out towards the hunt himself. Whereas on the other side, for Beastie, he does have
金門咁啊，依然係升咗手推車啦。咁但係咧就升級好明顯係慢咗好多啊，對比起平時。哇，4個即刻搞人黃金。 但係法國唔會太緊張嘅喺呢個時候。咁啊，升完封建之後可以出隻玉馬啦，即係又或者金馬啦，即係趕走嘅就得噶啦。咁通常如果你冇黃金咧，你唔會出金馬啦，你出隻玉馬就得噶啦都。咁啊，基本上可以趕走啲斥候噶啦。咁啊，然之後咧就睇下羅斯嗰邊咧係木材相對比較多嘅，但係咧就佢前面嗰個豬肯定食唔到嘅，佢可能佢走位應該係食側邊嗰隻，但係呢個距離有啲遠。呢個距離有啲遠，佢咁樣行過都要蝕呢個採集時間。
Yeah, it feels very similar. Oh, that scout could be.
頭先係玉馬嚟到啦。
Yeah, it's very similar to what we have seen from the Muslim in game number 1, where he went for the board that was.
咁喺呢個時候咧，Beastie 咧係換你血嘅，因為斥候係可以回血嘅。咁所以咧，佢換你玉馬嘅血咧係好賺嘅。所以你見佢喺度留低同人鬥劈。 Making it difficult for him to pressure. And if you look at the other boar spot, that would have been very risky for Beast. 咁啊，都係照食豬。
Boar is almost right next to the base of the Muslim.
Yeah, well, that's a great invitation.
同埋呢個位可能人哋唔會特別去搞你添，即係咁鬼遠。
Really put the pressure on, but the Muslim now going to be gathering up stone, so he's going to be thinking about dropping down a second town center. We can see he's got 6 villages on there already, so he is intent on getting this bad boy.
咁啊，法國掘緊石啦，咁啊之後咧就應該係雙 TC 嘅。咁羅斯如果要一齊去開 TC 咧，咁好容易嘅啫，咁基本上買石頭就得噶啦。
He knows that there is a school of cavalry out there. Okay, there is the wooden fortress. Gotta love that. Right. He needs it. I feel like you can't.
咁啊，食豬。
With just having those undefended villagers out there against the French. If ever a single knight goes down to that southern part and you don't have a tower, you lose 8 villages. 同埋依家個圖好似闊咗好多，即係佢唔係好似以前咁樣咧，即係幾個建築物就得住晒啲位，即係中間空曠咗好多依家。
When it comes to somebody trying to sneak a boar in the bottom side of the map, he's definitely going to make sure that it is he's able to keep up with it. But Beastie's starting to run out of food underneath.
其實法國可以食自己門口嗰啲豬喎，同埋嗰邊又有鹿喎，可以開個 TC 添喎，即係如果要開嘅話。不過會唔會太貪心咧？咁出？哦，佢喺後邊。
So he's going to be dropping it down. Look at the position that he's got up here, up towards the north of his base. So on the berries.
係啊，有 果啦，有鹿啦，同埋有幾棵樹，不過可以略略唔計。係咁啊，佢咧好似係避免吸住自己啲鹿啊，咁啊移咗一格。
And you still do touch that hunt, and you do have the berries over there, so it's probably your best bet. Maybe on the left side it could have been an option because his primary hunt is untouched, but I guess he's just going to mill that, and he wants to spread his base out a little bit. Gotta love these
圍牆啊！
by Beastie though, because he's respecting the fact that his opponent's got some knights over there, and for a brief moment, Vodka has shown us that
唔係喎，佢直接升城喎。
Golden Gate. So
咁啊，食物多可以賣咗去轉黃金，咁然之後升城堡，
and then I guess
但係又係執遺跡啊！
follow up with the second town center.
唔係咁樣嘅話，唔係法國賺啲嘅咩？
seems to be the right approach from here. It's interesting to me to watch the Muslim because he
睇下先啊，呢個圖咧，如果要阻止人執遺跡啊，你上面圍一圍埲牆都夠噶啦，已經。咁基本上可以確保自己法國有2粒啦，因為佢 TC 隔離已經有1粒噶啦。
He's afraid that
咁你圍一圍上面嘅話，可以係阻止人哋執上面嗰粒啦。咁基本上確保有2粒嘅話咧，咁就人哋執遺跡唔會有咩優勢。
them in and then forcing the Muslim to push, right? So you gotta respect Beast's
但係睇下佢望唔望到先，呢幾埲牆阻止咗個視野嘅，可能睇唔到嗰個地標。
responding to that.
Yeah, very interesting play from him. Now behind this,
即係正常你見到人哋即係自己法國雙 TC 啊，你預計你個螺絲，
play a very heavy feudal age.
即係你留意下佢嗰個升級時間啦嚇。總之，佢如果升級時間唔係太快嘅話咧，咁通常都係雙 TC 嘅。
And the question is, what direction does Beastie Cutie go?
即係只能夠睇時間。如果你唔知道對面做咩，又探唔到嘅話，
Horse archers being the flavor of the week, it seems. They were the flavor of the week
頭先要打馬弓喎。
months ago, really. But they're making their way back in, aren't they?
Yeah, they are making their way back, that's for sure. Looks like we're gonna have multiple towers.
頭先啊，周圍插塔，當自己蒙古咁玩啊！
Central area. He's understanding the fact that he's not gonna have a ton of army on the battlefield, and Beastie he could go for like double, triple archer ranges, get some horse archers out, and start picking off those villagers. We have seen how the Muslim did that to
頭先啊，嗱咁啊見到人哋咧9分鐘升城啊，咁基本上係單 TC 啦，9成。
and exploiting their mobility to pick off a couple of villagers in early castle.
Yeah, that could be something he looks to do. We'll have to see how he plays because he's got to be adding in the 3rd archery range now. So he is definitely intent on going into the horse archers. So we are seeing a resurgence right now of horse archers.
係嗱，圍牆啦，但係就喂，我冇預計你圍得咁貪心噶喎，我淨係諗住咧，佢圍住自己上面嗰個遺跡就算啊，我冇諗到佢貪心到要圍埋人哋嗰邊。呢個我唔知佢圍唔圍得切咧咁樣。同埋你咁樣圍咧，你都係俾人執到上面嗰個遺跡啊，即係。 唔知有冇用啊咁樣，即係反而唔係太貪心嗰種圍啦，你圍住自己上面嗰2個遺跡啊，咁人哋就攞唔到噶啦。
Geez, that's so
Yeah, that
close, isn't it?
shouldn't be traversable. This being said, we have seen some wacky scenarios.
睇下先啊，咁啊攞幾隻馬嚟牽制住對面先 ，OK 啊，
It's better to be safe than sorry for the Muslim.
即係等人哋咧唔好咁自由衝出去執嘢。
Looks like it's going to be a castle option for him. Not going to be looking to stick around.
咁啊，然之後升城堡時代，哇，都升得幾鬼快啊！
I am not surprised to see this. We've been seeing a lot of this coming out.
哇，
And you got to be
又起呢個地標
these royal institutes. I played up
，20% 平價，
I underestimated the knights. I'm like, yeah, I can do fine. I'm fine. I've got like 50 spears.
即
You
係
think 50
300幾血嘅騎兵。
Not against, you know, when you're talking 25, 30 royal knights that have got their upgrades, you know, their royal bloodline upgrades. That is a lot of damage that they are going to be doing. They've got so much health, they just survive everything.
咁啊，有啲意思。
Possibly. I mean, I'm hoping that you at least didn't forget your spearman upgrades because that could influence the outcome of
咁樣嘅話咧，如果人哋打馬弓咧，會唔會話
sturdy.
即係拉成世都射唔死你啲馬啊？即係
And to stand and
即係升完個血嘅科技。
But if it takes so many arrows to deal with those knights, at
頭先呢個圖咁多資源嘅，真係食完又有，食完又有。
right? It's like
一陣間佢下面仲有鹿同埋果同埋蛇啊，即係可以搬落下面食嘅，即係有排都唔使種田。
you will have to retreat all the way back into your base, and that's where the knights will just split up and start killing your eco. So
啊，先話個右邊已經開始喺度圍牆啦，即係圍牆大戰。
this could be a quite high upside play.
你睇，你咁樣圍，人哋都係照執遺跡喎，真係蠢咗啊！佢呢
A
個。
lot of potency. And he's looking
即係如果你啱啱咧先圍咗近少少嗰啲咧，反而人哋執唔到上面嗰個遺
you
跡
want。to stand and fight, you want to be running and kiting.
睇下先啊，呢個要4村啦，幾多隻？一隻，依家2隻。
outpost is able to get up and
3隻、
decides to just
4隻、5隻、
say, you know what? I'll see how many villages I manage to keep
6
alive.
隻。
Looks like 5 or 6 villages going to be going down there.
哇！呢
So
度有啲蝕啊，
windfall coming in for BCQ.
6隻穿。
Able to keep that villager count down to
幫我換一堆馬弓都幾抵，
too bad considering there's a whole bunch of relics being brought in now for BCQD as well.
換一堆馬弓好似又唔錯。即係馬弓有陣時都要睇數量嘅，即係如果你俾人咁樣耗咗一波嘢，唔係喎，佢呢度馬弓打一陣間就轉咗兵喎。
And with him having 3, potentially more than that in terms of relics.
係喎，呢啲騎兵超正啊，真係。
Second town center, his eco is going to be really good. So the
即係呢波馬弓冇用噶啦，佢出咗少少就唔出啦已經。
at some point, the Muslim is going
咁啊轉咗老兵啦直頭。
Royal Knights with the Royal Bloodlines.
咁然之後咧就應該係加長槍兵啦。
What do I do against that? And BC
咁啊老兵加長槍啊，咁啊2隻兵克你1隻騎兵，即係點打都4個啊！
BC to be going into this probably has he's
睇下先係3遺跡，下面仲有1粒啊！哎呀，佢呢個圍牆失誤咧，即係貪得滯咧，阻唔到上面嗰粒咧，有啲蝕。佢本身我預計佢應該係至少攞到2個。
is the option of
但係呢堆村民冇嘢做喎，
because you have access to crossbow stirrups in age 3.
要揾個位伐木啊！
That is going to be that upgrade that
其實應該劈去掘石可能仲好啊，真係分少少去掘石。
the time it takes between attacks for those crossbows. So they're going to be doing a little bit higher.
即係依家呢個版本咧，你有2 TC 你經濟 OK 啦。你如果唔係俾人搶到太多遺跡嘅話咧，你掘個石即係起個堡嘅話咧，咁基本上你穩住你雙 TC 嗰個經濟就即係可以慢慢玩啦，至少。
That's a misclick or a wrong hotkey or something because I just don't see him using siege engineering directly. I mean, he might be thinking about cleaning up those towers or trying to break through these walls, but no, these walls are open. I don't understand that siege engineering from Beastie.
Yeah,
I
I'm
see,
not too sure exactly either. But I guess it could make
咁啊，掘石啦，終於
one of the things I have seen
200幾石暫時。咁啊，慢慢掘啦，唔需要一口氣掘到1000嘅，即係慢慢掘，掘到800、1000左右起個堡。
so he's going to have an excess of wood.
同埋呢個堡咧，唔一定係起得進取嘅，你可以係起喺屋企啦，然之後即係圍啲馬房落去爆兵。唔係，佢應該攞咗4粒咯。佢有1粒咧就太近呢個法國嘅基地啦，即係如果咁都攞到，真係應該即係要驗一驗眼啊！Dem Muslim。係先啊！終於全科技升級，你見到法國咁啊？法國啲經濟超平嘅，啲升級，哇！仲加 TC 啊！
Yeah, the Muslim is trying
有啲變態，
at the same
佢呢個，
for a pretty massive
佢唔知係咪覺得啦嚇，就係 Beastie 咧打嘅打法咧係即係比較防守啲嘅。
he's going to be able to disengage.
咁啊，既然係咁咧，就加個 TC， 大家一齊守咧，就多 TC 比較着數啲。
Surprising that Beastie
等先，呢個衝撞車係咩意思啊？
resources to upgrading those
佢
Royal
係
Knights.
中間有塔咩？
Otherwise expensive upgrades. Even with the Royal Institute, some of those upgrades are
俾
pretty
衝撞車，
expensive.
咁樣又嘥一筆錢。
Town center. So you got to wonder if he's just going to use
呢
this
一波可能法國贏咧，真係就咁睇，
game.
睇個牌面上面經濟幾好。
Or he's going
即係雖然人哋有遺跡啊，但係今次法國出村又快脆，仲要3 TC 喎。
response from your enemy, doesn't it? One of the things to remember, like as soon as you see that, you
睇下先，遺跡多得滯啊，要起多個修道院。
cavalry. So I've immediately got to react. And we saw
3
BCQ
TC
straight away go for veteran spearmen and
係咁加 TC 嘅，真係任你殺呢個時候。
so that forced
最緊要係插一個堡啊！依家最緊要，
out here for BCQD. So
即係呢個時候咧，你可能兵唔係太多啊，但係最緊要係一個堡。
definitely playing it very smart.
你只要有城堡嘅話，你就唔使死嘅。
With that third town center, it's really going to enable
依家500幾石，仲爭咁啲啊！但係呢個地圖咧唔算大㗎，即係你睇行過去就見到㗎啦，即係大家見面㗎啦。
6 town centers.
見唔見啊？拖村民掘石啊！見唔見佢一大堆村民去掘石？
going to skyrocket very soon. One thing that's a little annoying for the Muslims.
咁啊，前面有10個8個掘緊石嘅，咁之後咧就再拖多10個過去掘石。
have the upgrades in cost.
佢呢個時候好需要石頭。
That's not going to have a major impact as compared to having a
嚟啦，起堡啊！起邊個位？我覺得保守啲 OK 啊，即係如果起堡嘅話，
Royal Institute.
900幾石啊呢度。
Get that because you want to be aggressive in cost.
即係因為咧，你起個堡咧，你係需要佢嗰個減價，你唔係真係要搶一個好靚嘅位啊！
Is actually thinking about just going full
即係你減價，你先有得爆兵嘅。
having that eco
佢起咗一邊有個堡，
trying to play the late game,
佢
trying to
洗咗啲石頭唔知去咗邊啊！喂，佢消失嘅城堡，
one point, potentially timing it in a way that Beastie is
城
going
堡
up to Imperial.
係啊，嚟個減價都好，即係呢個位算唔算進取啊？
would actually be a total play. If you're just sitting there massing up knights, Beastie not really.
暫時經濟唔錯啊，90幾村民，即係唯一就係睇下點樣爆兵法啦。佢應該爆肉馬噶啦，如果人哋咁多老兵係嘛？即係肉馬加工兵咯，即係睇下先啊，呢度殺一堆村民 ，nice。拖呢個城堡。如果經濟咁大優勢都輸嘅，真係唔知咩事。法國依家經濟幾好，真係唯獨是係要諗下爆咩兵咁解。但係佢木材係左手邊嗰一帶，佢都要揾兵保護喎。即係全部都係馬房嚟，點解唔加射戰場？打馬打到底啊！睇先，真係好似打馬打到底喎。佢出嚟出去都係馬嚟㗎，呢個時候。佢冇射戰場喎，佢全部都係馬嚟。
He's getting double broadaxe as well as the specialized pick that are going to be coming through. Still yet to grab fertilization for the.
仲要全部都係黃金兵。
Three town centers going to be looking good. He's beginning to transition over towards farms as well. 18 minutes, so pretty decent timing on that farm.
科技應該升齊啦，就係爭數量唔係好夠。
I think that is exactly what the Muslim is hoping for. You see, he's massing knights. Beasties, or the Muslim rather, is floating quite a lot of food, but he doesn't have the gold for Imperial. And I
先啊 Siege Workshop
，the Muslim would play this game like this. If he wants to go Imperial, I just don't see the synergy between the Royal Institute.
佢會唔會又喺度等帝王時代
It might have been just the fact that he changed his game plan on the fly, but I really get the feel that the Muslim
同埋點解佢隔離有個遺跡，佢自己都唔攞，即係
who wants to
有一粒遺跡。
the tremendous amount of resources, 3,500 resources, actually more than that, to go into Imperial. And if Beastie pulls the trigger on Imp, the Muslim is going to send in his fully upgraded.
好難講啊！雖然法國有經濟優勢，但係羅斯後期係好強勢嘅，即係毋庸置疑。即係喺度抌緊上帝王，但係 Beastie 好明顯係升得快啲嘅，應該即係黃金足夠。
Ranged attack as well, so it could be that he looks to go into archers, but it's
升帝
going
啊
to be an age 4 coming through for BC Cutie. And now these two players
真係唔打交啊！居然
at
即係唔打交嘅話，升呢個唔係起呢個地標有鬼用啊！
say if they get through to Imperial Age, that it's going to be in favor of the Rus player because they've got Streltsy, they've got all those things going for them. But
睇下先，出輕頭啊！
50 villages.
居然
Sure, he's down by 4 relics, but 50 villages is a huge amount, and he's going to be able to transition that into a meaningful amount of military. So I'm looking forward to
係嘛死龜，有啲濕滯啊！呢個時候，如果羅斯升到好低，
an elite Royal Knights come through and an immediate push, just because he's got 18 Royal Knights out already, and he's already got that bloodline upgrade.
That could be a thing as well. Like by having the
睇下
bloodline
先轉肉馬，我見佢升級肉馬啦，轉肉馬。
in Imperial,
誒、
wait for the elite upgrade, and you
經濟已經係全面發展緊㗎啦，已經。咁啊，剩低就係
pretty decent
爆兵。
those Rus siege weapons as
咁啊，仲有50人口剩啊，可以睇下爆咩兵啊，空間。
he's skipping.
咁啊，對手咧係81村啦，42部隊。
Of course,
其實係咪 Beastie 蝕咧？反而你啱啱 Beastie 咁多部隊，但係佢棟喺度唔喐，
much more massive here.
即係又唔打交又唔成。
Towers on the north with the knights. The timing on the Imperial is going to be pretty much identical. And the question is, what is Beast?
即係反而 Demolist 咩？佢得22隻兵啫嘛，即係佢點都唔同你打正面嘅，即係咁少兵。
I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing out a bombard mass just like.
咁啊，但係 Beastie 有40幾隻兵，但係都棟喺度唔打交。
We've seen him hit double digits with bombards. The Muslim going to be going up to the next age as
睇下
well.
先啊，130村啊，真係
To the college
非常好嘅經濟，有1800石頭。
And we've seen plenty of Culverin out in this series, but except they weren't from Demuslim, they were actually from Beastie Cutie. But I'm sure Demuslim would have learned a thing or two. And we see that a royal bombard going to be coming.
睇下先啊，直接出火炮。
Demuslim. Greased Axle is going to be an option for him as well, or a possibility.
咁啊，以前後期咧就冇得打嘅，因為以前後期咧呢個老炮咧佢嗰個射程太遠啦，所以基本上係屈死晒法國啲所有工程單位。
Barns on
咁但係依家咧就只係0.5架啫，
a lot. Having 4 relics with Tithe Barns
同埋好似都唔打算出添啦，係咪？有2個老炮暫時。
that became a lot more popular recently among the pros.
咁樣講，皇家嗰啲炮可能有着數啊！
You're almost guaranteed to
可能。
pick Tithe Barns in the first possible moment.
哇，139村啦已經。
The big thing there is obviously it gives you that beautiful wood trickle and stone trickle. Those two are going to be helping out a
Stone
huge amount.
especially.
Yeah.
咁啊，皇家長炮
walling up through that late game, going to be giving you a constant trickle. But still, I will note that the devs are still yet to fix it. It's still not giving the correct amount of stone. I'm sure they'll get it next patch though. Don't worry.
不過呢個圖好難打多線，你睇下，真係周圍都係牆嚟嘅。
To give the appropriate resources and the tooltip is wrong, or the tooltip is right and it's just not giving the sufficient amount of resources.
頭先又加個寶。
Elite Royal Knight on the way. Looks like we're also gonna have some arbalete being mixed in for the Muslim, and it seems like he's just playing this slow and grindy game over here. But that's
唔知點解放慢咗好多個節奏，即係連爆兵嗰個節奏都好慢啊！睇下先啊，即係26隻兵喎，去到呢個時候都仲係，佢啲資源使咗去邊啊
？The Muslim has got through with a big villager lead. If BSTQ is able to make up the villager difference and grind this game out, then it's naturally only going to become a more
佢解放咗右邊上面嘅黃金啦，咁基本上佢可以過去掘金噶啦，差唔多。佢呢邊地形咧就黃金唔係好夠多，同埋佢唔執遺跡啊，即係有一粒都唔執。即係黃金開始唔夠用啦，有機會。咁啊，幾多啊？178人口。佢黃金唔夠啊，出唔到兵啊！依家244。睇下先，邊個衝緊火槍啊？呢個係 Beastie 啊，係嘛？死啊！如果 Beastie 咧，佢儲埋一大堆火槍咧，咁呢堆馬就好難做到啲乜嘢噶啦。同埋佢本身又有長槍兵做坦啦，咁啊又有老兵啦。係咪要打噶啦？呢個時候仲登。哇！呢個時候 Beastie 係80人口部隊嚟嘅，全部得100村民咋。喂，咁樣氹落好似法國唔係好掂啊！即係145村民，得42部隊啫喎，即係少人哋1倍喎啲兵。即係正面好明顯係唔夠打啊，肯定佢要揾位打多線，但係呢個圖太窄啦，即係你走去邊都係牆嚟嘅。如果可以嘅話咧，佢應該係要換一換人哋啲兵咧，即係盡可能係減下啲數量先啊！即係人哋92隻兵，你得40啫喎。睇下先啊，係咪？睇下先啊，掘頭路嚟啊，下面都係。尷尬啊！呢個時候有錢，但係正面唔夠打。太多村民，即係死咁啲都唔緊要嘅呢度，即係俾人肥下，掘啲金啦，即係死下村都 OK 嘅。睇下先啊，呢度咁樣打啊！太窄啊！呢個位冇啊，即係又長槍兵同火槍兵，即係又有老兵喺度。OK 啊，打攻城單位。咁啊 Beastie 有一個失誤啊呢度。睇下先啊，先執咗2個火炮先，咁啊可以減慢對面進攻嗰個速度先啦，至少。衝入去啦，但係掘頭路嚟啊！不過照衝啦，即係拉散人哋啲部隊先啦。不過呢度控唔到啊，可能。懟咗2個火炮都 OK 嘅，即係死唔去噶啦。暫時死唔去咯，應該係話。即係拖慢人哋節奏啊！即係人哋就算有老炮都好咧，人哋冇可能打。等先，佢起呢個堡有啲慢得滯。等先，得唔得啊？呢度夾硬嚟啊，保住個城堡啊！咁啊，攞啲兵 A 上去，同埋佢有錢啊，我覺得應該打嘅，至少要。村民死得有啲，其實都唔係死好多，佢應該拖多啲村過嚟起堡咯，應該。太少村民啦 d e m o s t r e 你睇下 Beastie 佢拖村一嘢10零20隻衝過嚟，拖村啊！佢啲村民俾人懟冧晒啊，所以佢呢度起唔到啊個堡。唔係要瓜嘛呢個時候。咁啊個堡應該係咪 delete 㗎？咁啊呢一波換落嚟之後咧，就正面唔夠打。人哋成拖得太慢啦，人哋成咗型啦已經啲兵。
And boom, down goes the Culverin before it even gets a shot off.
即係羅斯啲村民咧係比較有效率咧，佢唔需要太多數量嘅。咁啊，差唔多即係110幾村都已經有多噶啦，即係對於羅斯嚟講。哇！呢一波點樣處理啊？即係以前咧就有呢個輕頭啦，咁啊升級咗之後都可以打下嘅，咁但係依家冇啦已經。咁你見佢轉緊工兵同埋金馬都唔出啦，冇黃金啦，咁啊剩低就係出肉馬。人哋又插一個寶啊！即係太慢啦，佢爆兵爆得，即係人哋。所有兵成晒型，佢先至開始重新爆緊兵啊！咁你前面嗰個經濟優勢等於冇咯。睇下先衝入嚟，殺唔殺到啊？呢堆村民，唔係好多啫呢度。係唔錯唔錯，同埋呢度有啲窿窿罅罅，可能可以穿入去嘅，得唔得啊？呢度？啲村民行得真係快，我覺得逐輪喂，即係手推車呢個遲早要改弱咯，個移動速度。即係你睇下成堆馬追嗰堆村民死咗一隻就淨係，即係有啲誇張個行路嗰個速度。啊，成日3個火炮，咁啊城堡就好似。即係紙皮一樣。
That is something I would call fairly population efficient.
Incredibly population efficient. Yeah, he's just basically full Streltsy.
即係新界北交通部啊，用紙皮啊。
Do a great job of just buffering against those knights, and that's what's going to be.
紙皮都得，城堡都得，咁 condom 都得啦。哇，衝啊呢度！啊，試下呢都肉馬嚟啊，全部。咁啊，死完可以有一波啊，唔值錢嘅。咁啊，後面有工兵幫手肥，好似係咪打贏啊？呢度好似唔錯唔錯。咁啊，後面有工兵幫手輸出嘅，所以呢波馬咧可以係走噶啦。咁但係呢度2個寶喎。我唔係全職嚟啊，我呢個叫業餘。唔得啊！真係佢插唔到呢2個城堡啊！真係阻鬼住晒呢2個寶，同埋佢幫手係咁肥死晒啲兵。喂，呢度啲村民真係要死啊！即係自己送過嚟送死，俾人發現咗啦。心態崩潰，死一堆村民。睇先啊，唔係喎，原來後面有隊友啊，村民過嚟打交啊！邊個贏啊？呢度？哎呀，都係起到呢個寶，村民唔夠力啊！村民唔夠力啊！呢度一波馬可以夾硬拆呢個城堡啊，真係應該。但係為咗搶側邊個黃金有啲事。GG。咁啊，4比1。full time 冇錢賺嘅，即係喺香港，所以我唔會，即係我有工返。Beastie 冇計啊！真係，唉，太其實 Beastie 都係 top 3嘅，即係 top 3。有陣時睇落好似係 Demusim， 點解好似咁多失誤咧？即係有陣時就係佢嘅對手太勁。即係呢啲頂級嘅對決咧，就係邊個引起邊個另一個失誤咧，就係贏嘅。
Yeah, it's a massive deficit, and BCQD played that incredibly well. I'm very impressed with that late game play. Unfortunately for Muslim, the guild hall is always the safer option because if the game does go late, you're gonna have that extra resource in your back pocket. But unfortunately, it just wasn't the case today. He looked to try and make a bit of an early timing.
其實佢依家都好勁啊，不過佢對手更加勁咁解。
It just wasn't meant to be.
香港人其實又唔係話好少嘅，不過唔同種類咯，分開晒。即係你唔會話全部人都玩同一隻 game 噶嘛。即係 AOE 好似都有100幾十人啦，咁啊，然之後我唔知3啊4啊嗰啲，即係4嗰啲我都唔係好知有幾多啦依家。
His wins haven't been added. You see that this is just a placeholder for now, but he's going to move to 1-0 with the win-loss. The Muslim is moving down to 0 and 1, and of course the plus-minus will be standing at 3 and -3.
最主要係分散晒唔同，即係唔同類型咯。即係你紅警嗰啲都有人玩啩，即係 Warcraft 3嗰啲都有啩。咁啊，然之後星海爭霸又有啲啊咁樣。但係如果你話對比其他 game 咧，咁肯定係好少啊。但係依家 RTS 咧其實好多種類嘅，因為佢除咗我哋呢啲傳統啲嘅採集資源嘅，咁我哋仲有Total War 噶嘛，即係 Warhammer， 咁又有 COH 啦。即係太多種類啊！依家啲 game。
You can find the link in the about section or by typing !Surfshark in chat. As well as their incredible top of the range VPN.
Warcraft 啲人唔係打正規咯，啲人打啲咩信長嗰啲咯。
One of my favorites is that you can use unlimited devices while only paying once. So if you're wanting to surf anonymously using your PC, mobile phone, laptop, TV, or any other device, all at the same time, you can do so on just one subscription. So if you're looking to browse the internet privately and anonymously, take advantage of Surfshark's 83% discount. Purchase today and you get a 30%.
好啊，冇所謂啊，真係，唉，中意玩咩玩咩，呢個年代。
Thanks again to Surfshark.
即係香港都就快玩完。
Back to the action.
我哋維護一國嚇一國一唔係嗰句嘢點講？查下先永遠跟黨走。即係鄭重聲明啊，本人係冇參與呢個 YouTube 直播討論嘅，我唔知道大家講緊啲乜嘢，啲話題嘅含義我亦都唔知。我亦都未曾同各位觀眾喺線下有啲乜嘢聚會嚇。咁啊，特此聲明劃清界線，永遠跟黨走。我以後每次都讀一讀呢篇嘢先，即係我怕唔記得。
Can you tell us a bit more about just your background in gaming in general and how you got to this point in AOE4?
Yeah, I have a extensive gaming background, so I started.
係先啦 ，VM01 啊，即係聽黨指揮。我哋呢個咩中式步操啊？中式步操係點樣講啊？我未學過。
Top8 and finally AOE4. So. In the early days of my gaming, obviously I wasn't that competitive. It was just, team games in AOE3, moved to StarCraft 2, a little more competitive, and...
我記得仲有另一段喎，真係，冇儲低添，大鑊啊
So, how I got into AOE4, it was just basically, I had a deep RTS knowledge, so I saw the game coming, I played AOE3, and I'm like, okay, this is good
是的，長官。
something I'm interested in, and... yeah, that's pretty much my RTS background and my gaming background, those couple games.
Awesome. So a lot of people saw you as kind of a shock for the final 8 of Golden League, but the reality is you've had actually quite a solid few months heading up to this, right? I mean, you were the top 4 in the Winter Championship, which, was an incredible run. Then you got knocked out.
先，我望下先啊。咁啊，有啲咩句子要學㗎？向長官用中式敬禮喎。
So coming into this with this kind of consistent.
知道長官
How are you backing your chances?
向右轉解散，
Further making perhaps that final four. I mean, do you back yourself?
即係英文唔講得 ，Yes sir、Morning sir 嗰啲要轉做中文。
Do I back myself?
早安長官，
It's possible, yes. I
同
think
埋
it's possible.
同埋要拍手啊，要練下。
Maybe not. Maybe I don't have as good chances as Viper or Beastie,
新
but
時代
I wouldn't count myself out. No.
So, one thing that I think a lot of people are going to be asking is what it's like having your brother playing with you. Because, of course, now we've got, of the 8 players in the final 8 of the Golden League, 4 of them are brothers. So, I mean, do you see that as an advantage?
台版係喎，以前星海爭霸咧，
A brother that
佢係分
that you live with
中文版、英文版要你買，咁兩個 server 係唔共通。
in terms of elevating
然之後咧就
running as deep as you
我買咗，我當初係買中文嘅，即係然之後就全部都係普通話嚟。
It's not a coincidence for sure. I mean, when you have 2 people, especially competitive pros playing against each other, it definitely helps. It helps practice. It helps like theory, deciding what civs you want to play against. Yeah, it's definitely helped to be able to play versus my brother and.
頭先啊，咁啊 Wam 01喺度講緊咧，就同佢自己兄弟練習啊、討論啊，有啲幫助，
career cash coming in right
點都有着數過
$500 guaranteed, which
喺出邊同人練。
by any standards is a great cash for in terms of
中式步操121。
more than I think doubles your entire career earnings. In terms of how you're viewing your place in the game right now, do you see yourself in
唔
the
係喎，佢可以用粵語喎，即係
are you an amateur that's overperforming?
我啱啱睇到，
trying to really
即係咩普通話，原來唔使普通話，粵語就得噶咯。
mainly AOE4 is that where do you
即係廣東話 OK 喎，原來。
Where I stand now, at the moment, I may be amateur, but I hope in the upcoming months that would change, and I'll be
咩
able
啊？
to
賭 AOE
my
點樣賭啊？即係你講上網外國
more than I have.
境外投注。
So yeah, I'm definitely trying to get into the scene more, and at least for the moment being, I hope it's definitely
合
not
作
gonna
模式
stop.
好玩啊！合作模式
so right now you're gaming full time?
即係第一次難打啲，咪升高啲咧，再打。
That's awesome, man. Well, Wham, best of luck. Obviously, a top
Viper 佢又唔係被逼嘅，不過
you've been watching over the last few
佢
months. You
趁依家仲有呢個
who knows where the limit is? It's really
即係
awesome to see.
momentum 咧，然之後咪打
You
咯。
wanted to say there'll be a few thousand people watching this. Anything that you wanted to say?
即係佢趁依家未棄 game，同埋佢個狀態都唔錯嘅，咁咪打咯。
People have been cheering for me.
即係
watching
反正都係錢嚟。
You know, NA in particular.
即係有陣時咧，做職業玩家咧，你唔係真係玩一隻你好想玩、你好中意玩嘅 game 啊！即係你睇下啲 LL 嗰啲選手咧，佢哋訪問咧，好多時候好多人都話已經對隻 game 冇乜興趣。
Well, we love having you here.
但係咧，你作為一個職業玩家咧，你應該要係
Well, since I think
即係有翻嗰種專業精神啲，即係你要知道自己係
North
打緊工嘅，
at the top, so that's awesome to see.
即係你唔係平時嘅娛樂嚟啊，已經。
Yeah, we appreciate having you, man.
Yeah.
即係 Viper 就分呢樣嘢分得好清楚，你唔係即係你唔係就係平時打機啊嘛，即係你係翻工揾錢，即係好唔好玩係冇乜所謂。
Hope you grabbed some food. I'm sure that you did because looks like you're eating.
所以亦都唔存在慘唔慘嘅，因為平時直播你唔想打嘅時候，你都要直播嘅時候，你就知道一樣好慘。
And absolutely, I don't think you can see it, but it's a delicious.
即係有啲人係可以堅持日日開台噶嘛，但係你唔係真係日日都想打機噶嘛，即係有陣時
microwaved it, gave it
即係你想可能睇下片、睇下電影、睇下動畫，
Well, let's just say I
即係 hit 下都好。
well and truly nourished right now. So I'm a happy camper. But speaking of happy campers, take a look at
但
this.
係你要分清楚自己係翻緊工。
Viper versus Wham. Game number 1 between these two titans. Viper on the English. Excited to see him
Viper
at,
咁啊，終於出現啦，等咗咁耐。
Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting one because we have seen an emergence of the English.
咁啊 Seed 2啊，種子2號，
One of the
2號種子，
people to sort of
所以抌咗好多心機練嘅 Viper，
He made the English what it is.
即係同埋有天分都叫做。
At least 1 or 2 brand new approaches with the English that really start to dive.
即係呢啲 game 唔係你想練就，你想練你想玩就可以勁嘅，即係你睇下 Casper， 即係都係16強嘅料嚟。
English start to deviate from that standard longbow plus spearman push. And That's gonna be an interesting one to take a look at. I think right now, when it comes to just playing with the English as a civilization, Viper might.
即係我記得兜都有玩嘅，兜就係 Tato 啊，Capoche 都有玩嘅，即係叫做冇練得咁勤力，但係佢哋有玩嘅。咁啊，佢哋好似係都係32強左右啦，暫時。Viper 係練得最勤力嗰個。
Mongols Delhi. I mean, there's just so many civs he's good at. The Muslim, Rus. There's just so many. I mean,
即係 AOE 2玩家嚟計啦嚇，咁其他人如果由 AOE3啊、StarCraft 轉過嚟嗰啲咧，咁佢哋嗰啲都好勤力。不過有一個正職有嘢做啊，所以練得好少啊。即係嗰個就係
Mister。Almost a bit of a standard, something that comes out of the blocks quite.
所以 Mister 咧今次冇打，咁啊 Mister 咧就係嚟自呢個 AOM 同埋係咪 AOE3？好似 AOE3唔知有冇玩 ？StarCraft 都有打嘅。咁但係佢最主要係 AOM 高手嚟。咁但係咧，因為佢本身係職業係農夫嚟，即係正職種田。咁所以咧佢就冇打今次比賽，全部棄晒。
Mongolian Heights, Hillandale, and French Pass for Viper. On the other side, Highview, Lipany, King of the Hill for Wham. So Wham, somewhat surprisingly, opting to go for 2 open.
咁啊，睇下 Viper 點樣先？佢堅持咗咁耐，即係講真，佢成日俾觀眾喺度佢打 AOE2。如果佢即係犧牲咁多嘢，然之後打個4出嚟冇乜成績，我諗佢應該都幾灰。即係啲人捉佢幾個月，叫佢玩下2先，但係佢又唔想轉 game 住啊，因為你一轉 game 咧，你即刻2隻 game 都到頭唔到岸。即係佢趁依家 AOE4佢仲係即係玩得幾好嘅時候咧，佢唔想玩2住，即係掂都唔掂。AOE2有廣東話，不過呢個係4嚟啊，即係我遲啲可能會講2啊，因為咧香港有一個大家自己互搞嘅比賽啦，咁啊已經去贊助到成1萬蚊獎金，咁啊打個團戰嚟嘅，好似唔止團戰，即係1打1、2打2、3打3、4打4都有。咁啊咁啱咧，我冇參加比賽，咁可能有機會咧就揾我嚟講嘅，即係講比賽。I'm looking forward to seeing what happens on those open maps, and I suspect we're probably going to would be heading into this series. 好似係7月啊，佢要等到官方另外一個即係大賽過咗之後咧，就到我哋嗰個香港人嘅比賽啊，有我唔知有幾多人參加啦，可能50個都有。咁啊分咗4隊嘅，每人有10零個隊友啦，咁然之後咧就安排自己啲隊友咧去打呢個1打1啦、2打2啦、3打3、4打4嘅賽事啊。咁啊同埋有唔同地圖嘅，咁啊有啲係遊牧啦，有啲係即係殺軍嗰個。咁啊，全部地圖都有。不過 AOE2 4就冇呢樣嘢，4暫時玩家有啲少。So if Viper wins 4-0, he would move on to the number 1 spot. If Viper wins with a smaller margin than 3 games, then he would be below Beastie. And of course, 先Viper 盡可能梗係想贏嘅佢呢度。但係咧，如果佢贏嘅話咧，佢就要對另外一組嘅首名啦。防起場好似減少咗㗎啦，已經，不過都有。我睇下佢嗰個賽制先，因為咧勝者咧係打勝者，然之後出線㗎嘛。咁出咗線之後咧，應該係打另外一組嘅第2名嘅。It would just be very difficult because I can't help but feel like you would lose against every single one. A clean sweep. It's just difficult. But predictions are up for game number 1. If you haven't already put your money where your mouth is. 你講依家呢個比賽就仲有10秒開始，但係如果你話 AOE2 嗰個咧，就應該7月可能。It's about 5-1 on Wham at the moment. So if there's any betting men out there, I feel like that's a pretty decent bet considering got a French versus English. It is an open map though, so may favour Viper. But 即係我哋喺睇下先，我查下先。我哋有一個網咧係講緊我哋個賽事嘅。 不過要查下先，我唔記得咗嗰條鏈嗰條 link。
I'll let you take us away. We're in game number 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to VAM.
到時應該會啊，佢好似平時係禮拜6日先打，因為就翻其他人要翻工，即係翻工級。
Let me at it. Over on the left side, playing as the English in the color red. It is the one.
不過唔記得咗條 link 嘅，真係揾唔到暫時。
And damn, isn't his spawn looking absolutely beautiful? Got this.
點解唔打4？因為4嘅玩家唔夠多。
Playing the English, he don't care too much about that one. But this is a great little spot that he's got up towards the north. One of the things.
睇先，睇咗比賽先，我遲啲揾下條 link 先。
South side of his town center, very very open, so there could be professional scouts that comes out, looks to take these.
睇下先啊，Viper 英國，咁咧就雙斥後出去揾羊啦，見到咁，然之後對面係法國嚟嘅，咁哇揾咗好多羊喎，居然。
Knowing Viper's tendencies with the English, Viper tends to play a bit more eco-focused game.
其實2同4都4有排，即係點講好咧？4咧其實個基礎都 OK 嘅，即係不過咧要好多時間去改咯，即係要改到好玩，要抌好多，即係可能唔係1-2年就做到啦，即係可能要5-6年或者甚至10年，即係 AOE 都改咗咁耐啦 ，AOE 2，即係 AOE 4當係啱啱起步嘅新 game 咯。真係超多樣啊！真係 Viper， 即係呢個法國啲羊去咗邊啊？即係個 TC 底乜都冇。
What is that? 16. That's brutal. 16 out of the 24 sheep is under Viper's control.
Viper 有成20隻羊啦，即係喺個 TC 底。
That's a lot of sheep. That is a lot of sheep right there.
呢度仲有2隻啊！
Yeah, he's got.
死啊！呢個法國個 TC 底冇嘢啊，可能會。
Going to be feeling the hurt when it comes to food. But yeah, interesting opening here from Viper. Not going to be.
等先 ，Viper 唔係雙伐木開始喎，佢呢個佢呢個係正常升風喎。等先 ，Viper 呢一招咧係即係 game 初出嘅時候咧嗰個即係工兵嗰個快攻嚟。
3 villagers tapping away at it. He'll be looking to get up about just a little bit after 4 minutes.
正常打嚟嘅。呢個法國，你睇下法國個底有啲咩資源啊？佢嗰個 TC 底乜鬼都冇啊！餓都餓死。AOE 4啊，黃金啊嗰啲啊石啊嗰啲會比較固定啲嘅，果會比較固定啲嘅，但係羊咧就地圖生成會比較隨機啦。咁啊啲鹿咧會每人都有2堆鹿嘅，但係咧啲鹿都係少少隨機嘅個位置。佢又唔係完全隨機嘅，不過佢個隨機嗰個程度咧會比呢個2代多少少，即係多少少變化。不過都係好少嘅啫，即係唔係差好遠。因為你如果真係變化得太緊要咧，即係好似 Mega Random 咁咧，咁基本上你都好難攞嚟比賽噶嘛，即係突然間抽一個圖出嚟完全唔平衡嘅，咁點玩？所以呢隻 game 咧，佢唔會話隨機得好緊要啦。法國啊，睇下先啊，佢個底度冇乜羊啊，你睇下佢餓死啊，啲村民就快爬嗰邊食都食唔完啊，呢邊。咁但係因為呢張圖係阿拉伯嚟㗎，所以咧基本上揾羊都係隨機嘅，但係咧就。即係 Viper 叫我唔知係運氣好啲啊，定係佢揾到一個方法咧，可以揾到咁多羊。睇下先啊，滑石喎，居然英國。等陣先，咁型棍嘅 Viper 選擇呢個戰術。我見過有人係咁樣打嘅，但係咧就，但係我真係唔知喎，佢咁樣會俾法國搞得好凄涼。同埋咧，你呢個 TC 咧肯定係唔會起出去噶啦，因為你起出去嘅話咧係好貪心嘅，你只可以起喺自己 TC 附近啦，又或者後面啲位置啦。
as an option. Obviously going up against that 9.
即係英國即係掘石開 TC 嘅，即係唔係塔攻嚟。
Could be on the berries here as our observer. Vodka is pointing
睇下先啊。
now
咁啊，對面
from that town center or from that mining camp, we can see
對面應該係出咗一隻金馬嘅，咁然之後咧就轉去執鹿啦。
and they have got the 300 stone that they intended on.
咁啊，執鹿嘅話咧會經濟好少少啦，同埋你見到法國個底已經係冇資源嘅。睇下先啊，呢個 TC 即係要小心啲呢個位。佢呢啲村民咧係冇呢個手推車，即係冇續輪嘅，所以咧俾人追住嚟劈嘅話，肯定死一隻。 睇下先啊，呢個法國望佢唔到啊，真係唔知發生咩事，佢應該遊緊街。我覺得佢有一個細節錯咗嘅，就係你帶一隻金馬出去咧，你一定要帶一隻戚嘅。如果唔係嘅話咧，你視野太細啊，即係你望唔到人哋做咩。即係唔帶戚喉呢個係一個失誤嚟。 咁啊，呢個 TC 開咗，村民冇死，咁啊非常之穩陣啊。咁然之後咧就應該係掘翻黃金去升手推車啦，咁然之後種田啦。咁基本上你唔死就 OK 啦。咁啊點樣可以唔死咧？就係兩隻戚喉喺人哋屋企轉圈，睇人哋做咩。咁啊你見到佢執鹿，但係咧就有冇 TC 啊？掘緊石嘅你見到。
There was no appropriate response from Wham. He aged up as quickly as he possibly could.
咁樣邊個着數啲？即係法國出村民之後都會快㗎。咁啊，法國喺 AOE4入邊咧出嘅唔係出村民咧，等於呢個波斯嘅 AOE2，即係出村民快啲，同埋每個時代都會加快少少，好似。
Everything is going to plan for Viper at this point, and that makes a very happy Viper.
Yes and no. Like I agree with you. Viper's plan is working out really well.
咁啊，加個 TC 法國。咁啊，暫時好被動嘅前期，瘋狂種田啊！
Keep in mind the French train villagers a little faster. So Vam, even if he falls behind, he could catch up. So yes, Viper's plan is working as intended.
法國嗰邊可以執鹿，所以基本上佢資源都足夠嘅，同埋英國唔會食鹿嘅，所以佢可以執埋人哋嗰啲啦。 咁然之後咧就花牌球穩陣，咁啊加咗個軍營先嘅。咁啊呢個村民縮得幾快出去？呢個打成個鐘啊，真係好難講啊呢個。但係咧花牌基本功咧肯定係超級好嘅，所以前期佢肯定唔會好似啱啱嗰個 Demusim 咁樣死得咁快，即係至少唔會俾人打到殘廢先。 咁啊，建築物咧黐埋一嚿起，真係非常穩陣。咁啊有排，至少係可能15分鐘先打交啦，即係至少。即係前期你想搞人都冇乜意思，即係英國冇乜單位咧可以話前期真係對人做到好多威脅啦，同埋你出門口都要有風險。即係你如果數量太少，你諗住出去搞人哋，咁然之後俾人哋吞咗一波兵，你就蝕到阿媽都唔認得。但係如果你出太多嘅話咧，你就拖你自己升級時間。所以咧就索性唔出門口嘅，即係兩邊都一樣個諗法。咁但係咧就法國有馬，即係短時間死唔去嘅單位嚟，即係可以遊街。睇下先，俾人望到啊呢個。咁啊，戚侯嘅視野咧係好遠嘅喺 AOE4，所以咧點解啱啱話要帶戚侯行出去咧就即係爭一倍啊，差唔多嗰個視野。咁佢可以當係一個塔咧嚟到係 cam 住人哋做咩，同埋你可以喐喎，仲要。咁啊，法國呢個時候咧都唔知道係俾人望住。
At least it seems that way. It could be a bit more, but looking to try and protect those deer.
睇下先，唔係喎，Viper居然係一工兵兩長槍行出門口啊！居然，佢應該係想捉咗呢個戚侯啊，但係戚侯行得咁鬼快，點樣捉啊？咁啊，瘋狂種田。係啊，呢個視野好屈機啊！即係基本上咧 ，AOE4咧，你前期出咗嘅戚侯咧，你係絕對唔會想佢死嘅，因為佢俾你嗰個資訊咧太多啦。睇下先啊，呢度 佢應該想捉人哋啲斥候啊，但係得啖笑。不過唔緊要啊，佢呢度死咗都唔值錢啊呢啲兵。但係應該阻唔到啊嘛？睇下先，捅一刀，捅唔捅得死？哎，殺一隻。不過呢度對法國嚟講都唔蝕嘅，真係。睇下先啊，咁啊升呢個城堡時代啦。咁啊每個文明咧都會有2種嘅時代嘅地標啦，咁你是但揀一個去升，咁睇下邊個有用啦對你。睇下先啊，英國圍牆。咁啊英國點解升得慢啲咧？因為佢要攞木材種咗田先，佢嘅田咧係比平時嘅文明會平一半啦，同埋有20% 額外資源好似，即係總之快啲嘅。咁啊，所以啲英國咧會嘗試係投資咗喺田度先啦，一開始，咁之後就唔使咁辛苦。咁啊，大家都圍牆咧，即係有排打啊，睇嚟。咁啊，我哋可以學下今次 Viper 嘅英國同埋啱啱 Debussy 嘅英國係差幾遠。不過對手唔同咗，又好似冇乜參考價值。即係 Beastie 好明顯係勁啲 ，Viper 3TC 啊。因為如果你雙 TC 加白塔咧，你係跟唔到人哋嗰個村民數嘅，咁基本上你之後都係要加 TC。圍牆啦。有排睇，唉大鑊啦，有排打。咁啊，執遺跡。咁啊，平時呢個情況係比較少見啲嘅，因為 Ram 咧係比較被動啲嘅玩家嚟。咁而 Viper 係英國啦，咁都冇可能主動打人。咁啊，加個修道院，咁啊搶遺跡。2 TC 經濟又好又唔使死，即係死手咯呢個時候。咁啊變咗依家個版本就係大家都死手一開始。咁但係轉其他文明就唔可以咁樣打噶啦，即係你捱唔住法國嗰啲進攻啊，即係其他文明。打咩？咁啊，長槍升級，即係有幾多隻兵嘅呢個時候？10隻。你睇，即係雙方咧都仲喺度佈緊陣嘅，即係基本上喺度安排緊後期嘅，即係完全唔係諗住短時間想完場嗰啲嚟。不過 Viper 呢度啲兵有啲，即係有啲膽大。可以截到呢個真女喎。我覺得殺唔殺到啊？哎呀，佢咁啱望到，但係追唔到可能。即係變咗好似 AOE2 嘅 Arena， 即係搶遺跡呢個時候。即係平時肯定唔會咁樣打咯，其他人。即係佢哋兩個先係咁樣打。但係咧，法國咧有一個問題咧，就係咧佢食完啲鹿之後咧，佢開始要轉種田咧，咁呢個咧會係一個即係空窗期嚟嘅，即係佢又要使一筆錢。啊先，其實係啊，行得快嘅呢個，但係咧拎起咗遺跡之後就會好慢嘅。Viper 殺唔殺到真女啊？我覺得 Viper 咁樣衝啲兵出去有啲蝕底啊，打得太奔放。奔放得滯啊！喂，唔好死啊呢度。佢呢度得一個軍營出兵咋，即係唔可以係咁死嘅啲兵。睇下先，呢個時候加軍營啊，見到長槍死得多得滯。但係唔緊要，佢呢度3 TC。
Obviously, he's got the English farming, which helps.
咁啊，英國經濟唔錯啊呢個時候。
But right now the villager count is dead even, and Vam's got a pretty considerable army here. He's lacking the range
睇
defense.
下先，28兵對12兵喎。
Life difficult when it comes to committing under those town centers to kill villagers, and I think that's the reason why he pulled back his forces.
係啊，呢個時候法國係強勢期嚟㗎，咁睇下佢可以點樣搞住個英國㗎咋。
You see clad armor on the way, spearmen and men.
英國其實係好難出門口㗎，但係 Viper 佢 keep 住咁樣行出去咧，我唔知佢會唔會因為咁樣死太多兵嘅話咧，可能好快完場㗎啦會。睇下先啦，咁啊見到佢唔知望唔望到對面村民嘅，但係呢一波肯定唔夠打㗎 Viper。呢波肯定唔夠打，要走。同埋長槍死咗啲多啊！佢呢個時候轉緊裝甲步兵，我覺得轉得早得滯啊！得唔得啊？大鑊啦，俾人截咗後喎。咁啊，部隊係17對28㗎，咁啊死得有啲多。睇下先啊 ，Viper 佢係攞咗石頭去起堡啊，不過應該可能起喺屋企先啦，至少如果唔係嘅話，佢死嘅呢度。咁啊，起堡喺屋企啦，見到真係穩陣啦，唔好再送兵啊！打得太奔放，有陣時即係奔放唔係一件好事嚟。即係打得太奔放啦，即係啲兵咁少都行出去送。不過唔緊要，英國唔死就得㗎啦，英國。咁啊，吞一波。喂，呢啲村民。走！好似唔錯，吞一波馬先。咁因為 Viper 呢度係出兵點嚟嘅，所以啲兵一出嚟可以幫手打啦。咁法國冇乜可以做到，好彩冇死到。睇下先啊，喂，法國啲經好似都仲係好啲喎，咁樣睇。哇，佢仲有1000幾食物喺呢個地標度。我播到打完為止啊！今日 last 啊，今日呢個標7，可能5點左右啊，即係如果打得快嘅話。睇下先加工兵。暫時睇下先啊 ，Viper 好似經濟差唔多開始想打交啦，即係咪唔諗住升帝？佢應該要加老兵喎，但係。哇！你睇下法國嗰度有成1400食物喺個地標入邊，即係隨時可以撳個掣就攞走啊！有啲凄涼。咁啊，法國經濟超級好，咁啊，剩低就係撳個掣攞食物。睇下先啊 ，Viper 執咗3個遺跡嘅，但係咧佢掘金掘得慢啊，即係呢個時候升唔到帝住，暫時。睇下先啊，呢度長槍唔少啊。好似又唔錯喎，突然間咁啊送咗2個裝甲步兵過去鏟住堆工兵，然之後長槍喺度做輸出，但係好似唔夠多兵呢度，好似都係唔得，死得有啲多前排。邊個賺啊？呢個時候咁樣溝埋，咁啊 Viper 已經有45部隊啦，咁啊而 Ram 咧係34嘅，咁但係咧因為 Ram 咧佢種田種得慢咧，佢暫時使咗一筆錢爆兵之後咧，佢係好似突然間又離呢個帝王時代好遠下喎，即係反而 Viper 仲近啲添呢個。佢係啊，佢唔夠田啊，佢淨係喺度係咁食完啲食物就係咁爆兵，佢要種田啊。呢個時候48對38兵其實好接近嘅，咁啊呢支塔咧未升級嘅，可以打一打嘅。2100，不過佢仲有嗰個地標咯，但係嗰個地標只能夠話咧就係俾少少資源佢應急嘅啫。下先啊，佢冇溝呢個老兵喎，即係呢堆馬有啲難搞。咁啊，分咗幾隻裝甲步兵去搞亂咗個工兵啦，咁然之後咧，
And Viper definitely Bing chilling right now with his he's happy with his economy.
其實好難講啊呢一鋪，我覺得暫時係5-5波，但係法國肯定係有資源優勢嘅。如果佢要升帝咧，佢肯定係撳個掣就可以升。但係如果佢升帝咧，佢唔夠資源嘅話咧，佢可能會俾人搶咗控圖啦。咁佢正面嗰個城堡同埋側邊啲科技啊，唔係科技嗰啲建築都冇咗㗎啦會。咁啊，部隊數係58對38，呢個完全係基本功問題嚟嘅。呢個法國係有錢㗎，但係佢打後期唔夠 Viper 犀利。睇下先啊，嗱，見到啦，法國撳一個掣攞咗食物之後咧，就即刻起地標升帝王。但係我唔敢講佢呢個係啱定錯㗎，因為佢而家咧攞晒啲資源去升帝嘅話咧，佢正面咧係失去咗佢個控圖㗎啦已經。咁啊，全部建築物係冇晒㗎啦。咁啊，出咗一個輕頭啦，夠唔夠啊？一個輕頭可能冇乜用啊。睇下先啊，咁啊，佢溝咗好多老兵同埋工兵啊。呢一波就算佢升到底都好，佢冇兵喎。佢等下先啊 ，Viper 呢個時候係插咩啊？補定係咩啊？哇！佢正面呢個你睇下，佢損失咗幾多建築物啊？佢為咗升呢個帝王時代。睇下先啊，正面仲要 Viper 打贏啊，可能。你 upgrade 仲要時間咧，即係講到尾就係你正面呢波嘢可能都係要打輸嘅可能。係啊，成日 Viper 應該要控工兵打咗啲老兵先啊，咁然之後啲裝甲步兵可以係無視佢哋向前衝噶啦。係英國好多兵啊，即係 Viper 呢個時候咧，佢唔會升帝嘅。佢升帝嘅話咧，佢會係一路都係落後嘅。咁既然係咁咧，佢不如咧攞呢個部隊數嘅領先啦，咁啊不斷壓住對面打亂對面啦，咁然之後再慢慢升翻帝王就 OK 嘅。係先啊，你睇升帝就係一個問題啊！佢呢個時候冇錢啊，因為你呢一波錢咧，全部都係你犧牲咗唔種田攞出嚟嘅錢嚟嘅。咁你攞晒成筆錢去升帝王時代，即係反而係冇咗一筆錢應急拎嚟爆兵。等下先，要小心啲呢3個輕頭喎，3個就好大力下噶咯喎。等下先啊，佢想點咗個長炮先啊。啲輕頭喺度攤裝甲步兵，控兵開始跟唔上啦，即係 VM01。即係 Viper 呢個時候咧，就係純粹打個即係叫做雙線啦，但係其實都喺同一個畫面入邊嘅。不過 VM01佢嗰度控唔掂啦，開始。咁啊 ，Viper 狂爆兵應該打贏啦啩呢波，可能投得啦。哇！即係呢度幾多個村民啊？同埋佢呢度都蝕好多經濟喎，咁樣起唔起到都係一個問題。得唔得啊？呢度後面仲有幾個裝甲步兵。哎呀，後面有巨頭打緊呢個城堡啊！原來呢個堡你起唔到啊！哇！一口氣推入去啊！呢個時候真係冇兵啊！即係 MAA 隨便 A 啊！冇啦 ，VM01冇錢啊！呢個最大嘅失誤咧，就係佢升帝王嘅時候咧，因為佢嗰一筆錢咧係佢嗰個地標度攞出嚟嘅，拎嚟應急嘅。佢本身冇呢個種田經濟。即係反而係 Viper 嗰邊咧，種咗田之後咧就經濟好順啦，真係狂爆兵。哇！真係，我仲以為 VM 可以即係撳住 Viper 砌。Nice。即係支持 Viper 基本功問題真係，因為你前面一路係咁打咧，你總有啲地方做得唔好嘅。咁 VM 咧好明顯就係佢將食鹿嘅資源啦，咁啊轉去種田嗰度咧，佢冇做得好好啦。AOE2 嘅玩家佢哋種田係種得好，即係種得好密嘅。即係你一有木材你係種田嘅，但係其他遊戲嘅人咧，如果你打 AOE4 咧，你係唔會好似 AOE2 嗰啲咁樣做到咁仔細。奮戰聽日睇 ，OK， 我會睇晒全部。 同埋 Viper 嗰個暫時嗰個氣勢好似4-0，好似冇咩問題，即係應該好快吹完。AOE2 啲玩家基本功係好好嘅，所以你會見到 Viper 咧啲資源咧係用得唔錯嘅，即係佢剩低就係留啲黃金去，即係可能拎嚟升帝或者拎嚟應急啦。咁啊黃金咧係唯一一個資源咧你唔會亂用嘅，咁但係咧就木材同食物咧係一定要控得好好嘅。咁但係好明顯就係法國嗰個食物收入咧太少啊，真係得840每分鐘啊，真係出到6隻馬左右。係啊，轉資源嗰度真係法國嗰度，我覺得係手速唔夠多過佢唔想做咯。其實咧，佢喺佢嗰個城堡地標攞咗嗰筆錢咧，佢應該係拎嚟即係緩衝一下，然之後就盡快種田嘅。不過佢選擇升帝王，即係嗰度2000幾食物啊嘛，佢嗰個地標，你攞咗咁多錢出嚟，你梗係繼續爆下兵，然之後俾自己村民轉去種田先啦。即係如果唔係嘅話，你冇後續噶啦咁樣。即係你正面城堡加埋嗰一堆建築物，你走去升帝咁，即係送俾人嗰堆嘢起完出嚟。即係 AOE4 嘅城堡都幾鬼貴啊！即係我唔記得800-900石啊，好似。咁然之後正面嗰個Siege Workshop 啦，咁啊嗰堆馬房，即係完全全部送晒俾人。其實佢都有打嘅，不過我只能夠講就係佢基本功冇 Viper 咁好咯。佢有嘗試去打嘅，不過我見到佢前面都係有贏嘅，但係不過唔知點解打打就冇咗。睇下先啊 ，Viper 德里。咁啊 ，Viper 都玩好多德里啊，真係有心得嘅。但係咧，呢一場可能亦都係文明雙克嚟嘅，即係德里係克住阿拔斯。有陣時 Viper 好醒嘅，即係大家唔好淨係見到 Viper 佢淨係打得好啊，佢揀文明嗰度咧，佢係諗好多嘢啊！即係呢個玩家，佢唔係淨係覺得邊個文明勁就用，佢係直頭係考慮埋對手會揀咩，然之後自己揀咩。即係佢同 Mr. Yo 嗰啲係好似，即係 AOE2 嗰個，即係食腦型玩家，同埋佢手速又快。即係見到呢個文明嘅牌面啊，就 Viper 已經贏咗50成啦，咁啊剩低就係基本功 Viper 可能又贏2-3成。即係呢一鋪應該都係 Viper 贏嘅機會大好多，即係除非佢又狂送兵啦，即係但係你見到佢前面狂送兵都死唔去，真係神奇。我哋又要睇 Viper 狂爆兵打死人。
That's pretty good. I don't even think my ladder stats look like that. And I'm going up against Plastic League people because I'm in Plastic League myself. So that is impressive considering he's doing that against quite literally.
睇下先啊，贊助商 AKKO 咧就係呢個，好似係 keyboard 嘅，係咪啊？AKKO.
So game number 2 coming up here. What are your expectations going into this game? Do you feel that Wham is going to have a good shot with the Abbasids over here, or are we just going to see the Delhi stomp?
I suspect it's probably
好似又唔係喎 ，AKKO
I think that it's
個 logo 唔同嘅。
When it comes down to this matchup, obviously I used to think it wasn't a particularly fair matchup. I'm still on the fence about it, like maybe 60-40 in favor of the Delhi. The fact that Viper's the one playing the Delhi as well makes me feel fear. It makes me feel fear for Wham. But I suspect with Wham picking his home map as Lipany, he's probably got a plan here. He knew, okay, if I lose the first game, I'll play my home map Lipany. And it's highly likely that on that
睇下先啊
you would judge
咦
pretty
，Wham 都係嚟自 StarCraft 嘅喎。
That's not his style. He doesn't do that. He normally picks like an English or a French first. In fact, actually, I'm pretty confident he just always picks English first. He doesn't care. He's like,
不過 Viper 都有打過 StarCraft。
with it. And evidently he's very strong with it. But
咁啊，老豆就係呢個翻打，即係 AOE 松嘅論壇
and I'll do extract
嘅創辦人。
extract because he knows what Viper's going to do. He knows it's going to be double blacksmith into the 3 sacred sites get taken into the 5
咁啊，以前 Viper 咧係玩呢個魔界嘅，一開始。
elephant.
咁然之後咧就係老豆玩 AOE 咧，佢就跟住一齊玩。
Viper might go Imperial.
咁然之後咧就愛上咗呢個 AOE。咁然之後咧就好似話頭幾年咧係 hea 住玩嘅。咁然之後中途走翻去玩嘅時候咧就即係一路練，有一排係卡緊分嘅。咁啊卡咗一排之後咧就突然間變咗超級勁。
All right, Lidico, you take us away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 of Viper versus Wham. Spawning in on the right side of the map, it is going
咁啊超級勁之後咧就
opposite dynasty with blue, and on the
即係一路就
waiting for this Aussie.
冠咗10年。
Spawning
好
on
似
the left side in the color red, playing as the Delhi Sultanate. It is the one, the only, the Elephant Man. It is the Viper.
睇下先啊，嗱咁啊得你咧，我係學 Viper 嘅，
He's the Elephant Man.
因為基本上咧佢前期咧肯定係清真寺啦、屋啦、魔方啦，然之後臨尾先伐木嘅。
The Elephant Man, though. Have you seen
咁但係咧佢依家咧就係有一種
Man, unfortunately, but
玩法咧，就係佢提早伐定木去起個伐木場先嘅，咁啊確保自己木材足夠，
Salami has
同埋可以起屋啦，最緊要就係。
Yeah, it's exactly the same one, isn't it? Yeah, every time I see the Delhi, I always remember.
所以你見到佢咧，一開始咧會有村民喺側邊伐木嘅，咁啊其他就去食果啦，咁啊羊留低。
At least I say a lot more recently. It was one game that I witnessed for Viper.
哇，同埋佢呢個開局都可以支撐佢有2隻戚都幾勁，
He was getting them in.
即係你睇下佢啲資源咧使到盡嘅，
I'm pretty confident he had close to 20 scholars just pumping away upgrades. So
真係都幾難調支，就咁睇。
Delhi late game lol. But now it's
即係平時啲人咧，如果想要個清真寺咧，你木材一定唔夠嘅。
enough scholars for it.
你加間屋咧，加個磨坊之後咧，你就冇木材啦，差唔多。
pop out the 20 scholars, and you can heal your elephants with lightning speed.
咁有啲人咧會選擇咧遠程伐木啦，咁
20 scholars.
但係咧就唔會咁早起伐木場嘅。
Take up population space, but I guess they're also pretty efficient when it comes to healing, and those elephants in particular.
咁啊，更何況 Viper 居然係加咗第2隻戚啊，居
I
然
want to take a look at what the opening here is for Viper.
Cutie，我未睇 Cutie 嗰個點樣開局啦，但係我比較中意 Viper，即係學佢嗰啲打法多啲。
Still, actually, I don't think it actually meet or greets those the lumber camp as well as the mining camp. I think it's going to fall
可能係一樣，即係5伐木嘅話，可能一樣，
above the head, but we might be
即係同呢招。
of Wham. But there we go. So yeah, only going to be touched.
即係呢一個開局咧，最大嘅優勢咧就係佢呢個清真寺組嘅話咧，佢可以盡早升多一個科技。即係呢個對得你嚟講係最大優勢啦，差唔多，因為你前期升嘢升得勁鬼慢。
Straggler 3, you see, there's a straggler 3 that was chopped down, and he probably didn't want
即係佢唯一咧呢個開局咧就係個清真寺組咧，佢可以係升到2個科技之後，啱啱好係封建時代升第3個。
Decisions. It's modern age problems, modern solutions, that sort of thing. But pretty standard opening coming out here from Viper. Wham already on the way up. It's going to
係
be
就升得慢啲，不過冇所謂啊。即係得你，如果你真係要起嘢起得快啲，你都可以升得快啲。
I suspect we're probably going to be seeing a fresh food stuff as well. You can see he's got 4
5
villages
分
over
半
the gold, which signals
OK 啊，5分半。
typical things that you would expect. I think the question for me
5分半咧，即係等於慢過平時1分鐘左右啦，差唔多。
the question is going to be when it
咁但係咧，因為你雙戚其實都 OK 嘅。
and you can go for the second down center here, like
睇下先啊，呢個幾個村起啊？
you're trying to prevent
4個。
Viper isn't going to move out to the map until he has sanctuary.
哇，好多羊啊！
Like he's going to pressure you a lot, so you might as well go for the second down center straight away. And once
哇，睇
again,
下 Viper 每次都攞咗10幾隻羊翻屋企啊！
over here, this is not the first time in this set that we are witnessing that, and that's obviously
但係咧就以我所知咧，阿拔斯係好難打得你嘅，因為
to stay on the berries.
要講錢嘅話咧，就得你都唔缺錢嘅。 咁但係如果要講爆兵嘅話咧，就好明顯就係德里勁過阿拔斯好多。
It's a great point. There's a lot of sheep underneath there. He'll be a very happy camper with that. It means that he doesn't have to leave the safety of that town center for a little bit longer. And by the same token, it means that he's going to be able to fall back to that town center in the event.
但係我唔知啊，可能會唔會打駱駝咧？不過好似好奇怪喎，打駱駝。
We can see that Wham's now beginning to take stone as well. First villager is making its way towards the stone mine and going to be.
但係駱駝係唯一一隻兵種冇咁容易死嘅，即係可以保留。
Hold on a second, and Viper going to spot this out.
即係如果你同人鬥工兵鬥馬，你一定唔夠德里快脆，即係佢雙倍出。
Going to be looking to gather it up. I think he's got 6 villagers out there. I'm trying my best to count it. It looks like a lot.
Yeah, it looks like 6.
即係呢個 matchup 咧，如果你損失咗個控圖咧，你唔使食果噶啦。咁然之後，因為兩個文明都係要靠食果嘅，你對面嗰個文明如果爆兵勁過你咧，你食唔到出面啲果咧，就一路都係落後噶啦。咁然之後就更加慘，即係惡性循環。即係德里又係食果啦，阿拔斯又係食果啦，但係就德里爆兵係快你成倍。睇下先啊，呢個時候咧就係兩個嘅鐵匠鋪嚟啊，咁啊雙星攻防啊，咁然之後就係應該係先加馬房先啦，至少有一個控圖。咁之後咧就可以馬房、工兵、長槍乜都出齊嘅，差唔多。
Probably. It could also be horsemen, but obviously on this map, the sacred sites down towards the south are a little bit closer together.
其實打咩都冇所謂，一開始應該搞掂晒所有經濟、建築啊嗰啲起齊晒先。
Trying to take those sacred sites, and he has to contest them. He can't let Viper have those ones for free.
咁啊，仲係 set up 緊 ，set up 經濟。咁啊，等呢個搶點升完之後咧，就順便爆埋兵。咁啊，先打馬啦，見到咁啊，見到馬房啦。咁但係唔緊要嘅，前期冇兵都冇所謂，因為最緊要咧就係你升齊科技之後，你經濟執好咗之後，嗰波爆兵咧先係最勁嘅。睇先，呢個俾人棘住咗，頂住佢。哎呀，慘啦呢度。10零秒，等於半隻村嘅時間啦，差唔多。即係你起遲，你 TC 咧起遲咗一陣間咧，等於蝕村噶啦已經。咁啊呢隻 game， 睇先佢趕鹿啊，就去趕走啲鹿啊，然之後射死佢，好賤啊！咁啊 AOE4 都可以趕鹿噶，大家知唔知啊？佢趕走完之後肥低佢，等啲 C 咧離呢個基地，唔係離呢個 TC 超遠。你要加個魔方啦呢個位，好賤啊！咁樣都搞一輪操作，即係 AOE4 已經冇咩特別要操作，即係花牌又揾咗啲無厘頭嘢走去搞人。睇下先啦，咁啊馬加長槍先啊，見到咁啊長槍應該係拎嚟起牧場用嘅。睇下先，阿拔斯都係照打呢啲啊。我覺得不過冇得覺得啊，不過你唔打呢啲又唔得，但係你打呢啲得你出兵快你成倍喎。睇下先啊，暫時冇咩摩擦嘅，咁要等呢個德里咧經濟搞掂咧就會開始爆兵啊。咁啊一開始咧爆兵慢啲冇所謂啦，即係反正你啲科技都未升齊，村民又唔係多。咁啊圍牆啦，攞長槍兵。睇下先啊，咁啊阿拔斯係出咗點得到啊？哎呀，轉窿啊呢度，打唔打？哇，照打，即係有理冇理啊！我唔理你黑唔黑我，即係照打，即係狼都過嚟幫手。即係狼幫手做輸出喎，咁樣呢個時候。
Trying to take down those horsemen. Indeed, they take out the first one. Second one might be going down here as well. Indeed, it does. And Viper actually. 呢
度咧 Viper 應該係蝕嘅，但係你搶到勝地就冇所謂噶啦。咁啊之後咧就應該加個市集啦，咁係咁買資源啦。即係如果你唔夠錢就，即係周圍都係真女。睇下先啊，部隊數你睇，部隊數已經去到14對5啦，真係玩鬼啊！真係呢個 matchup。
because the other two are rather close to each other, and he's also
即係圍牆。
So Viper
咁啊圍牆之後咧就你搶晒點啦，你圍牆啦，之後就係升城堡啦。
being the one
咁然之後咧就轉兵，
Yeah, that's a smart move by him. Obviously, he's got the mobility if he needs
即係你睇下，得你都唔缺錢嘅，即係
out
大把錢。
this southern region.
即係要兵咧，佢又多你成倍兵，
Majority of the fighting is going to be up towards this northern.
即係科技所有嘢都免費升啊！
It's going to be very
即係
happy
佢係
because
即係呢個文明係啱啱好就係黑住阿拔斯嘅，即
those
係
sites are captured.
勁慘。
He's getting a huge trickle of gold coming through. But one
睇下
of the
先啊，咁啊出咗幾隻肉馬同埋長槍兵過嚟，
time still struggling with regard to his food.
咁但係好可惜啊！
Thinking about going castle at any point.
咁啊懟咗隻應該係懟咗隻斥候之後就乜都冇啦。
Any point close to us in the future.
You mean
睇下先啊，同花爬鬥控兵居然。
archers. Archers are also out now for Vipers. He's got that trinity of spearmen, archers, and horsemen out there.
咁啊呢個馬長槍同弓呢啲咁嘅組合咧喺 AOE2咧已經打好多，所以 Viper 嘅控兵係冇問題嘅，肯定。
Privilege for both players, but obviously this is something that Delhi is going to be more than happy with because they
睇下先，周圍都係牆咧，
so Vipers
瘋狂圍牆。
400 per minute, which is pretty outstanding, I must say.
Yeah, I think
哇
the
出去食
longer the
果啊！
fight begins, I think the more it's going to favor Wham because keep in mind Viper ideally
咁啊 Viper 呢個時候咧目標咧就係全部勝地嘅啫，咁然之後咧就睇下佢會唔會選擇爆兵打阿拔斯啦，定係上星城啦。不過如果你想星城嘅話咧，你唔出兵咧，你就有機會俾人攞翻啲點嘅。
game goes on in the feudal age.
咁但係咧，如果你狂爆兵嘅話咧，你可以係阻止人哋出去食果添啦，順便
Going to be a huge advantage for
即係都係一個選擇嚟嘅。
you. To see how much Viper.
Like
睇下先啊，部隊係30對15，即係一路都係領先1倍部隊，
No, you're right.
So one of the other aspects is that obviously
即
Viper
係一定要起場嘅。即係我初咧，我有陣時咧我玩德利我都唔記得咗，即係有陣時玩完 AOE2走過嚟4，然之後我唔記得咗德利可以起城牆，
Correct.
即係幾屈機嘅
Now
呢
we
樣
see
嘢。
sacred sites being taken, and it's going to be the central one that's taken. But all three sites.
你睇下德利啲兵，佢一路就係多過你嘅，你
down those goal regions.
即係你作為阿拔斯真係唔知可以做啲咩。
Victory.
哇！佢呢度揾咗個漏洞，想打咗你呢個兵工廠先，唔係鐵匠鋪先。
Try and take control and win the game right now. It is just about getting
呢個小優勢嚟㗎，但係就死幾多嘢，好似唔係死好多嘢。
has sent all of
但係佢係 delay 你攻防咯，佢呢個聰明在。
looking to actually put on the hurt in the blacksmith. The blacksmith
睇
going
下
to
先啊，衝撞車已經有啦，佢係 delay 你攻防啊呢嚿嘢。
be healing in this feudal age, and Viper still not yet clicking up to the next.
呢個可能佢覺得係值得嘅，即係死少少部隊，但係佢 delay 你大部分攻防啦，差唔多。
and that hurts quite badly for Wham because he was
睇下先啊 ，Wham 應該加
upgrade on that.
鐵匠鋪噶啦，如果唔係嘅話，你諗下你啲部隊淨係得一個近攻1喎，真係遠程又冇，防又冇。
Army upgrades look really good on the blacksmith. He's only lacking
哇！你有咩自信衝出去打？
coming in, and the numbers also have
你睇，哇！你睇下得你啲兵多到，
close to 35 only.
即係佢唔理你長槍兵定乜鬼嘢，真係湧埋去啊！啲
They
兵
were trying their best to get those spearmen to turn around and fight them. That way, the archers are able to take them out.
咁啊，得你呢個時候咧係爭個遠防啦，係嘛？啊唔係近防嚟啊，爭一個近防。
And gets himself
咁啊近防係冇乜所謂嘅，其實喺封建時代，最緊要係遠防遠攻同埋近攻嘅啫。
coming out. No camel archers coming out for him. It's just going to be a bit of an
咁因為咧其他單位咧全部打
Yeah, it is going
單位都有加成嘅，即係我唔知大家有冇留意，
He's given up on the horse.
即係肉馬打工兵有加成，長槍打肉馬有加成，所以
There's a ram
近戰嗰啲唔係太緊要。
He is ramming the wham. It is happening.
睇下先啊，先撞咗呢個塔先，咁然之後你睇下，得你可以做啲咩啊？佢揾果食啊呢堆嘢，
I mean, you know, it's occasional wham's going to have to hit the showers, and it seems like today might be the day.
佢周圍揾資源食啊，
Definitely getting excited.
Yeah, and this is
真係慘過黑米嘅，即係行到9里遠得黃金同埋石頭啊！真係點食啊？
is pretty decent. You see quite a lot of infantry here, actually, a lot of spears as well, and you gotta respect those. Those are Abbasid spearmen.
咁啊呢個時候部隊數係65對46嘅，
Battering grants, and this is a fight that Wham
咁啊俾德利控咗圖之後咧，就德利可以食果，咁啊阿拔斯食唔到果，
Really being forced with these rams.
咁啊直接打你見到，咁啊你睇下控得幾好，即係肉馬唔使上嘅時候就唔上啦，咁剩低就係工兵同長槍互毆，
Hold for him. He continues falling back. Look at the way he continues pocketing in the
3個衝撞車，
choke points. He's doing
60隻兵對34隻兵，
and it looks like he's actually doing
應該瓜噶啦。
holding. Of course, he is losing buildings on the
咁啊，攻防輸緊啦，因為俾人打咗個鐵匠鋪，咁然之後就係經濟領先太多啦，得你。
coming out from wham here.
Wham is
呢個係文明雙克嚟噶，所以冇辦法嘅呢度真係，
2-1 right
佢冇咩可以做到啊。
now. More and more critical buildings over here. Production
基本上打咩招都冇用，因為個文明蝦住你。
attack upgrade now in for Vam, but no range defense, no melee defense upgrade. So the quality of Viper's army right now looking a lot better.
即係有陣時啲人唔會喺呢啲咁嘅地圖攞德里出嚟用嘅，即係但係 Viper 好鬼中意咯，即係近排。睇下先啊，咁啊一個衝撞車拆唔拆到啊？拆唔到啊衝撞車。咁啊拖咗一大堆村民去拆衝撞車，但係掟咗2個火把之後就縮咗翻屋企。咁啊成堆兵死晒，咁啊部隊係60對17嘅。哇！真係喺 TC 底同你對射啊！你睇下啲兵，即係當你個 TC 冇到，即係55兵對12隻兵。即係你睇下，當你嗰個 TC 冇到啊！真係喺 TC 底同你對射，即係啲兵多得滯啊 ！GG， Ram 盡咗力㗎啦！呢個係 Viper 嗰個文明 pick 得太好啦，真係。因為今次 BO7 咧係會打齊咁多地圖咧，得你未必會喺呢個圖上嘅。咁我唔知係咪 Viper 有研究過，俾人黑到死嘅，真係乜都做唔到嘅。即係呢個 matchup， 即係你唔好諗住做啲乜嘢。你唯一能夠做咧就係食晒自己啲果，然之後等死。
And this is what makes Viper very dangerous. Take a look at game number 1. He played a super greedy game, 2 Town Center English into King's Palace, and only went on to be the aggressor in Castle Age and beyond.
咁然之後咧就睇下究竟 Viper 係咪真係有研究嘅先。如果有研究嘅話，可能甚至第3、4場咧都係文明 counter pick 嘅話咧就好陰功㗎啦，會4比0嘅。
He's going for a very diverse composition of spears, archers, and horsemen, and he understands that he's got the critical mass to make a ramp push happen. And
係啊，對面2倍兵真係好難搞啊！你
very successful ramp push like this.
即係基本上係冇咩可以做到啊。
I think ramps are one of those things that rarely come out. At least it feels like it at this point. A lot of people are trending towards a little bit more of a greedy style, but yeah, it's definitely been some time, and typically not with the Delhi. The last time I can think of it would have been Muslim on King of the Hill up against an Abbasid player where he was doing a tower rush. Longbows came out, and he also brought out the Rams as well. So that's pretty much the last time I can remember it. That was a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, it's quite rare to see Rams coming out in strength.
And it looks like we're going back to another open map over here. So Wham deciding to go for high view. He's thrusting his skills on these open maps. So far, Viper is 2-0. And now we're going to have a French versus Rus matchup over here. Interesting, because you get the feel that, Vam has that Rus approach, but it's a little bit predictable. And Viper is really good at exploiting these things. Like, Viper has a game plan going into every single game. And looking at this Civ matchup, Viper knows 100% sure that Vam is going to play with that board, and Viper's game plan is going to be adjusted to that fact.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly how he's going to be playing this. This is an interesting one. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the previous series. Rus versus French. French advantage, definitely. But I still think it's pretty balanced. It depends who you got on the Rus here.
打羅斯實力差距3比0。睇下先啊 ，High Field 咧本身係羅斯都 OK 嘅，因為好似話狼多啊，同埋斥候優勢啊呢個圖。但係實力差距啊，即係4比0可能。睇下先啊，佢仲有張 King of the Hill 嘅。
Yeah, that's exactly it. Looks like we have
但係 Viper 基本上剩低嘅文明都可以打啊，即係 King of the Hill。即係如果玩下嘢嘅，可以試下中國先啦。即係玩下嘢可以試下中國啦，即係神羅就應該唔好啦。即係因為對面有英國啊，有蒙古嘅話，即係好似都唔好亂嚟。
Mongols on King of the Hill. No, we saw Mongols tried that early. Yeah, didn't work. But
食豬唔係食豬可以食嘅，冇話唔食得嘅。但係你要喺嗰度開始，你要同法國鬥爆兵咯，變咗。
It's a possibility.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. It would be absolutely ludicrous for him to leave that open, considering it's a best of 7. You know, basically play every single civ that there is, and he doesn't.
我見過有人咧就係照食嘅。
I'm curious to see where you think this game is going
咁啊，食完之後咧都係照傷 TC 嘅。咁但係嗰幾個村民咧，可能中途咧會俾人磨幾隻啊。
Two town center, maybe even a bit of a heavy feudal coming out of Viper.
咁啊，死幾隻嘅代價就係你食咗隻豬，咁啊有傷 TC。咁但係你升城會比法國快好多啊。不過快好多冇乜用，即係法國有陣時唔使升都打贏你。神羅有潛力咯，叫做可以試好多嘢咯。即係因為依家最老套嗰招開始有陣時唔係好嘅，即係好多情況都唔會。
Maybe that is what we see here. It could be the case. I mean, we've seen it once before. Maybe we see it a second time. Could we be so lucky? I think if I guess Highview's interestingly, Highview, despite being an open map, seems to just go very, very long. It seems to always.
係先啊，蒙哥利人啊，有呢個地圖。點解花牌啲圖咁怪雞嘅？揀嚟揀去。
Like 40 minutes could be the same here. We'll wait.
French pass.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it does go for quite a long one.
It's a possibility. Highview is a map where you
花牌啲圖咧，全部都係啲咩中國啊、神羅啊嗰啲，可以全部攞嚟用。
But it looks like we do have game number 3 coming up. Let's jump straight in.
同埋呢個時候，我要開始諗剩翻嘅文明會唔會俾人 counter 啊？即係穩穩陣陣打。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
慢慢食碌。
In between Vam and the Viper, this is the play.
花牌應該玩好少噶啦，打完呢個比賽之後，但係佢好似話都會玩嘅，不過唔係好似依家咁密噶啦，變咗。即係鋪條後路啦，即係第時如果 AOE4 又突然間又多人玩翻，又紅翻起，咁啊有條後路，即係唔好好似 Hera 咁樣。即係佢依家 Hera 嗰個情況係真係完全冇後路啊！即係直頭話唔會再翻轉頭噶啦，基本上。
Can somebody tell me how to wall? Because right now I'm gonna need to know because these guys
即係花牌依家咧，起碼第時如果有啲咩獎金多啊，又或者隻 game 好玩咗啊，咁樣翻轉頭即係都冇問題啊。
talked about this before that there was the potential that this game might go long. If there's anything that motivates this game to go long,
睇下先啊，點解呢張圖啲樹咁樣嘅？
based you will ever get, and again over on the other side,
平時張圖咪咁樣嘅啲樹。
we can see just how easy these are.
呢個 AOE2嘅圍牆形狀嚟喎，即係呢個地圖。
That is my estimate. So, you know.
花牌呢張圖最好靚喎，好似成個 AOE2咁啊張圖。你睇下有啲碌喺入邊，咁啊有金有石有果啊！呢張圖係乜鬼嘢？咁樣 gen 出嚟嘅。
There is a great board spot in the middle for Vam. So if he wants to play feudal age aggression with the board and the proxy base, that is a perfect.
花牌心態好，同埋佢嗰陣真係少玩嘅，咁所以即係佢都係。即係俾一下面咁樣去參加比賽。佢嗰排係打緊 AOE2 比賽啊嘛，好似即係嗰啲我唔記得係咩比賽嚟啊，即係好多奇怪地圖啊嗰個比賽。但係呢張圖我覺得花牌優勢。即係淨係睇個地圖形狀。
Often the cliffs together with the forests will spawn very natural choke points that are easily walled up. And then you've got Highview, which is a map that seems to last.
咁啊，法國招前面叫做被動少少啊，好舒服噶啦。咁但係大後期係羅斯嘅，即係你唔好拖到大後期都係5波嘅話咧，就打贏羅斯應該唔係問題嘅。
I feel like your standards of openness is just a little too high. Imagine if we had.
睇下先啊，咁啊呢度一個 tick 啊阻唔到人啊，冇計。
Hey, Lipton is a lot more open than I thought. But yeah, I agree
睇下
with
先，
you.
快排啲碌，快排啲狼俾人偷射啊！
Yourself is really difficult. Looks like we do have 2 scouts over here by Viper, by the way, taking out the majority.
哎呀，俾人
Looks
撻
like
咗，
Vam is gonna yoink 1 though, so he's up to 230 bounty. Oh, Vam got the other.
刀係俾人攞咗。
Vam got the second one as well.
He did a good job. He's up to 2. We're barely shy of 4 minutes.
OK 嘅咁樣。
Good bounty to have. Normally, if you're going to be hitting that 250 mark by 5.
等陣先 ，Wam 佢唔升
with
續輪嘅，啊唔係手推車。
Still no wheelbarrow coming through just yet for either player at this point. But we can see the landmarks are well and truly.
佢唔升嘅話咧，就有機會真係唔食豬啊，直頭
coming through.
可能。
Mean that we are going to be seeing a potential professional scouts.
Or aggression towards the gold mine.
快爬唔知打咩？
Try to send out all 4
點解唔升續輪嘅？咁搞笑啊！
the gold income of the French player as he's going up. You can
仲喺度加緊斥候喎。
tonight and force him to open with a horse.
佢
Now looking
執碌啊！
at the dots, though, they're moving all the way to the
原子人啊，居然
so you gotta
做
wonder
咗
who's actually gonna be pro scouts here.
Yeah, it could indeed be. We can see he's very close to it. He's at 273. He's got to kill that last
升唔升啊？
sheep. Has he actually killed that?
真係喎
last one? He's just 5. Is he?
黐線佬啊！
It's yeah, it is professional scouts. He did look. He actually did a sell. He sold. Yeah, he sold some of his wood. It is indeed going to be professional scouts. So very rare to see.
黐線佬啊！
Actually seeing boar plus professional scouts. This is greedy.
呢一招，哇！佢仲要食埋豬啊！呢個人
Greedy.
即係
like this
佢執錄都唔
gold in style eco.
都唔止，仲要食埋豬，真係貪到嘔啊！
You're assuming that Viper isn't gonna put
你
up
投資太多嘢啦。
You're assuming that Viper is gonna play greedy, and you're like, okay, I'm going to play this one even greedier than Viper could. Now this is
即係Viper 未掘石過大佬，死啊！呢個金馬嚟啊！你玩鬼啊！咁樣送
boar.
Oh no, the boar coming in and Viper going to deny it. You can see.
75黃金舐舐你，村民2隻殘血嘅，翻屋企啊！你想
clearing, or rather, Viper going to be taking the gold away from Wham.
佢
So just
太唔俾面啦！你咁樣貪到，我覺得呢隻馬睇下佢會唔會想彈住 TC 啊？咁見到攞斥球彈，
go for it. This is the consequence of playing.
咁啊寫一隻斥 OK 嘅。
You get
咁啊村民係暫時領先1隻，好似唔係好多。呢個係
Out into
法國出村快錘，
want all the hunt that's
佢呢度殺唔到村啱啱。
across the map, but you don't have any
貪
army
得
to
滯
protect those scouts that are carrying in the carcasses with. You don't have any army to protect those villagers with that are moving out towards the border. So if Viper puts up
佢有執佬嘅，有後着咯叫做。
find yourself very much exposed, and that is
不過
exactly what happened
蝕就肯定蝕啲嘅，不過 OK 啊，冇所謂。
So he just did a couple of knights around here, and he's realizing that, oh yeah, my
咁啊
opponents
執
are
人哋啲鹿啊
over。here. I should do the same thing, but put up some aggression here with my knights.
Villager almost going down.
咁啊做啲小騷擾。
He's able to get it inside the safety of
睇下
the wooden
喂，佢可能遇到喎呢批斥球。
out in the middle of the map looking to fight
喂，望到，睇下 Viper 有冇反應？我唔知佢有反應啊。
around with those knights and look at it.
呢啲鹿未必執得到啦，咁樣馬咧，哎呀馬俾人射死咗隻，呢
Big mistake.
個好蝕咁樣。
Huge loss for his friend.
呢隻馬可以翻去回血㗎，所以唔應該死嘅。同埋佢可能有機會唔想再出㗎啦。你咁樣死咗一隻就殺唔到村。
One less knight throughout the rest of this game.
Looks like the scout is going
有
to drop off the
有冇衝鋒㗎呢度？追唔追到？
by Wham to save that.
馬咧有衝鋒嘅話咧，會快過普通兵嘅。
So it's not as bad as it looks. And looking at Wham,
哎呀，佢呢度死咗隻馬有啲蝕啊，因為咧嗰隻馬可以配合
this is like
兩隻一齊做，即係衝鋒嘅話咧，可以秒村民。
used in the day of the dreaded Rus horse archers and Viper
咁啊，花炮開 TC，
going for an eco-focused approach to town centers in feudal age.
其實營運又唔係話輸咗嘅，不過
Viper, we can actually see he's already getting his eco
不過
upgrade.
OK 嘅，暫時。
Max is through.
即係你唔可以唔記得呢個羅斯可以用金門調資源，
For Wham, so both players looking to play it a little bit greedier, invest in that
即
economy.
係升到好似立亂咁咯，睇落，但係就總有辦法嘅，即係有個金門。
Military. But these days, it seems to be like most players are just spending their resources on acquiring more resources. We're
即
investing.
係你調資差極，
And that's exactly
咁你大不了一係咧就賣咗啲木材攞黃金，然之後又買啲食物咁樣；一係咧就加個市集啊，直頭，
food stocks.
即係差極都總有計仔。
Players have gotten so much better at defending that it's really difficult to punish a player for playing greedy.
佢呢度咁多人伐木嘅，佢
If my opponent is playing greedy,
佢係咪打馬弓？
it looks like Viper is adding a couple more knights himself, also grabbing chivalry, so he's still
嗱，你睇下佢掉咗一波資源啦已經，咁啊木材瞬間少咗。應該打馬弓。係啊，佢如果不過佢啱啱都冇死到穿都 OK 嘅，算運氣好彩。
So the question is, what does Viper do to counter this play? What does he look to go into? Obviously, Knights are going to be an option, and we've seen players before go for the Royal Institute as one of the potential landmarks for them to go up to the second A.
啊，即係有喺度偷嘢，花炮望唔到，望唔到好似。
Yeah, he came in and just took a couple.
花炮望唔到啊。
You can see the town center.
不過唔緊要啊，呢幾隻鹿。
He's like, hold on a minute, I'm missing something.
遲少少啦，冇計，俾人執咗。
Because of the stealth forest.
Viper is moving for the board.
Viper 食豬，你唔食就到我食啊！
Between the players, Vam snuck in with a couple of scouts, stole a couple of carcasses, and Viper's gonna be like, "Hey, you helped me kill that boar. I might as well take it." A lot of mind games going on here. Now Viper's gonna need at least 2 towers on that boar, otherwise he's gonna get punished very easily.
打馬弓。之前有個人咧就靠呢個即係升到300幾血嗰啲騎咧拎嚟平 A 馬弓，但係咧就好似唔係好掂喎。
Just remember, even if the arrow slits go through, the horse archers are going to be enough to one-shot the villagers. And now that's all fine and dandy, but then
咁啊執遺跡先啦，即係講到尾，經濟一定輸啲㗎呢個時候。
I don't think they're too long for this world. I'm not sure if Viper's done the math on this enough to know that this is probably a pretty dangerous spot for you.
舐你。
I guess he's just taking this gamble over here, knowing that he's gonna be
打工兵都好穩陣啊 ，Viper， 同埋佢呢個場可以圍啊，即係如果佢要圍嘅話咧，即係都幾容易。咁你圍得到嘅話咧，咁基本上同 AOE2嗰個概念一樣嘅，即係你打遠程部隊咧，你要打爆埲牆咧，要好多時間。哇，Viper有細節嘅。啱啱咧 ，Viper 咧咪有6隻穿出嚟食豬嘅，咁佢突然間收走咗一隻。我啱啱望到我唔知咩事啊，但係我望翻支塔得5個位。咁原來佢啱啱有啲細節做咗，即係睇唔到，不過即係當時睇唔到。
I love that. If you
下先去掘石咯。
price of survival techniques for the French, it's minimal. Like one scout once again yoinking.
哇，當自己係蒙古咁玩啊，好似睇落，即係周圍插塔，然之後就阻止呢個馬弓走位。下先呢個執唔執到個遺跡？係咁啊！呢個截得好靚，真係叫做1粒、2粒、3粒。哇！呢個你就算升得快都執唔到遺跡，你睇下 Vam01，即係去到依家都係0喎，仲係。哇！仲要死個真女，蝕到爆炸。真係細節，呢啲就係細節啊！咁啊，呢個執唔執到啊？衝鋒搏懵啦！哇，呢個頂得靚，頂住。哇，爭啲死啊！呢度6血。仲有一隻嚟緊，衝唔衝得切啊？誒，望到，呢隻馬有衝鋒㗎，你見唔見啊？佢無啦啦勁快行路。咁啊，又 delay 咗一隻。即係咁樣都照偷啊！即係呢個遺跡，但係佢攞走咗啦，依家。不過佢執遺跡執得咁慢咧，可能 Viper 側邊嗰啲佢會自己攞翻㗎啦。頭先呢度好多馬弓下。哎呀，佢走去射呢個鐵匠鋪，真係蠢咗呢個。即係話俾人哋聽我嚟啦，我射你啲村民啊，你快啲走啊！你睇下射完個鐵匠鋪，村民都唔見晒。真係呢個係少少同手速有關嘅，即係有陣時你 A 過去人哋度咧，就係咁樣噶啦，即係見到建築物就打咗先嘅會。睇下先，呢度又死馬弓。睇下先，人哋專射你啲馬弓，你睇，又一隻啊！
before he loses those villagers. So
睇
definitely
下先啊馬啦，
a bit of time here. Wallolol over towards the west side of the map. Night
好彩有反應，哇！你睇有陣時 Viper 啲反應就係快到嘔。
But now we can see those villagers all losing their lives, and he's traded away 5 villagers for what seems to be a little bit of a tempo gain. So 3 or 4 villagers.
點解死唔去嘅？點解
How did he get out of there with
點解5隻村民淨係死咗2隻嘅？
wheelbarrows out? That's for sure.
Vam probably wasn't focusing over there. He was trying to burn
Ah.
the mill or something.
佢呢個時候咧，佢有斥候咧，佢肯定有視野嘅，即係唔會話睇唔到嘅。咁然之後5隻村居然有3隻走咗，
That board, that's pretty
即係明明係食硬嘅呢5隻村民都。
quite concerning though. Only
有睇下先啊，村民數係67對45啦，咁啊部隊係 Viper 得7隻啫。
about 700 food consumed from that board.
咁啊轉緊兵未啊？轉緊工兵。
I still feel like it's a pretty decent trade for Viper considering he managed to get out.
遺跡搞成點啊？遺跡好似 Viper 俾人
I guess he was in the
截住晒，全部都
Things got a little bit mixed, but
即係出邊嘅部隊唔夠多啊，佢截唔到人哋執遺跡。即係有陣時係咁上下啊，所以冇計嘅呢個。
that is building over here.
即係你如果你係雙 TC，即係自然就會有呢個情況出現。
Population compared to the 41 of Wham.
即係 Viper 就算做得幾好都好咧，啲遺跡都係
Vam is picking up
會俾人攞啫，基本上。
That's going to help a lot for Vam, but Vam has a second town center now. It's looking good
睇
for
下先啊 ，Ram 係買石頭開咗個 TC 啊，見到。
TC. Now that he
咁啊經濟都唔錯啦，遺跡都執得差唔多啦。
Nico and his army is
咁啊有一波工兵，唔係有一波馬工。
We're now looking at
睇下先啊 ，Viper
defensive castle right in the middle of his base.
誒
Feel the necessity of that.
呢個城堡唔算靚嘅呢個位，
At some point, just commit.
即係。以前咧 Viper 直播咧有教過嘅，就係咧個城堡嘅 size 咧同 TC 一樣嘅，你可以攞 TC 嚟度位啦，然之後咧留低
Useful at some point.
留低一個空位啦，咁然之後喺側邊起建築物去話呢個俾人搞啦，
Able to collect all
即係幾多隻村啊？
Well, another raid coming over here.
不過
Wham's looking
問題唔大呢個
decent in this game. I gotta be honest with you. All of a sudden, Viper looking like he might be on shaky ground.
我覺得
Yeah, this
OK
is
嘅2-3村民。
Vam over here because he's
即係 TC 同城堡個 size 一樣嘅，所以你可以攞嚟度㗎。咁所以咧，佢呢度咁樣貼住咧，啲田頂住佢起建築物咧，即係佢呢個堡咧用唔盡佢嗰個減價。
well defendable. So is the one for Vam with all those walls. But Viper hasn't walled himself yet, which means that all those
睇下
horses
先啊，見到有石頭證啊，即係哎呀呢度又冇控兵。
are now actually depleting those numbers on the left though, and this is the biggest problem for Vam.
睇下先，呢度仲有一堆工兵食，
Four groups of
舐
horses
舐嚟呢堆馬工。
hit them a lot, and if you look away for a second, you lose a bunch of valuable units.
哎，咁啊 Ram 開始圍牆。
Beautiful walls now beginning to come out for Wham. I gotta say, I love this. And interestingly, we never saw any walls in the early game, despite both players having such easily wallable bases.
邊個賺啲啊 ？Viper 經濟好似麻麻地。
Of the map, he's got his nice walls going across here. Keep in mind the Rus walls; they're not able to build the stone ones. They get access to fortified palisade walls, which have got a little bit more.
不過冇所謂啊，暫時呢個時候咧 Ram 咧佢係想拗到後期噶啦，因為羅斯最勁就係後期。咁而 Viper 咧呢個時候咧好似都冇乜甜頭。
Those wooden fortresses, and you see
啊，先啊，呢度有波工兵啊，咁啊先追住啲馬工嚟點啊，見到，唔係係啊，追住馬工嚟點。
there is a bit of a buffer over here for Vam.
咁但係人哋有支塔喺度啊。
What's going to happen? Vam also has started grabbing some upgrades for those warrior monks, so the Saint's blessing is going to be indeed a blessing.
即係呢個頂住支塔嚟打，好似唔係好抵啊。
Yeah, Wham looking pretty decent. Keep in mind he's behind by about 24 villagers at
呢
this
度
point in
有
time.
啲蝕 Viper。
He does have the 5 relics working for him. He's got the second town center up as well, and he's able to repel back this 4.
即係如果呢個時候羅斯仲係強勢咧，佢好順咁樣走咗去帝王時代咧，咁法國就會開始好難打贏羅斯。
Springles on them already, so he's in a decent spot. But Viper
即係打到後期，你基本上冇乜機會去即係左走右走。啊，先種田啊 Viper， 木材唔夠多，
He might actually have to look towards this gold.
正面夠唔夠抽啊？爭啲啊！但係呢個係出兵位嚟啊。
Yeah, that could be troublesome. Now you see those foot archers are actually taking good fight against those horse archers out there.
其實 Viper 要圍牆啦，差唔多。
Is that he has to start transitioning into farms as well because obviously he was on the board, but he had to pull his villagers back. And with professional scouts for Vam, he picked up most of the carcasses from all across the map. So Vam, he could technically
佢突然間又使咗一筆錢，唔知去邊，即係冇上帝出咗騎兵啊，攞啲錢嚟。
work with as compared to Viper, who's going to have to start transition to
不過咧，你有陣時咧，你太少村民咧，你升咗帝咧，你基本上你都升唔到啲乜嘢科技嘅，即係又或者兵都出唔到幾隻，所以有陣時你就算有錢都好咧，應該留一留先，
There it is.
Yeah,
Over on
yeah,
the-
right.
即係留一留喺城堡時代，即係反而好啲。 睇下先啊，Viper 攞啲資源，我唔知攞咗啲乜嘢。嚟啊，打多線，圍咗場都打到多線嘅，點解？啲馬喺邊度瞬移入去？同埋呢度晒村民唔錯，即係羅斯本身嘅村民都唔係多，即係懟冧幾隻先。睇下先啊，嗱，咁你見到佢一波馬弓衝咗入屋企啊，咁 Viper 可以喺出邊推出嚟噶啦，差唔多。即係推出嚟之後咧，就可以係有冇掘石頭啊？咁啊，零石，我唔知佢會唔會再加個寶啊？即係佢，你見到中間開始係少少推出嚟噶啦，見到，因為佢知你啲馬弓喺屋企咧，咁好安心噶啦出邊。哎呀，真係 Wham 成堆兵，唔好同我講佢40隻兵追住3隻騎兵嚟走啊！真係冇玩呢啲嘢。你睇下佢中間冇晒部隊啊，全部追住嗰幾隻騎啊，真係咩事啊？咁喺呢個時候咧，你睇下俾咗個空檔 Viper 出去唞下氣。明明 Viper 啲兵比較少啊，但係唔知點解出咗嚟可以。咁然之後狂種田，即係要靠勾一陣經濟。不過法國有城堡㗎，我唔知點解 Viper 唔圍牆啊。睇下先，哇！人哋出嚟之後佢又鼠入去，即係有少少 Beastie 嗰啲 feel 啊，真係。睇下呢度俾人追喎，得唔得咯？可能要死晒呢波嘢。睇下先，走，瘋狂走，睇晒為止。應該可能5點半啊，如果要打落去，或者6點可能打到。睇埋咯，冇所謂。即係我嘅話，大家可以隨時瞓嘅，我會睇晒為止。試下暫時村民數係100對78，但係已經冇所謂啦。暫時嚟睇，咁因為對面5遺跡啊，咁啊部隊數亦都夠多啊，咁啊基本上佢嘅村民嘅效率會做得，即係會採集得好啲嘅，即係冇俾人搞。其實 Viper 要狂爆兵。睇下先啊，近戰防啱啱升緊，但係就其他攻防升齊啦。A lot of siege workshops coming down for Wham, and you know what that means? He's thinking about going to Imperial. Going to be looking to put that high armory down. 睇下先。我覺得Wham 咧，佢有排都升唔到底嘅，因為佢嗰個食物收入咧太少啦。佢基本上應該仲未開始種好多田。如果你夾硬要升底咧，你基本上就冇資源出其他兵啊。你睇下佢屋企冇田嘅，即係呢個人。睇下先啊，呢一波 Viper 夾硬打，我覺得啲馬太前唔係一件好事嚟。睇下先 ，Viper 經濟好好啊，呢個時候有至少30-40塊田啦，我諗。咁啊係爭在要少少石頭起城堡控圖。
Yeah, it looks like Vam is waiting for the upgrade to come in. He saw that gold mine out there, so he knows Viper's got a lot of exposed eco.
即係 Vam 喺度游升地，佢會唔會升下地之後又死咗㗎？即係個情況好似同啱啱嗰鋪差唔多。咁你睇下 Viper 嘅部隊數已經係追平咗㗎啦。咁所以咧，如果你走去升底咧，即係代表你係放棄你控圖㗎啦。睇下先啊，部隊數真係差唔多。你係咪真係要升底？不過今次咧好彩咧就係Viper嘅巨頭唔係好多嘅，即係如果要推你咧就冇之前嗰個咁快脆。咁但係 Viper 嘅田係好足夠嘅，你見到。睇下先啊，佢呢度得一個巨頭有啲少。咁不過 Wham 01咧今次醒㗎啦，你見到佢就算有資咧，佢都盡量唔升住啊，即係 hold 住先。即係Viper喺經濟同英國一模一樣。
On the contrary, if you look at VAM, only 700 food per
睇
minute.
下先，117村52兵，
Substantial amount of farms, and that's a problem. You see, he's starting to pop out trebs, and
得8塊田啊！呢個 M 唔係啩？
that he has.
食緊果，得8塊田啫。
Respecting Viper
佢咁樣嘅經濟咧，你打唔到幾多次會戰嘅，即係
something else behind this one. Reality is that he could do a ton of damage with the army he currently has.
咁啊，Viper呢個時候咧就係要諗下究竟係點樣磨佢啦，唯有即係咁有錢。
A little too passively because, yeah, sure enough, he's banking up resources for Imperial.
即係你唔可以睇呢個羅斯淨係有2000幾食物啊、3000黃金啊咁樣。你睇下佢個收入咧，佢係得600幾食物嘅。你升咗第一就冇兵冇科技，你唔升嘅話咧都係即係有兵嘅，不過冇錢同人耗。 反而 Viper 呢邊經濟超好，即係2000幾食物收入。黃金雖然少啲啦，但係佢有個地標可以撳個掣攞錢。咁啊，至少佢可以升個帝嘅，即係撳個掣。係啊，咁啊撳掣，即係即講即撳啊。咁啊，佢有呢個本錢。 睇下先，呢波馬應該係送俾人啊，即係睇落。但係唔緊要嘅，因為你見到啦，因為你走位錯嘅時候咧，咁人哋就即係捉你漏洞啦。咁呢個城堡應該係冇噶啦。咁但係因為 Viper 升緊帝王啦，所以佢應該會打得比較保守少少嘅，即係唔會衝出去。即係你嚟嘅時候我就走啦。咁你如果行咗去第度咧，我就會。 即係偷雞摸下你啲嘢啦，但係佢唔會話，即係唔會話太貪心。咁啊，非常好。咁啊，見到係羅斯先升帝嘅，但係你啦，你睇下佢升咗帝之後，佢有鬼錢啊！佢升咗啲咩科技啊？可以，即係升咗又出咗2個弩炮同埋移動速度啦，咁冇啦，即係得咁多咋。咁但係Viper嘅經濟咧，佢升完帝之後咧，佢係至少佢啲馬弓科技全部都可以升齊嘅。即係呢個就係後面經濟嗰個差距。即係Viper大把錢呢個時候，即係大把食物。睇下先升咩科技，有咩睇到？咁啊，升咗騎兵啦，呢個係老兵定係？ 老兵定係工兵嚟？咁啊，升咗一堆科技先。咁啊，3弓係免費送嘅。咁然之後咧就有一個2遠弓啦。咁啊有個3防係升緊嘅。即係攻防好似有啲差距。不過 Wam 呢邊咧，佢全部都係遠程嚟嘅，即係冇升近攻。 睇下先啊，出咗個長炮，哇！資源真係好，你睇下幾多田，周圍都係田。不過 Wam 呢邊5個遺跡。睇下先，馬弓呢個咩啊？弩炮嘅0.5射程。 咁啊，雙方部都好接近，咁啊等打，大家都等升級。咁啊 ，Viper 好似升完啦，咁啊有3防就上噶啦，應該直接。但係人哋有幾多？人哋3個巨頭4個弩炮。Viper 啲攻城單位略少啊，但係冇所謂嘅，即係呢堆馬佢唔使理你啊咁樣。睇下先，Viper 仲等緊個科技。 衝唔衝啊？呢個城堡唔知佢望唔望到啦，應該望到人哋起嘅，但係唔知打唔打，即係分咗兵啊！等升級，等升級。我唔係太中意呢個羅斯嘅配兵嘅，即係你睇下佢嗰個馬弓32同埋12隻金馬咧，你點樣處理呢個法國嘅一堆即係滿攻防嘅騎兵？因為平時啲人咧會出火槍兵噶嘛，至少。boom boom boom， 睇下先啊！咁啊，呢支塔係拖時間嘅。咁啊，又俾人引走咗啲工兵啦。咁剩低就係究竟係選擇救啊？呢邊好似130村民對116。睇下先啊！佢靠呢個寶嚟減價。睇下先，呢個邊個賺啊？ 但係正面冇彈啊，差唔多就快。下邊啦，睇下先啊！巨頭好似係俾人哋老炮點咗啊！咁啊，Viper依家巨頭死晒，咁啊得2個長炮啫。咁有26個嘅老兵同埋14個工兵同埋16隻騎兵，不過佢開始冇黃金啦 ，Viper。佢右邊仲有黃金可以掘嘅，咁但係佢選擇係掘緊石先。哇！佢呢個地標都幾賺喎，即係你睇下轉下眼又有1000黃金攞。咁啊有啲僵持住。咁啊睇下邊個漏洞多啲，同埋呢個圖好似幾近，即係82兵對67兵。咁啊 Viper 村民略多啦，咁啊所以正面部隊少啲，但係科技係齊嘅，即係比呢個 Wham0 一齊好多嗰啲科技。但係呢堆馬弓有啲難處理。睇下先啊，咁啊衝啦直接。咁啊馬弓咧，以我所知咧，佢嘅戰鬥力係頗廢嘅，即係喺後期。你睇下佢冇輸出嘅呢隻嘢，即係得個樣嘅咋。唔得，正面唔夠打，即係呢一波馬佢唔係黑住人哋啲金啊，佢一定要火槍兵啊。咁呢度火槍兵未算係成型啦，叫做咁啊吞咗呢一波有賺啦，見到咁啊人口咧係176對190嘅，但係就 Ram 咧已經係冇乜食物，轉其他兵噶啦，差唔多。咁啊石頭亦都係完咗噶啦，冇掘啦佢。咁啊唯一咧就係佢仲有3個巨頭啦，4個老炮。火槍兵 ，Viper 要開始轉翻工兵打呢個火槍，可能你見佢升緊呢個火箭啦已經。不過呢個圖唔算太闊啦，即係走位冇乜地方可以走。睇下住咩兵，我睇唔到住咩兵。唔係喎，滿人口轉唔到兵。哇！佢呢度勁多黃金。睇下先，衝唔衝啊？呢個位睇落又好似可以衝喎，但係火槍喺下邊啊。差唔差到？差唔切，得一個攻城單位太慢。
This is Highview. You know, a lot of people look at Highview, they're like, that's an open map. Highview is not an open map at all.
查唔到呢個寶就打唔到。咁啊，暫時僵持住。
We actually just saw crossbow stirrups come through for Viper, so he's looking to get all those upgrades.
真係喺度等。
But just remember that despite having slightly more.
咁啊 ，Viper 咧仲有2000幾石頭嘅，但係就暫時睇落唔係好想亂用。咁啊 ，cam 住呢個位先。
Viper might even have to start thinking about trading at this point.
He probably has to, because at this pace, Ram is going to have so much more mineable gold available. You see, it looks like Viper might be able to...
睇下先啊，咁啊先點咗人哋嗰個塔先啦，因為塔係攞視野㗎，即係有陣時咧打陣地戰咧係先打人哋個塔先會比較好啲，人哋望唔到你個城堡啦，望唔到你啲單位啊。但係選擇走位，我唔知佢走唔走到喎，因為嗱攻城單位咧平時咪行得慢嘅，咁但係因為呢張圖真係冇乜地方可以走啊，睇下移去邊啊，向下走。
Yeah, really good point. I'd be curious to see the guild hall right now for Viper. Obviously, he's still got access.
Viper 買 Viper 有地標夠用嘅，即係佢未至於話窮到唔夠用嘅，佢夠用嘅。咁啊又攞咗錢啦，好似啱啱，但係都夠用嘅，暫時。但係你唔可以同人打消耗咯。佢係咪應該向下面發展？不過我唔知。佢呢個時候咧就正面又好似唔係好夠抽啊，因為攻城單位唔係好夠多。但係如果同人打消耗咧，你又唔夠黃金用啊。
much gold has he got left on that gold mine?
I think he just now started.
但係村民多得滯啊，130隻。
3,000 still. But look at that.
佢呢度有2800石頭㗎，佢應該要揾個地方做下嘢都好。
And every second that Vam is occupying this left side of the map,
2800石頭，
big wall
其實下面咧控圖好緊要啊，下面仲有石嘅。如果佢可以喺嗰度起多個堡就好啊。
but that is going to be first of all time consuming to transition. Second, he's
睇下先，仲有2個工程單位，衝唔衝啊
base adding traders. So
？Viper 冇錢換啊，唔敢打啊，
want to avoid it.
有啲問呢鋪。
Traders in many ways is like transitioning to farms in regards of your food eco. You want to delay it as long as possible, and Vam can delay it so much more than
呢度有啲問水啊，冇資源啊，差唔多得木材啊。
He's sitting on so much gold at the moment, and I don't even think he's going to need to go on a traders because he's going to have that passive gold coming through. But obviously, if the situation does get
睇下先啊，AOE4後期係可以玩市集嘅喎，以我所知係嘛？
resources that he's got as well.
但係你玩市集又要嘥好多人口啊，真係唔知係咪一件好事嚟？
Down the base of Viper.
睇下先啊，Viper好似想衝咯，點解啊？哦，佢見到人哋啲部隊走開咗。
Stealth forest. There is plenty of
佢見到人哋嘅唔知係馬弓定乜嘢走咗去下邊啊！咁呢度全吞啊，應該係全部工程單位。但係佢需要後面嘅部隊跟上嚟去吞咗呢一波火槍兵先。
knights trying their best to prevent any deaths.
呢個係捉人哋走位失誤嘅，捉得好啊，仲要。
Culverin on the backside firing off, and the Streltsy
但係佢自己都損失唔少馬啊！呢個有啲事，可能要轉肉馬啦，冇錢㗎啦，
brother from Viper.
係嘛？呢度啲馬你睇，哇！啲馬死得幾鬼快
because the thing is that he lost a lot of those valuable knights and
啊！呢一波馬好多部，真係好多錢下啊！
he's pushing on the right side at the same time and he's still 200 population. Viper is 200.
睇下先啊，咁啊暫時Viper仲係200人口嘅，但係就要轉肉馬㗎啦，差唔多，因為你冇錢出金馬就點都要揾啲嘢做彈嘅。
Only a handful of archers remain.
睇下先啊，咁啊 Ram01咧都好似以為自己優勢啊，乘勝追擊，咁究竟邊個贏咧？呢度79部隊對60㗎。
For Wham beginning to come through the horse
同埋火槍兵啊，即係火槍兵質量略為高少少，可以叫做。
reinforcements, and we can see he's really starting to struggle with the gold. He's down to
但係呢一波係即係呢個範圍咧係法國嘅爆兵位嚟。
continues pumping out units non-stop. 10 Streltsy, 4 knights, 3 spring.
呢度可能都係法國頂住啊，叫做。
Horsemen now going to be coming out towards the front side. I can't see whether they've got
呢個法國因為 Viper 佢好多馬房嘅，即係佢要爆兵咧，應該可以清得到羅斯呢一波兵嘅有機會。但係
Vam is
佢後面啲兵係咪應該要控一控先？即係跟埋上去打交啊！
producing or
即係有啲流亂喺前面。你睇下 Viper 啲兵有好多都冇做嘢，呢度佢應該要參戰嘅過去。
continue this push and potentially finish this game because Viper is going to struggle to replenish those expenses.
暫時 Viper 未死啊，食物都使盡晒啦，你見到雙方。
Gold, but that means that
但係 Viper 依家仲要少少木材添啊，順便，同埋佢有2000幾石嘅，佢可以出去試下睇下喺下邊可唔可以揾個位發展插個堡，搶翻啲木翻嚟用。
Artillery on the backside being pretty efficient in this position, but now 4 trebuchets
睇
coming
下
out.
先啊，
He's
又送一波馬啊呢度，
plenty of damage here. So gotta be careful.
夠唔夠打呢度？62兵對59兵，Ram01嘅基本功唔夠喎，
We see a bombard actually coming.
即係出兵出唔切喎，佢有錢但係
Some damage.
出兵出唔切喎。
Looking to focus down that wooden fortress to the south side. There's plenty of wooden fortresses.
即係大家唔好唔記得 Viper 呢度係有成超過10個馬房啊！
Good emplacements, just
即係佢要爆兵咧，佢隨時可以彈翻出嚟一波又一波。
Viper is completely out of gold over here. So
不過 Viper 冇黃金啊，即係淨可以出肉馬啦，就快。
struggling with the income of resource or reinforcements rather.
睇下先啊，部隊係67對65嘅，真係暫時見到。
Bring a ton of arballetry, but he's at
但係即係你睇下個資源咧，雖然 Viper 冇黃金啦，但係佢一陣間有200嘅咯，準備。
a couple of keeps. But Viper needs to start thinking about setting up the trade for himself.
點解佢唔？
That's a reality right now.
不過佢冇黃金係真係好事啊！
Vam is
佢
gonna be
如果有市集會好少少啦，但係人哋5遺跡嘅始終，
engagement where he wipes out most of Viper's arballetry is.
長遠耗落去都係蝕底啊！呢個時候。
Game, I feel.
Yeah, it's looking really tough for Viper. He's sitting on 100 gold a minute right now, and that is from the 6.
哇！啱啱吞咗好多工程單位，都叫有賺嘅。呢個時候就5巨頭6個老炮打正面，應該都係
Or a wooden fortress that's got
應該羅斯着數啲啩。
looking to do more.
羅斯129村好似多得滯。
Haul 220 gold in it, and ideally you'd like to see him spend all of the remaining gold that he's got on any
同埋瘋狂遊走啊！睇下有冇機會
right now is
即係捉佢啲兵都好，但係羅斯好似
map, but the
知道啱啱賴咗一次嘢。
control it.
咁啊全部一齊行啦！依家啲兵。
Traders, the player adding traders right now is Vam. I love that he's transitioning to that super late game scenario. So he's saying, okay, I'm not 100% sure I can.
睇下先啊！哇 ，Ram 呢度開始加市集啦，但係 Viper 冇加到佢。但係但係如果你村民數佔咁多嘅話咧，又唔係話真係一件好事嚟。暫時睇，即係除非佢 delete 自己村民，然之後去加呢個貿易車啦。如果唔係嘅話，唔係即係反而係拖咗你嗰個部隊數。睇下先，呢波火槍有啲難搞。差唔多要老兵唔知掂唔掂啊！真係睇下先啊，升咗個唔知咩科技嚟呢個。
And now going to be standing on top of some production over on the western side of the base. Viper definitely struggling to hold on to the raids that are coming through. And Wham are walled up at about what, minute 15? And now we see Viper struggling.
睇下先啊，咁啊純粹捱住先啦。咁啊暫時。咁啊 Wham 咧應該係 delete 咗村民啊，你見到佢得翻120，即係 delete 咗10隻啱啱至少。咁啊呢度俾人搞啲田，不過影響唔大嘅咧，大把錢仲有。 即係短時間死唔去嘅，咁同埋佢有2700石咧，佢真係要諗計仔咧，可以係即係，不過你插寶你唔可以插太前，因為人哋有巨頭。睇下先啊，屋企差唔多啦，係咪應該插多個寶喺屋企保住自己，即係等自己唔好咁鬼亂？睇下先，正面，喂，正面有火槍喎，咁樣衝啊，唔知夠唔夠抽呢度？ 即係 Viper 咧，依家佢屋企咧，大部分嘅部隊都係即係守緊嘅，即係正面唔係好多啊。咁啊，走啊走啊！即係大家互毆啊！呢個時候。睇下先啊，部隊數係70對75嘅，但係 Viper 啲兵喺屋企啊！呢個時候。 Viper 啲兵啊，衝緊出嚟啦！呢度因為前面打得太快啦，即係後面啲兵都未嚟。75兵對62兵。嚟啊！呢波馬好緊要。火槍好似唔係好多。 啲火槍可能唔係好多啊！呢度有機會食佢一波先，因為攻城單位，哇！佢呢度醒目啊，咁啊起建築物去卡位。但係咧就因為大部分係攻城單位嚟啊，所以佢佔人口噶嘛呢堆嘢。正面冇咩戰鬥力嘅，可以咁樣講。咁啊，先吞一波先啦，好似又不過人哋多錢啊。 但係個氣勢好似係 Viper 贏，但係咧就因為對面質量比較高啲嘅啲兵，可唔可以吞到呢波？不過呢個人哋有支塔啊，即係你衝唔到入去。咁啊，163人口對188 ，Viper 仲可以打嘅，但係就只能夠爆肉馬同工兵啦，即係冇黃金啊。 冇啦冇啦冇啦，冇錢。咁啊，又撳咗錢啦，見到又撳咗黃金啊。
Viper did level quite a lot of buildings to the ground over here, and he took down so much army. But this is where being able to replenish those forces comes into play. You see, Viper.
咁啊，佢冇咩平價單位可以 counter 呢波火槍兵啊。咁佢冇黃金嘅話，真係冇計制。咁啊，處理唔到啊呢波火槍。5遺跡真係變態。但係可能仲有機會啩，我唔知。見到 Viper 又冇晒錢啦，差唔多。咁啊，後面仲有17隻肉馬衝緊出嚟。好多錢啊！見到羅斯。
it is going to be the other resources, unfortunately. He's got plenty of units coming out, and Viper
冇啦。
is the kind of guy that's going to give up, but he is trying to stretch this game out, trying to whittle down his opponent. I don't think there's any possible way that he comes back into this, though. Look at the reinforcements for Wham. They're just looking so healthy.
太有錢，
Reinforcements
俾人淹死啊！
forces coming in here. Viper now is down to just a bench of Arbaletier here. But as the Streltsy grind those down, Viper is going to struggle to rebuild those even because even those units cost gold over here. Viper rallying all the horsemen to try and take down the spring gold. Streltsy numbers.
睇下先啊，居然仲未死，好神奇。
Over here, but as the reinforcements join this battle once again, Viper should be pushed back into his base.
睇下先啊，咁啊 Viper 咧屋企應該係立立亂嘅，暫時。
Definitely been out of this since minute 15. I don't know why we are still here. Chat is definitely suggesting that this game should have been called at the 15-minute mark. I mean, Viper's put up a valiant effort. I got to be honest with you. But the massive of archers here.
但係冇咩可以做到啊！呢個時候，即係對面5遺跡嘅話，佢仲有黃金掘緊喎，真係打鬼啊！
Yeah, Viper is slowly being ground down. Remember,
咁而且人哋咧已經係開始緊呢個市集 trade 啦，
placing his eco.
咁基本上黃金都係源源不絕㗎啦。
Sustainability is
咁一個唔使錢嘅，
is completely barren
即係
resources. There's going to be trade working for Vam and Viper.
即係垃圾兵打黃金兵係冇得打。
Start setting that up, and he's nowhere close to that. He's constantly struggling with population, down to 100.
不過唔緊要，我覺得呢一鋪咧輸咗咧，但係如果佢可以係睇翻原來人哋有起市集 trade 咧，佢之後會謹慎啲嘅，即係喺後期。 即係適當時候輸一鋪都應該嘅要，即係如果唔係嘅話，佢唔記得咗呢樣嘢。但係居然羅斯可以打贏法國，真係有啲神奇。即係打馬弓。
Smack bang baby on the money
即係同埋好明顯 Viper 啲基本功係好啲嘅，但係戰術上面即係對面。
And it is coming at the hands of Vam over here. Great game by Vam. He played a very methodical and very safe game, maybe overly cautious even, because
同埋好神奇咯，即係點解可以依然係可以攞到5個遺跡嘅？
he really didn't want to take any risks in here.
即係有啲神奇。
Just secured enough map control and just ground down the opponent.
即係啱啱咧 Ram 咧佢係打馬弓啦，然之後佢係雙 TC 嘅，佢係雙 TC 執遺跡喎再。
about dragging this out to be an hour and a half long game.
Yeah, did a great job there. I mean, he still grinded for a long time. You know, as we mentioned before, game was over at 15 minutes. Not sure why it kept being played after that point, but no, in all seriousness,
如果追嘅話，咪要嘥錢咯又。
Definitely, you know, tried his best there. It was just a tough spot for him. You know, the Rus looked very, very strong in those early stages of the game. We saw the Horse Archer coming out in such incredible numbers, just constantly.
係啊，嗰時佢，
We've seen Demuzum playing.
我見佢咧升咗城堡之後，佢已經即刻加呢個修道院嘅咯，同埋佢有一個遺跡喺佢隔離嘅，但係居然嗰粒都執唔到。 即係有一粒咧喺左手邊勁近嘅，但係嗰粒都執唔到，然之後塔底嗰個又執唔到，俾人攞走喎，居然可以，俾人攞走都幾神奇嘅，即係人哋行去你塔底攞遺跡。
Golden Gate, you think?
The Golden Gate, thank you very much. Yes, it's getting a little bit too early for me in the morning. It's 6:20 right now.
佢拎唔到啲鹿冇咩影響㗎。
We're going to be heading into game number 4 shortly. Take a look at that matchup.
即係佢唔會影響佢升城嗰啲時間㗎，佢只不過係啲鹿係第3 pair、第4 pair 嗰啲全部係後期嘅，即係再後期啲。對你升城或者城初係冇影響㗎嗰啲鹿。
This is the only civilization with which Viper doesn't have a more than 50% win.
因為你諗下，你附近已經有14隻鹿啦，你覺得你阻人哋執自己啲鹿會影響好大咩？即係唔係好大？但係如果你為咗阻人哋，然之後你自己升城更加慢咧，即係又或者爆咗一波兵咧咁樣，我覺得仲蝕底咯。 因為你越遲升城咧，即係你越俾多啲機會人哋執遺跡，同埋你更加處理唔到人哋嗰波馬弓咯會。
Started mining stone in the first age during the transition period, sent out 2 villagers to each side and stone walled me in. And I'm like, okay, what do I do here? Because then he just captured both of the sacred sites. I think the game was over at like 16 minutes.
先啊，神羅啊，終於出場啦！
it can be a double-edged sword because
即係執鹿咧，雖然話就話人哋執埋你嗰啲好賺嘅，但係佢本身自己有14隻已經係可以食好耐啦。即係你如果你純粹係想阻止佢執你嗰啲咧，然之後你將其他自己嗰啲 plan 全部拖延咗咧，即係我反而覺得係拖延咗嗰啲蝕好多咯。同埋 Viper 佢嗰度有個 TC 噶嘛，即係鹿嗰度。只不過即係人哋喺你 TC 底度立走你啲鹿，咁啱望唔到啦 Viper。即係咁樣冇計啦，即係你明明本身可以截住一批嘅，咁依家都俾人立咗一半。即係啱啱 Wham 咧應該係攞咗食咗3 pad 半嘅，差唔多。即係 Viper 淨係食咗幾隻。
I would say it's most likely an issue with the map coding at the moment. So what happens on or what used to happen on Altai is that it's meant to spawn with 3 sacred sites, but because of the proximity to the
神羅打得你啊！即係呢個就
the sacred site will just refuse to spawn. It won't spawn, and so I suspect that's probably what's happening. Was the sacred site in the middle or was it on?
It was offset to side.
呢個要睇位置。
Like the second sacred was just missing. Okay, it seems more likely that it's a bug for 2v2s.
It's highly likely that it's bugged in 2v2s then. But yeah, that's what I would expect.
神羅
Yeah, I haven't seen
神羅咧可以試下嗰個城堡時代出步兵個。
I'm excited to see this matchup, to see the way that it's played. Delhi
我之前咧我有諗過一招咧，就係神羅，即係都係好似 Marine Law 咁樣打嘅，即係然之後一招上轉。即係城堡時代咧出嗰個裝甲步兵。
Could we even see a super fast castle come out of the Delhi today and just try and steal all 5?
我覺得呢一個都可以啊，即係你諗下得你，佢要準備所有嘢，然之後先開始搶聖地都要啲時間。咁然之後神羅星城咧，其實基本上8分鐘左右都 OK 噶啦。咁基本上你8分鐘開始爆步兵咧，打翻封建部隊咧，可能有得打，但係你要執鹿啦，神羅一定要執鹿先有錢出兵。即係，但係咧，如果你執鹿嘅話，即係最遲你都要8分半9分鐘一定要升嘅，如果唔係嘅話太遲。我自己覺得啦，執鹿星城爆兵，即係打得掂個得你咧就冇問題噶啦。之後同佢打封建係點打都蝕嘅應該，但係冇理由開雙 TC 啊，應該我諗。雙 TC 得唔得咧？放假時間咧，即係一齊睇 Viper。
Yeah, I think that could be the right play. We saw Beastie Cutie do something similar. I saw him do it.
神羅雙 TC 出步兵唔知得唔得咧？即係反正都係啊！即係如果單 TC 不如雙 TC 又有少少經濟。即係有咩事失敗咗，未至於話即係瞬間就要死嘅，即係你可以等升帝。即係繼續打咯，叫做。究竟係雙 TC 定單 TC 爆裝甲步兵咧？即係，但係我覺得星城係必須嘅，即係唔可以打封建。打封建係冇乜人打得贏得你，即係法國都或者可以試下。睇下先啊，我哋嚟 Ram 呢邊，我哋唔使理佢，即係我哋就係留意 Viper 打咩招，即係得你都冇咩招數可以打噶啦，即係唔使估嘅。咁剩低就係 Viper 呢邊。睇下先啊 ，Viper 係雙斥候噶。嗱，呢個聖地咧真係唔係好遠嘅，我覺得咧佢如果真係要守呢個聖地咧，佢星城都 OK 嘅，星城出裝甲步兵，即係呢個聖地可以守住嘅，即係行2步路就到啊！即係佢唔係好似 其他地圖咁樣咧，如果你真係要升城之後，你衝翻出去搶點就太慢。係啊，啲尋日嗰兩兄弟真係搞笑啊！即係一個就長槍都唔出，然之後走去用工兵打人哋肉馬，即係瞬間死咗，然之後。即係尋日嗰兩兄弟都唔知打乜鬼，即係初頭嗰幾場都好似好正常嘅，但係之後嗰啲唔知打乜鬼啊！真係好似發緊夢咁樣，即係完全唔係佢哋 level 嗰啲應該有嘅嘢嚟。即係尋日係邊個？尋日係邊個？好似係 Lucifer 用呢個神羅，然之後俾一個螺絲封建，即係爆一堆垃圾兵，咁啊打死咗，然之後佢就走去出金馬，居然，即係十有八九玩家都知道咧，就係城堡打封建咧，出裝甲步兵係實冇死嘅，因為人哋冇可能克你啲兵，即係裝甲步兵係殺晒所有封建部隊，同埋你一定要升一個遠防。咁但係咧 ，Lucifer 尋日咧居然係出金馬，即係金馬嘅話，人哋加幾隻長槍兵，你就呢隻城堡兵等於冇用。等下先啊，升科技喎。等下先啊，有冇掘石啊
？Does that mean that we get a Burgrave as well? I can't help but feel like if you're gonna go for a mine work, you're gonna go for a Burgrave.
睇下先啊，如果佢唔係起嗰個加成嗰個地標咧，就要可能有機會係兩個教長去 buff 啦 ，buff 啲村民啦。一個咧就係木同埋食物，一個就係黃金嘅要。咁基本上咧，你都可以照樣升城嘅。咁啊，照樣升城之後就係平價科技加埋呢個幾倍嘅步兵速度。好似都唔錯，即係當你走去打呢個步兵嘅時候咧，咁基本上得你封建冇任何兵可以同你打，咁基本上佢都要升城噶啦。咁但係咧就可以 delay 佢嗰個搶點個時間都唔錯。即係照道理係咁樣發展嘅，應該。即係嗱，神羅佢唔使加建築物嘅，佢可以不過如果穩陣咪加支塔咯，但係應該都冇必要。即係因為咧得你咧，佢雖然咧佢封建好勁嘅，但係咧佢封建初期咧，佢其實都係乜嘢都冇，因為佢要等科技升級啦，佢要等木材去起佢嘅建築物啦。但係先神羅雙 TC 喎。雙 TC 啊，係啊，雙 TC 都唔錯，即係咁呢個 TC 咧可以係起喺啲食物嘅位置啦。即係你唔執碌咧，你就雙 TC， 基本上你係要確保你嘅食物係可以升到上城堡時代，你就要揾個位咧有綠有果嗰啲最好。即係好似依家呢個地圖咧，落少少嗰個位就有綠有果啦，有金添，同埋咁剩低咧就係劈一個教長過去幫手 buff 嘅，咁你好快可以升城。咁升城之後咧，就如果你想慳木材咧，你就肯定要用嗰個步兵嗰個地標啊。睇下先，係啊，喺下面啦。咁啊，衝落去直頭嗱，有金有果有綠，呢個位好靚啊，即係中間拍一個。佢起歪少少都 OK， 即係佢依家起喺個果同金嗰邊。睇下先啊，哇 ，Ram 喺度圍人喎，即係圍牆啊，居然。但係唔緊要，呢個預咗啊，只不過冇預佢咁進取，不過 OK 啊呢個。即係最緊要咧就係保住自己頂上面嗰個啫。Your constellation timing isn't going to be awful either, so Viper did play a 2TC HRE on Lipany. 唔錯啊，暫時睇，即係得你冇可能圍晒咁多啊！一開始，因為好傷經濟，即係你圍得嚟都收你唔切啦！即係如果你圍咁前，睇下先啊，掘金食物，咁啊食鹿啦。咁剩低就應該係升城噶啦，一隻兵都唔出嘅。如果唔係嘅話咧，你走去打封建係浪費時間嘅，即係冇咩兵，冇咩文明打封建贏到呢個德里。
Wham now looking to wall in the Viper down towards this south position.
又咪呢個時候任你窩啦，冇所謂，即係你浪費緊錢，
Yeah, I love the placement of
即係反正你又搶唔到點嘅呢個時候。
relic spawn. If Wham is walling off the right side,
咁啊，又喺度圍。
is the plan. He would cut off Viper from 4 out of the 5 relics, and you know what that means for
睇下先
Viper.
啦，呢個圍係冇所謂嘅，真係
I think that's super reasonable.
你圍完你都收你唔切嘅，即係之後咧就基本上都係照衝出去嘅啫。
I like that play a lot. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it continues to unfold because Viper's still quite heavy
咁啊 ，Viper 咧升咗個
in the second age. Completely
手推車啦，咁然之後就係
shortly. We'll see
應該係等星神嘅差唔多。
villagers moving over towards gold as well. But what kind of
咁你唔好見到 Viper 依家啲招好似好少喎，佢轉頭一陣間就夠支嘅，真係神來有陣時好神奇。
Any army over here, so he's just dancing around with the scouts. You really get the feel that
即係可能9分鐘9分半就可以升神噶。
it does have a great synergy.
咁升神嗰陣睇下佢想點樣啦。如果打馬，我覺得唔合理嘅，因為對面已經有長槍，你走去打馬就浪費，即係浪費咗個升神，即係快脆嗰個科技優勢，即係直接打步兵啊。
This is that eco juggernaut of the HRE. 2 DCs and
咁啊，直接打步兵嘅話，最簡單亦都係睇下佢搶唔搶遺跡咯。我覺得如果佢升得快，佢可以搶遺跡，但係咧就
something that we talk
佢就要加軍營去打步兵，就唔係直接用個地標出兵。
building. The sacred site timers are down. You're going to see scholars
睇下先啊，嗱，你見到得你呢個時候都搶唔到嘅，仲係即係最緊要盡快升上城堡時代。
here in the middle. He's bringing
你俾佢搶一陣間咧係 OK 嘅。
here. But going to be looking to try and pick off that scout. He's going to be running rings around now. He's actually
睇下先啊，抌時間
This
轉圈啊，居然喺度
ourselves a little bit of a
咩料啊？
what do you call
即係
it?
狼追住個真女，
Around different people. There's a term for
there
it.
is
睇下先，忍唔住啦，終於要反打，真係發生咩事？
buggers.
瘋狂轉圈，
We got a little bit of a coggers. Yes.
睇下先啊，咦，
That is
偷雞啊，好似呢
ourselves. Look at the wolves.
度又喺度轉緊圈，
Double sacred side actually getting
睇下先控唔控得切啊 Viper？
So Viper just going to be trying his best
睇下
to
先啊，呢邊隻戚都未死啊，居然可以
standing on the corner so
瘋狂轉圈啊！
deal with the
即係人哋喺度忙緊處理嗰啲狼咧，然之後 Viper 喺度轉圈係咁。
up towards the north, going to be leashed towards that
睇下
position.
先呢個，哦呢個死咗啦呢邊，
Unfortunately, that scout in the south.
抌咗好多時間你睇下，抌咗一陣間，然之後自己升城。
Fortunately, the
起咩地標啊？俾個畫面嚟望下好啊！係啦係啦，出步兵啱啦，
This is the Burgrave
Nice.
that we were waiting, and this is exactly
即係出呢個地標咧，係第一時間城堡時代可以出兵噶啦，已經即係慳晒所有資源。
production. But how about you having those cheap blacksmith?
咁啊，雖然咧就蝕少少冇得執遺跡咁正啦，但係唔係代表你執唔到啦，因為你只需要加個修道院，你依然可以執遺跡。
Well, is insanely impactful.
睇下先啊，德里呢邊啦，德里都係星城啊，即係又唔係差好遠，不過
It's going to struggle against the spears of Viper.
Yeah, it makes sense though, because
Um,
if the Burgrave Palace is coming out, then you can pretty much almost always assume
暫時應該都係神羅賺啲嘅，不過之後好難講啊。如果個聖地繼續喺度搶，
counter to that, it's definitely going to be Lancers. Obviously, you could also go into crossbows, but
睇下先啊，先升個移動速度，然之後
he's
就
also the compound of the defense.
因為近戰打近戰啊，所以佢升咗攻先，即係冇升遠程。
And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing him collecting stone out the wazoo. At the moment, he's sitting at 0 stone a minute, but I suspect it is going to be rising rapidly, like the
咁啊，直接衝出去。
right now with Men at Arms. Take a look at their stock price. They're just continuing to rise as Viper continues to invest in them.
Yeah, I love the compound of
瘋狂炮兵，
here because obviously Viper will want to flood infantry, but if you
即係 Viper 打城堡時代，真係咩帝王唔諗住啦。
and look at that.
話呢個圍住嗰個遺跡，不過冇所謂啊呢個遺跡。
Sleeve as well. Viper actually
哇，原來係喎，有呢一招喎，伐木喎，即係佢連插埲牆嘅時間都唔使喎。
use this. Viper's gonna get through.
He
哇！
gets through.
即係我一時間我真係諗唔起喎，真係不過依家冇嘢啦，真係直接衝出去。
The kind of snake. He's always going to be able to sign
睇下
those
先
rules
係
and
仲想圍一次。
seal up this position. Indeed, he's going to be able to. So, unfortunately for Viper, he didn't make I don't even know how he possibly could have done
唔
it.
緊要，再罰多次。
Thrown in a couple more, a wall segment or something of himself.
Oh, the villager is going back though.
睇下先啊，村民唔好死啊！
He wants to chop through again. Where are the lancers though? That's the problem for Wham. Like,
誒
fight off those
得你咧喺呢度打騎兵咧，其實唔係真係太驚嘅 Viper，
Wham yoinks the final relic from Viper.
即係要轉兵談何容，唔係非常容易，唔係談何容易。
Yeah, that 5th relic is nice and safe outside Wham's base. So I definitely suspect it's going to be the case. And you can see Viper just getting frustrated and turning his attention towards that.
睇下先啊，花牌啲步兵點解出到去嘅可以？
But you can see, hold on, how did those men at arms get through that wall up the top? Did you see that? Those
點
men
解
at arms just went through the
啲
gate.
步兵點行出去
How
㗎
did？ that happen? That relic was meant to belong to Wham. But you can see that the
Interesting.
did maybe those men at arms were from the sacred. Maybe those men at arms were the ones that made it through. Never mind.
I'm fairly certain of that, yeah. But
睇下先啊，花牌轉翻馬呢個時候
I thought it might have been magic men at arms.
咁怪雞嘅，
You know, they got magic.
但係問題不大。
First, then they got magic.
咁啊，斷咗一個聖地之後咧，就肯定係神羅賺啲㗎啦，咁樣係嘛？但係哇，不理佢執咗4個遺跡啊，已經黐線嘅。
Mace is now coming in here for the Viper, and that's going to make those men at arms.
呢個唯一門口嗰個遺跡 ，Viper 去攞緊啦已經，
This is the power of the Berg.
即係呢個係唯一一粒遺跡啊！即係依家係4對1啊！
16 men at arms now. Well, 16 army and 12 of them being men at arms. Some lancers also joined the fun.
睇下先，Viper 有冇掘石啊？未有，暫時。
10 villagers lead, but more important, the production to put those resources on.
10隻村領先，咁啊呢個領先唔夠多。
So he's gonna have at least one.
咁但係咧佢有 buff 嘅，佢啲村民。
Yeah, so where
係先揸取嘅呢啲，咁啊揸取嘅話咧係打重甲，好似係加6傷啊。
of that Burgrave Palace. So typically lancers are very effective up against the men at
真女唔係真女有 bug 㗎，佢又唔係叫 bug 嘅，總之太貼嘅話咧，佢可以攞到個遺跡嘅。
difficult. And you can see that
佢有個執嘢距離咧，啱啱好可以攞到。
facing their backs towards those lancers up towards the north and looking to get
同埋就算佢唔係有咩距離都好啊，咁人哋 delete 埲牆咪得咯。
see the knights in there from Viper as well, looking to try and clean house. But there's
睇下先啊，補血咁啊，好多細節你睇下 Viper，即係啲兵殘血嘅時候咧，就拖翻去補血。
And you gotta wonder if he's going to
咁啊，搶一個點
sacred side, drop a keep there because
打咩啊打馬，
speaking.
好似開始想掘勢啦，見到。
The southern one, although right now that is being decapped, as I was saying that Viper just decapped it, but there's the castle coming up, so Ram is definitely
哇！呢個寶
over here in mid castle age.
Viper 可能唔得閒理佢
Yeah,
啦。
I can't help but feel the longer this game goes, the more in favor it goes of Viper. But that's only because of my, I guess my precondition.
睇下先
of thinking
，Viper 應該處理唔到啊！呢個寶真係俾人掘咗出嚟。
to take a look and see how many scholars is he running at the moment. We can see that Viper's got 4 prelates.
睇下先啊，Viper 係將個遺跡擺咗喺個塔度，
Okay, so not a huge amount of scholars.
咁啊一樣有錢攞
I
嘅。
mean, you could expect to see that number. We've seen Viper play with a similar kind of strategy, and he's looked up into almost double digits at this point. So maybe
睇下先啊，Viper 加塔，
for Wham here to think about Imperial.
Viper
升唔升到帝王啦？Viper
is actually garrisoned into a tower on that northern sacred side. It's a little risky because should you lose that tower, you're going to forfeit that final relic to Vam over here. Looks like now Viper is shifting to that southern sacred side.
睇下先啊，呢邊應該唔夠打啊，咁多兵。
Better it is for Viper because obviously he is building up an eco lead. He's going to have the efficient HR eco. Most importantly, he could rush.
睇下先啊，呢個時候咧就等呢堆取嘅步兵，咁啊打重甲有加成嘅，但係問題就係數量唔係好夠多啊。同埋呢個 Ram 咧，佢有啲細節嘅，你見到佢啲騎兵咧血量好少嘅時候咧，佢會將佢拉後啊。
Here for Wham, he's going to be happy with that.
咁因為佢有真女喺側邊可以幫手補血，即係雙方都係做呢啲小細節。
He's also going to be able to be.
但係有啲事啊，呢個時候
So any of these trades that he takes, he's going to be very
即係
happy.
Viper 攞晒錢出嚟爆兵，
These lancers make it out alive.
咁啊屋企經濟好似麻麻地，呢一鋪有啲問水喎，即係就咁睇。
Viper, so that should prompt the switch from Vam as well. At the pace he's grabbing the upgrades.
其實呢個時候係咪應該升帝先啊？真係喺度狂爆兵，
But then I realized that he's going compound of the defenders, so
同埋佢未
won't be a thing
佢未圍牆呢個先係有啲失誤㗎。
for those men at arms. So
你睇下，哇！呢個時候 Ram 咧直接係 delete 埲牆入嚟啊
but guess what? He's flanking around with the knights and Viper has
！Viper 冇啦，佢冇圍牆，呢個有啲蝕，
been devastating
但係
by Wham.
冇計，
They're sitting on 69 villages right now, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the
可能要
case
死
for
村民。
long as those knights move in towards the stone.
咁啊，好彩就係雙 TC，睇下有冇反應先，佢最緊要就係
Looking to come through and dish out some damage.
有冇反應啊？4隻村啦，有哇，反應快脆都算係，即係一貼到埋身已經走啦，但係就
Just going to be going down here.
一個教長兩隻村啦，咁下面咧個 TC 係收唔晒所有村㗎，肯定
Villagers going to be looking to make an escape down towards the south side. You can
收唔晒㗎啲村民，因為得10個位咋。
face their final day as the
睇
lancers
下先啊，呢啲村即係
trying to escape a few villages down towards the
碰住
south.
波賽狂走，
Consequence of not walling has now been realized by Viper, and he apologizes
去咗圍牆。 66村對52，人哋4遺跡一勝地。
He can't really adjust to all those knights pushing in from the left side. It takes a lot of time for him to regroup and send some reinforcements.
25兵對24兵都還好嘅，暫時。
Trying to wall off the left side, Vam might intercept a couple of villagers doing this.
咁啊，神羅咧佢雖然少遺跡啦，但係始終佢有教長 buff 咧，咁都 OK 嘅，即係經濟上。睇下先啊，佢圍牧場啊，居然。睇嚟佢好想要石，即係好需要石頭啦，真係睇落。大笨象，即係留石頭喺正面打，所以即係圍牧場啊，即係喺度。打正面。
His eco is going to be weaker in terms of numbers, or villager numbers rather, but he's got the relics and he's gonna have the superior upgrades as well. So Vam is
打正面，
not much
唔
behind
係
eco.
上面啦，總之上面就係正面呢個時候。
Feels like he was going to lose that castle here because
哇！佢咁樣圍石場，
base any moment. And I think the infantry
會唔會太嘥資源啊？咁樣，即係你掘咁多石，然之後你個寶送俾人嘅。睇下先，呢度有冇兵啊？有冇兵啊？好似唔係好夠多。睇下先啊，最緊要係保住呢啲巨頭啫。咁啊，長槍嚟啦，後邊應該唔錯，唔錯，唔錯。佢呢幾支塔如果有升級就更加好嘅。咁啊，上面咧係有兵咧去截住人哋修理啊。咁呢個堡應該係打爆咗噶啦。咁呢個聖地可以確保係穩住噶啦。基本上你可以插多個堡喺度啦。咁然之後咧有黃金，基本上你如果穩住咗個聖地，係咪應該可以諗下升帝王咧？直頭。佢將個堡派喺邊度啊？等先，你睇下個小地圖咧，佢正中間有一粒藍點咧，我唔知係咪佢插咗個堡喺嗰個位，即係人哋石牆前面喎嗰個位好似。喂，如果係咁嘅話咧，佢呢個位佢 cam 住，然之後佢正面嗰個石牆位亦都有個堡喺度頂住嘅話咧，呢個得你係就快冇黃金咁滯噶咯。不過又唔係冇黃金嘅4遺跡，但係就神路會霸晒地圖正中間所有嘅黃金位啊！即係你見到啊，有個藍色點啊，見唔見啊？即係呢個堡嚟嘅。咁然之後喺正中間狂爆兵啊！睇下先啊，爆大笨象啊！爆大笨象。睇下先啊，快啲插個堡先啊！呢個位。睇下先，哇，4個教長。但係 Ram 咧，佢冇打算打攻城單位咩？淨係大笨象嘅話咧，衝城堡未必衝得到嘅，因為城堡咧可以係點你啲真女嘅，即係你冇可能咁樣大笨象加真女即係直接行入嚟。同埋佢點都搶唔到，好似 Viper 少優勢喎。睇下呢個堡可唔可以起快少少先？你2個村起啊！呢個嚇走咗個德里，唉，低能嘅。Ram 咧佢望唔到呢個城堡原來得2個村民起嘅，所以佢選擇向後退。傻咗！佢零木材，因為佢大笨象太貴啦，佢呢度同埋有掘石。冇資源，佢冇攻城單位啊，即係淨係掘石啊，起咗一堆石牆，然之後就石牆塔喎，咩事啊佢玩咩招啊？即係你咁樣縮埋，你又唔係搶晒啲聖地喎，但係等下先 ，Viper 呢個城堡係咪慢得滯啊？即係2個村民起係咪真係有啲少啊？即係咪應該要多啲啊？呢2個村民起咗好耐喎。睇下先啊，夾硬要頂住啊！你見到，即係因為呢2個村民啊，就係最緊要嗰2個嚟噶啦，即係千祈唔可以死嘅呢2個村民。睇下先啊，咁啊，見到大笨象喺度拉緊長槍兵，呢個城堡起到未啊？好心急啊！睇見到，係咪真係起到啊？呢個堡2個村民。黐線佬啊！真係
He can't get close enough, so it is actually getting up indeed.
睇下先，下面打穿咗啦。咁啊，大笨象咧最大問題咧就係、如果個地圖咁大咧，衝啊！等先，佢呢度衝啊！我哋睇下先嗱。城堡一定要咧係控好去點呢個教長啊！如果唔係嘅話咧，佢係咁補血咧，你真係打成世打唔完。但係有啲問啊，呢度有啲問。但係唔緊要啊，因為 Viper 嗰個地標咧，正就喺呢個聖地嘅附近嘅啫，所以佢爆兵咧應該唔係問題嘅。呢兩個村民真係搞笑，即係以前 Viper 咧打到好舒服嘅時候咧，即係成日都係一個村民起城堡，即係因為佢知道個城堡一定冇人阻佢。Ram 呢個時候有攻城單位未啊？好似一隻都唔打算起喎。你冇攻城單位，你就係大笨象嘅話，肯定係衝唔到人嘅喎。睇下先，呢個乜鬼嘢嚟㗎？呢個咪 TC 嚟㗎？即係 Viper 呢個係咪 TC 嚟㗎？即係起完城堡之後起個 TC 喺隔離掘金。即係嗱，越打得耐咧，得你就越蝕嘅呢個時候。尤其是咧 Viper 咧，真係可能眨下眼咧就升帝王時代啦，到時真係問你死未？即係一個攻城單位都冇，即係俾人任掟你啲城堡。即係你喺度修理都冇用過。即係修理到幾時啊？你想即係咁俾人任掟啊？呢個時候係啊，同埋最緊要就係佢喺呢個位啦，佢除咗打重甲痛之外咧，就係佢出兵快脆。不過佢攻防唔係好齊，即係如果可以嘅話咧，你封建你起咗個咁嘅地標，我覺得應該要升一升啲攻防會好啲。不過我諗佢唔記得咗啊，打到呢度。即係呢幾個城堡送嘅咯，完全係即係又掘完石之後又修理，任掟。咁啊 ，Viper 升帝啦，可以。Viper 升帝王。等陣先，起正中間。呢個咩地標嚟啊？呢個地標好似唔係爆村民嗰個嚟喎，我唔記得呢個地標係乜鬼嘢嚟啊！真係未用過。防守地標睇下先啊！嗱，有50% 血嘅所有 building 咩？哦，所有 building 咧係傷害減33，然之後就自動修理啊！佢呢個係多50% 血嘅城堡嚟嘅，即係比城堡硬嘅城堡，同埋有一個修理嘅技能，好似。佢係咪可以？咁佢係咪可以修理到呢個城堡啊？即係前面嗰個有冇掣撳㗎？定係要研發㗎？哎呀，原來仲要時間啊，仲要10秒鐘啊！佢其實要修理呢個堡啊！你修理一陣間嘅話，可以撳掣㗎咯，佢爭幾秒鐘。係啊，修理啊，快啲啊！太遲就冇㗎啦呢個堡。撳掣修理見到。哇！你睇下個回血法幾鬼快，好似係回10幾秒啊，係嘛？係啦，佢依家 TC 夠噶啦，所以基本上佢都唔諗住用嗰個乜鬼嘢地標啦。又起步，佢下面冇兵啊，同埋得你呢個時候，因為大笨象嚟啊，你冇辦法即係好快咁樣咧就將個戰線轉落去下邊守，呢邊又推唔到，下邊又冇兵守。咁啊，51部隊對68啦，咁啊村民數係107對84，但係得你冇後期噶啦。咁因為得你啦，你升咗帝王都好啦，你所有科技都係即係5分鐘至20分鐘啊，要升級，即係升得嚟都死咗。即係呢個就係免費嘅代價。同埋Viper依家優勢好大啊！ 睇下先啊，花牌依家出緊火炮啦，轉火槍兵添啦，直頭即係有錢。睇下先，得你忍唔住啊！即係唔知拆個城堡拆到幾時啊！即係直接衝入嚟啊！咁但係咧，城堡記得要點咗啲真女先啦。如果控到嘅話就，但係你入唔到嚟㗎啦，呢個大笨象冇可能衝入嚟。咁啊，火槍。即係下邊啲城堡又係送嘅，即係你掘咁多都冇用。你只要停唔到對面啲巨頭掟你咧，你起幾多個堡都係送嘅，免費全部，隨便 A。睇下先啊，Viper呢個時候優勢好大啊！即係升咗帝之後就基本上可以係話贏硬噶啦，即係得你冇得打。但係 Viper 應該要升一升攻防先咯，即係一攻零，唉頭啦直頭。3-1。就咁睇，好似都係神羅呢張圖最勁，即係連中國都指唔到神羅嘅話，得你啲打法獨特啲都指唔到㗎。咁神羅應該係呢張圖最勁嘅咁樣。And then a very strong defensive position, and you just can't do anything with those elephants. Those elephants cap out the moment that your opponent gets. 其實啱啱咧有位啊，即係你兩個村民起城堡，然之後嚇走咗呢個 Vam， 真係笑咗。如果佢大笨象咧，即係勇敢少少向前行多兩步，望一望咧，如果見到人哋得兩個村民咧，即係佢即係停咗嗰個城堡之後咧，就應該會打得舒服啲。不過應該都係唔夠打啊，即係。
ability to just extend the game out, just to make it longer, to prevent the enemy from winning.
即係神羅咧係啱啱嗰個位咧，因為嗰個地標爆兵咧真係太近啦呢個位，即係隨時一波兵湧翻出嚟，即係基本上得你推唔到啊！即係得你嗰啲兵咧喺屋企行出去，真係夠你遠。
He does so in a very methodical way, never really looked in doubt. The longer the game went on, it just looked more and more in his favor. And
睇嚟雙 TC 都唔錯。
I was getting worried for him. Maybe that raid down towards the south on his base where he lost about, what was it? Must have been close to 15 villages?
Yeah, something like that. And as you pointed out, it sounds weird to say this, but for example, in this game, Viper wasn't really playing to win. He was playing for his opponent to lose. And there is nothing wrong with that. He was aware of the fact that it is the Delhi who are on a timer after the sacred sites have been decapped.
咁啊，6號種子，咁啊呢個比分都幾合理嘅，同埋翻牌賠率係1.2啊，呢個 Vam 好似都係4定5倍。即係好正路嘅比分嚟。
But speaking of gold mines, we do have a map with a ton of gold mines all across the center of the map. King of the Hill coming up. Vam opting to go for his best civilization based on statistics. He is going for the Mongols. Viper is going to play the Rus with only 2.5 minutes left to go until game number 5.
神羅其實唔好守㗎，但係就因為啱啱張圖太大啦，即係你攻得嚟，佢都升咗上城堡出步兵啦。平時嘅地圖係唔 work 㗎呢個，因為平時啲地圖你直行一陣間就到啊。
Look, I'm a little bit disappointed not to see China, but maybe another day.
同埋啱啱嗰個地圖嗰個聖地都幾遠下，你冇可能搶晒嘅全部。咩鼓勵買外圍？冇，即係大家記住啊，境外投注啊係違法嘅喺香港，我係絕對係唔會叫大家去有啲咩境外投注，但係大家可以嘗試去睇一睇個賠率，睇一睇就好啦，唔好參與。
Because he knows that he's probably going to be able to pick up, let's say, 2 relics, even if he goes for a monastery instead of how's that? Abbey of the Trinity, that's what I wanted to say. So having that high trade house, especially if you have a decent amount of bounty in the bank, that's gonna be like 400 to 500.
睇下先啊，Viper 羅斯喎。
Made something like a 500-ish.
Hold on, I've got it here in my messages. Give me a second here.
You have the number?
Yeah, I've got the number.
等陣先，呢個 matchup 係點樣發展嘅？我要諗下先。
It is 519 gold a minute. That is what Salami said.
蒙古係咪都可以塔攻呢個羅斯啊？但係可能都 work 喎，不過但係羅斯因為咧佢升風都可以好快嘅，基本上咧你未升到封建啦，咁基本上嗰啲工兵七球都出咗嚟，
because that way
咁啊，拆你啲塔之後咧，就
so take some time to prep. I don't
佢可以選擇攞啲戚去執鹿啦，
but
又可以選擇繼續打你啊
an。option over here, and it would be a high upside play from Viper. The bigger question is, how is he going to play Roos before?
係咪應該
Because Vam obviously, knowing his history with the Mongols and generally this civilization matchup,
係咪應該快啲升峰好啲啊？真係
an aggressive Dark Age potentially feel.
羅斯同埋羅斯咧一定會有木材突出嚟嘅，一開始，即係你支塔咧打唔到佢。
earlier in the other series that happened today, King of the Hill.
即係如果咁嘅話，又塔唔塔好？
Every other map, the only issue is that you've got a giant forest around.
不過要睇下個地圖，個蒙古地圖個地形靚唔靚？
Resources are very easy to access for both the player that is using those resources as well as the
好
player.
啊，即係賠率咁少，即係你冇理由走去買呢個 RAM 01嘅，真係過意唔去啊！真係個良心都。
We saw in the previous series that somebody went for a very nice Barbican rush. Do I dare say we may see a Kremlin rush coming out of Viper?
I mean, now that you're saying
即係5倍啊，唔知5倍定4倍啊。
about that, because the same
但係你
you
睇
can
即係你一睇就知道冇可能贏，即係冇理由賭錢落海啊。
be an unorthodox game at minimum, especially against the Mongols, but you never know. I guess it's time to find out. Game number 5 with Mongols versus Rus on King of the Hill.
就係 Viper 依家狀態非常好啊！即係佢真係死都唔玩 AOE2啊！即係呢個時候狀態最好嗰陣，
Gentlemen, welcome
即係你走去兩隻 game 轉嚟轉去咧，就肯定保持唔到個水準。
left side. It is Vam playing as the Mongols.
即係大家可以當依家 Viper 就等於上年嘅 Viper 咯，即係老耳命。
Aussie?
即係上年 Viper 定係前年？上年定前年 Viper 係成日老耳命噶嘛，即係咁俾 Mr. U 7-0、7-0、4-0。
Here once again, he's got food spawning towards the front, stone towards the back.
咁啊，依家 Viper 咧就應該個水準係等於嗰陣嘅 AOE2。
And so it's definitely a bit of a difficult spot, but look at this Mongol spawn back.
即係冠軍就冇乜
spot back here.
太多機會噶啦，咁但係亞軍啊
Relatively close.
或者第3名都好啊，季軍
Pretty happy with
即
that.
係機會都幾大。
Yeah, he has to be happy with that, especially because that
即係 Viper 依家個水平就係咁上下 AOE4。
So oftentimes that gold spawns very close to that hill, which leaves it very exposed.
睇下先啊，望下個地形先。
And that helps.
黃金位 OK 嘅，呢個奧巴位都 OK 嘅，即係蒙古呢個
One on top of another. So there's gonna be a lot of dancing over here for that hunt.
還可以啊，呢個圖。
Because 3 wolves are no joke over
睇下先啊，哇 Viper 執咗好多嘢喎。
For these wolves, they are doing
睇下先啊，佢好似係想偷埋人哋啲鹿啊，真係反正都係。
jump in and look to do some damage up against.
咁但係咧，佢唔可以係第一個射箭嗰個。
Another sheep. He's going to try his best to come in here and issue some damage out to these.
Nice,
deer.
nice.
Finds himself another one. You can see Wham looking to try and just stick up. You can see him just.
邊個賺啊？
The Khan coming back. You can see that.
睇下先啊，走啊走啊走啊！
Got to be careful. He's very far away from home.
即係呢個時候要小心啲啊，因為呢個黑漢咧佢有加速噶，同埋佢會追住你個斥候嚟射咧，呢個會好蝕底啊！即係，但係佢損失幾隻狼喎。
Curious to see whether the speed arrows come through just yet.
睇下先，小心啲，
I don't think so.
千祈唔好走太快，啲狼跟唔到啊！
Wolves over here, so Vam doesn't want to weaken those wolves. Looks like Viper is going to aggro wolf number 5 here.
睇下先，小心啲，佢俾人攞咗啲
75, and it looks like
啲羊係冇所謂嘅。
Viper is gonna get to 350 without the boar.
哇 ，nice！ 哇，你睇下 Viper 呢個時候有275啦已經，
Size of this map. This is a pretty
佢
small map.
仲有一大堆未食。
Wolf spawns. There's going to be typically less action that you
即係
can
如果
really-
計埋羊嘅話，佢應該輕鬆400喎，可能。即係呢度75，
350 is a definitely that's a
計埋啲羊嘅話，咪輕鬆400咯，應該。咁然之後再食一隻豬嘅話，差唔多500嘅咯，可以。
he'll still go for
Possibly.
it. He'll still go for it.
Yeah, yeah.
He'll still go for it.
He's
睇下
gonna
先啊！今日見到 Wham 咧係好耐冇見嘅牧場開啊，即係唔打塔攻啦。
Or just not picked Rus on this map. There's a reason he picks Rus.
382。
He loves the Rus here. And I gotta be honest with you, man. It is a really nice civilization. Look at that.
睇下先啊，Viper 好似屋企啱啱咧斷咗少少食物啊，所以走咗去伐木。
This is not Warring Islands. This
387。
is King of the Hill.
咁啊，食隻豬之後就445啦，
Look at
但
that.
係就唔知食唔食到兩隻啊？食到兩隻嘅話就完美。
is that, as you pointed out, the amount of wolves we have on this map is actually the same as other maps, excluding the maps where you have some extra wolves. But we
大羊有啲少，
7 wolves out there.
不過唔緊要啊，出去食嘢嘅話，屋企冇羊都冇所謂。
Tinier, so it's a lot easier for you to find those wolves out there. unless your opponent finds them. So it is easier for both players to bump into those wolves. But
係先食豬咯。上面嗰隻比較安全啲嘅，同埋可以離對手遠少少啦。即係下面嗰隻就太近啦。但係咧，如果你食前面嗰隻咧，可以直接係加射戰場打工兵咯，一係。不過可以試下可能。因為咧蒙古嘅封建咧唔算太強勢嘅，即係佢雖然就話係買一送一啦，但係佢唔可以 keep 住好耐嘅一開始。睇下先加軍營。佢應該係想截人哋食豬都未頂嘅，但係咧要睇下 Viper 打咩先，我都唔知。睇先佢食前面，睇嚟佢食前面嗰隻豬啊，應該睇佢個走位。睇下先啊 ，Van 望唔望到啊？咁樣就大鑊啦，如果起咗塔先再慢慢搞隻豬咧，都可能還好嘅。睇下先啊 ，Viper 會唔會翻轉頭啊？呢度有長槍喎。
He wants to make Viper believe that there is no spearman coming, but that's not reality.
有望到長槍兵啦，望到啦。呢個食唔到嘅，肯定食唔到嘅呢個插塔，因為插塔先咯，就係。但係我覺得要食都好辛苦，人哋可以拉走隻豬㗎。睇下先，夾硬嚟，打咗個黑漢 ，nice。呢個至少咧可以拖延對方嘅移動速度咧，即係就算對面想追住你穿嚟殺咧，都未必得嘅。聰明，哇！呢個好彩啫。咁同埋亦都仲有兩隻戚喺度啦。哎呀，俾人回頭懟冧咗隻。睇下先啊，呢個豬食到嘅，但係就冇戚頭幫手彈噶。睇下先，呢個時候咧，你見到咧，Ram 咧想截住嗰個75黃金嘅，得唔得啊？哎呀，俾人攞走咗呢75金。即係佢唔係想殺你村或者乜嘢噶，佢係想截你嗰75黃金啊！佢攞咗啦呢個時候。同埋係咪死咗村民啊？睇下先啊。嗱，呢個有一隻喺入邊。俾人攞咗75金呢個係最蝕咯，反而佢本身係有機會上到500嘅，不過依家冇啦。等陣先啊，呢幾個村民係塔攻你啦，順便。但係就呢個位未必射到呢個位。同埋工兵有啦，好似係嘛？有工兵啊。睇下先啊，先 cap 一隻。越嚟越多工兵啊！你起唔到啦，咁樣唔係送啊呢一鋪。睇下先啊，呢個冇所謂啊，即係你上唔到嚟起啊。睇下先啊，佢升級夠唔夠射程啊？好似唔夠喎。非常好啊！呢個時候雖然好似死咗村啦，但係因為佢本身喺前面食豬就係想打快攻噶啦。即係因為咧蒙古封建係最廢嘅，即係呢個時候。咁所以咧，你見到佢肯定係強攻嘅，即係羅斯呢個時候食咗豬啊，真係爆氣嘅時候嚟啊！睇下先啦，加塔係冇用噶，但係就唔係依家衝。睇下先，哎呀呢個豬都食唔到。居然都係俾人截住。睇下先，2、4、6、7死咗一個村民，不過呢個村民係初死嘅，咁啊唔係俾塔打死嘅。但係好似又唔緊要喎，你睇下，因為蒙古唔知係咪因為斷過村嚟啊，定係死咗村啊？即係大家都係26嘅呢個時候。係啊，食第二隻啦，冇所謂。同埋佢前線已經準備咗噶啦，基本上你喺前面有建築物就可以爆兵噶啦。睇下先啊，有金馬 今晚可以處理肉馬㗎啦，咁剩低咧就係工兵可以打長槍兵啦。OK 嘅，可以呢個時候可以。睇下先啊，咁啊出邊食物好足夠啊，同埋呢個位咧反而係 Ram 咧，如果想兜路打咧就有啲難搞到呢個 Viper， 即係 Viper 不斷俾壓力你咧，你好難兜路打人。下先要做，好似壓力唔係好夠啊，真係。Viper 好似俾壓力唔係好夠，大鑊啦，升城咯咁樣，蒙古升城咯。有啲尷尬呢個時候。花牌要打一波，咁但係因為對面有軍營有馬房啦，即係裝甲步兵加金馬咧係冇問題噶啦。即係依家希望咧就係咩咧？蒙古佢為咗升城，然之後就冇資源爆兵。即係呢個時候咧，你見到佢撞黃金啦，即係直頭。咁佢就算升到上城都好咧，佢冇資出兵啊，可能。咁啊冇資啊！你見到蒙古咧呢個時候咧，佢掘得幾多金得幾多金噶啦，佢冇資啊。但係要睇下 Viper 可唔可以打得夠快脆咯。睇下先啊，因為步兵係20黃金啊嘛，佢掘到100出到幾隻噶啦已經。要盡快打啊！越蹲得耐越蝕底啊！真係，等先，呢支塔走你打豬啊？唔係啊！咁就尷尬啦。如果佢走去打下面支塔先，就俾太多時間啦。咁樣可能花牌要輸啊呢度。佢呢個基本上係差唔多狂爆兵嗰種 all in 嚟噶啦，真係冇資源升城。睇下先啊，你睇下人哋金馬都出嚟啦，睇下先呢個圍牆圍唔圍得切啊？但係就冇啦咁樣。蒙古喺呢個時候升咗上城咧係無敵咁滯啊！即係羅斯冇咩可以打到啊！睇下先啊，原來上面未圍晒穿窿個。瘋狂圍牆，咁啊費事俾啲馬搞到啊！但係應該冇啊呢一場。咁啊，兩支塔如果有石頭嘅話，應該可以升埋老炮台。咁基本上有兩支塔喺度守住，連埋金馬嘅話，你呢堆兵應該打唔到嘅。但係就Viper好似唔係好打算升城嘅，即係喺封建搏一陣間，咁然之後就打輸就投啊，可能。25隻兵打交噶啦，一定要係爭在點樣打，究竟可以再抌就輸好多。咁啊，蒙古冇乜錢嘅，你見到食物都係勉強出到兵嘅啫，叫做。衝啦！咁啊有長槍兵還好嘅，叫做睇下先啊！咁啊呢堆馬喺度想截後面嘅部隊啊，但係衝撞車冇人補啊！睇下先啊，佢俾人截住後面啲部隊，但係唔緊要啊，上啦！即係蒙古冇錢㗎呢個時候，打唔打啊打唔打？加個衝撞車穩陣嘅呢個係球，但係我怕佢蹲得太耐啊！真係咁樣。佢呢個時候咧打裝嘅步兵咧，唯一就係因為佢有早期騎，即係叫做可以頂一頂啦，叫做。 上啦！但係長槍兵唔可以死太多，因為對面好多馬嚇。睇下先啊，夠唔夠支啊？咁啊斷咗黃金係最好噶啦，基本上。兵啊！等先呢個衝撞車咩啊 ？Viper 做緊咩？屋企哎呀死！佢屋企控緊，然之後正面唔記得咗啊！未死，好彩啫。Nice 呢度一定要打噶，因為要截住佢黃金噶。如果佢仲有黃金掘金嘅話咧，佢後面嗰啲城堡兵你真係處理唔到噶。呢度一定要打啊！得唔得啊？賺少少啊！呢度撞埋個塔啦，至少要。Nice 咁啊 ，Viper 可以截住人哋黃金嘅話就有得打啦，咁樣即係石頭亦都冇啦。呢個非常好啊！呢個情況即係冇咗黃金咧，你蒙古最大嗰個加成已經冇咗噶啦，咁剩低就係連石頭都冇埋咧，就好大優勢呢個可能。咁啊，村民數係好接近嘅。咁經濟咧，羅斯肯定係好少少啦。如果你冇得掘金，但係就睇下佢嗰個裝甲步兵可唔可以處理到啊？佢呢個時候咧，蒙古咧係有市集嘅，佢可以賣木材出啲黃金兵啦。睇下先打啦，呢度要得唔得啊？好似兵唔係好夠多。咁啊，Viper屋企咧食物唔係好夠，但係咧就先清咗一大堆嘅騎兵先。Nice 呢波裝甲步兵係冇遠防嘅，彈唔起啊，暫時。睇下先啊 ，Viper 可唔可以望到上面個黃金位啊？即係唔好俾佢再掘金啦。咁啊，向上截住佢，係啊，向上衝。佢走去邊，我哋就追到去邊。即係黃金呢樣嘢咧，你如果攞市集拎去買咧，就總會係越買越少啊！真係，即係不斷講啊！仲有咩兵啊？14隻兵，你睇下蒙古升咗上城堡時代冇兵啊！睇下先啊，呢個教長亦都執唔到遺跡啊，截住晒俾人。Nice 又食埋，咁啊呢個真女都係黃金嚟啊！真係講到尾都係錢，即係人哋都未必出到多下一隻可能。睇下先啊，越儲越多兵啦！呢個時候又死一隻金馬。哇！你睇下蒙古好想食啊，即係你睇下佢，但係因為咧佢呢個裝甲步兵未升遠防咧，佢冇可能係彈得住啲工兵啊！你見到佢而家上升噶啦，咁啊有一個遠防啦，已經升咗，一路抌啦，一路抌。咁啊部隊係45對12嘅，暫時要加騎啦，基本上因為長槍打唔入嘅，工兵都打唔入嘅，但係騎兵係 OK 嘅，打呢個城堡兵。咁啊，加衝撞車。呢個衝撞車應該唔係想打死人嘅，呢個衝撞車咧應該係想阻止人哋再加塔，同埋即係穩住佢掘金嗰啲建築物。冇理由想打死人咁怪雞啩，即係啦，你見人哋一定加塔嘅，咁基本上呢幾個衝撞車可以用噶啦。但係紅兵，啲馬唔可以咁樣單獨打啊 ！Viper 咧控緊咩啊？控緊屋企啊！咁啊有啲忙啊，見到。睇下先啊，嗱衝啊！即係 cam 住呢啲黃金位，唔好俾佢攞就得噶啦。基本上蒙古冇優勢啊，呢個時候升咗上去都。咁啊屋企咧有兩隻兵比較麻煩啦，即係叫做正呢個情況。係啊，溝啲騎兵打裝甲打得唔錯啊，暫時。等陣先，咦 ？Ram 咪升緊2防喎，其實佢唔使2防喎，好似即係因為依家已經打1噶咯，好似打2防嘅話，1防2防好似冇咩分別。睇下先啊，肥死呢隻黑漢啦，得唔得啊？唔夠大力啊，好似爭啲。Nice，cam 住呢個位，有睇下 Viper 仲喺度爆緊馬啊！等陣 Viper 走咗去邊啊？啲兵 OK。呢個時候咧 ，Ram 咧係有2防啦，但係冇乜攻嘅。咁Viper 嘅遠程部隊已經係做唔到啲咩好多輸出噶啦，暫時。
You were so young, sweet prince. You spent a lot of time.
睇下先啊，花牌想點啊？放山啊？
Time for you to reach your final resting place.
睇下先啊，唔應該放生，我覺得等埋後面啲兵嚟啊，見到咁啊加支塔添，順便睇下先射唔射到村民啊 ？nice， 總之搞住佢唔好俾佢掘金就得㗎呢度。咁啊62部隊對21部隊，但係 Viper 唔好衝太入喎，我覺得。我覺得佢呢波兵咧，如果衝太入去 dive 入去咧係唔夠蒙古打㗎。佢淨係要阻住人哋掘金就得㗎啦，冇錢㗎。等下先，但係人哋雙 TC 喎，居然人哋居然雙 TC 有啲神奇。佢會唔會走去無啦啦轉打工兵㗎？花牌又會有啲頭痕。睇下先，加長槍，即係你睇下 Viper 咧跟住人哋個地標走啊，即係你向上走喎，跟住一齊行。Viper 可以升翻城，如果升翻城嘅話就有得打啦呢一鋪，即係依家小優勢。等 upgrade， 佢夠唔夠黃金啊？不過佢可以賣食物嘅。我唔知佢嗰個金門仲有幾多次可以俾佢 trade， 佢可以賣食物，然之後升城堡時代啊，加塔啊，真係好穩陣啊！睇下先啊，嗱你見到轉工兵啊，因為冇黃金，一定要轉工兵。但係一轉咗工兵之後咧 ，Viper 可能會有啲頭痕嘅，因為對面係工兵加長槍加裝甲咧，呢個組合咧封建可能比較難打啲。即係 Viper 居然走去直接衝人，睇下會唔會㗎？睇下先 ，Viper 有陣時有啲失魂喎，即係你睇下送一個衝撞車啊又。哇！即係你睇下 Ram 咧，佢呢個係拖埋村民過嚟拆你嘅，順便。睇下先，小心啲，小心啲。佢唔需要太心急去衝人哋入邊嘅，即係。就係你睇下蒙古冇黃金，好慘。冇黃金冇遺跡，教長唔知喺邊度死埋，啱啱有兩隻嘅，依家一隻都冇啦已經。咁啊 Viper 升上去，然之後咧就 upgrade 啦。你見到人哋咁多裝甲啦，你可以直接打埋呢個老兵啦，因為前線有呢個射箭場。Viper 應該要 Viper 穩陣啲，等 upgrade， 等 upgrade。咁啊有石頭嘅，所以你啲塔可以升埋嘅，順便。好升級。盡快升級啊！真係你見到咧，第一時間撳咩咧？佢唔係撳啲咩部隊 upgrade 啊，佢係撳咗啲塔嗰個科技先，你見唔見？即係前線就係最緊要啊！即係升咗支塔嗰個老炮台先，咁然之後就可以 cam 死啊！等先，人哋起咗個巨頭，哇！呢個巨頭變出嚟啊，真係已經冇黃金啦，真係可以起咗個巨頭出嚟。太貴啦，真係冇黃金啊！即係買出嚟嘅呢個巨頭。睇下先啊，加 Siege Workshop， 咁啊 Viper 決定 cam 喺度啦，真係知道你冇黃金啊！睇下先啊，射箭場出老兵啦，見到老兵加騎，咁啊工兵盡量唔出㗎啦呢個時候。咁啊，但係咧佢有呢個數量咧，就升級咗都抵玩嘅。咁啊，升緊個遠攻啦，見到。哇！你睇下呢個會唔會收你下？哇！真係好多兵啊！真係69 69。睇下先啊 ，Ram 呢個時候真係縮無可縮啊！真係俾人逼咗喺個角落頭度。咁啊，得一個巨頭咧，想拆嘢又拆得唔夠快脆。咁啊，呢個塔咧不斷俾人修理住。等下先，呢個係 Ram 佢忍唔住要打啊，但係冇計啦，因為人哋已經開始加老兵啦，所以佢一定要衝出去噶啦。咁啊，然之後咧，大家老兵打老兵，咁不過咧 ，Viper 依然有一堆工兵咧可以點呢堆老兵啊。Viper 呢度領先好多啊，19兵對呢個70。哇！真係俾人暈死咗，真係 Ram。GG 4-1。
What a clinic here by Viper, and I really didn't believe
哇！呢個真係
this game in Feudal Age. He
我本身覺得蒙古都冇乜錢嘅，真係咁樣升咗城堡，
Look at that time.
即係啱啱都講咗，佢咁樣升嘅話，你封咗佢黃金位之後，佢冇兵出㗎啦。
Viper's at 20 minutes.
但係咧就Viper執行得真係非常好。
Do anything with the Castle Age because Viper was just so relentless with that attack. Goes back to how game number 1.
即係喺啱啱嗰個情況咧，叫做略略有啲失誤啦，但係叫做即係幾乎接近完美㗎啦，可以叫做，即係喺嗰個情況係落後得好緊要啊！ 你如果接唔到呢個蒙古嘅黃金嘅話咧，基本上係即係等死嘅，佢會無限狂出兵。然之後咧，你因為升唔到城咧，你會俾啲裝甲步兵係咁血洗你，即係屋企。即係嗰兩個，你唔可以話嗰個金位好爛嘅，其實因為最主要就係蒙古，你擺個 TC 嗰個位，佢選擇咁樣擺嘅，真係冇計啊！即係前面個黃金唔計啊，你側邊嗰個黃金你可以擺 TC 噶嘛。即係你見到 Beastie 啦，佢寧願都要黃金都唔要嗰個澳包嘅有陣時。即係你睇下個澳包個位安唔安全？即係你個位安全嘅，咁你唔需要守啦。不過呢個冇計啊，真係有陣時選擇就係咁樣。有好有唔好咯，叫做。即係你睇下 Beastie 啱啱之前嗰一場咧，佢好明顯就係寧願要金都唔要澳包。黐線食早餐，差唔多啊！我都係轉頭都瞓啊。不過我好快起身啊，我應該12點1點就瞓醒啊。
In Group B, and on the other side, Marine Lord leading Group A in a very confident manner.
Yeah, 4-0 for Marine Lord, very, very confident indeed. But these players
咁啊 ，Viper 係小組首名啊，所以咧佢嘅對手咧應該係 Beastie 噶啦。咁然之後咧就係決定出線嘅呢一場。咁而 Marine Lord 咧就係打呢個 Lucifer 啦，咁啊勝者兩個對決啦，咁然之後就係邊個再贏一場咧就可以出線去4強噶啦。咁但係敗者咧就慘啦，咁啊敗者咧如果你再輸一場咧，基本上就係出局噶啦，等於。咁呢個咧就係 GSL 賽制啊，即係勝者打勝者，敗者打敗者，然之後勝者嘅輸咗嗰個咧就打敗者贏咗嗰個啦，咁最後啦就決定邊個可以攞埋4強嘅第3、第4個位。咁不過咧勝者係着數啲嘅，因為勝者咧你可以喺4強嘅時候咧係打對面組嘅敗者，唔係即係對面組第2名啦，即係有個小優勢。睇下先啊 ，Viper 打啲 Muslim。咦，等陣先，佢呢個賽制唔係 GSL 賽制喎，原來。
Thank you very much, B-Dot, for the gifted subs. Very, very sweet of you.
佢呢個賽制係好單純嘅循環賽喎，原來。我以為佢係 GSL 賽制添。我見佢有分勝負，原來係簡單循環賽，即係大家互毆。咁啊，一個小組入面嘅人4個人互毆，咁啊分數高過出線。係啊，打晒咁多個。我一開始我以為咧係勝者打勝者啦，敗者打敗者。呢個 AOE 嗰邊都打緊呢個賽制。咁但係原來唔係，原來係全部人都要打一次。咁啊，打多幾場睇咯，可以。Demuslim 但係對於 Viper 嚟講咧，呢個 Demuslim 應該唔係啲咩問題嚟嘅。我覺得佢小組入面最難打應該都係 Beastie 噶啦，咁之後剩低嗰兩個 Viper 穩陣打應該問題唔大，出線機會大啦。咁啊 Marine Law 嗰邊就 Marine Law 都冇咩問題嘅，即係 Vertex 同埋 Lucifer 呢邊就可能要兩兄弟互相廝殺下先搶到個位。
Cancel them right now because we've got the final 4. We've also got the elite playoffs that are still happening and will continue happening. So there is plenty of action here. But
action 睇下先啊。
Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for
之後就係下個禮拜啦。咁啊，下個禮拜六我都 OK 嘅，禮拜日我就唔播啦。
There was some good times, there were some bad times, but most importantly，
咁但係 Five 居然安排喺禮拜日咯，真係有冇搞錯？
it was good fun. I don't know where I was
係咁啊，下個禮拜咧係 Puppy Pong 打 Vertex 啦，咁然之後 Marino 打呢個 Lucifer， 即係禮拜六就係呢兩兄弟，真係陰公。即係尋日嗰兩場我仲記憶猶新，即係工兵打肉馬，然之後一口氣俾人由頭 A 到落尾啊！咁然之後咧就係 Marino 嘅老鏈狂爆馬，即係又係由頭 A 到落尾，即係攻城單位都唔出，即係死出肉馬。
It's a completely different story. So you look at this
different story。係咁啊，算啦，嚟到呢度啦，佢哋都係吹緊水，然之後收台。咁啊，下個禮拜再睇啦。咁啊，係咁先，拜拜啦。
Seeing all these unique and individual games, stuff like the L-Spakbalas being used every once in a while, these are some nice spices to the competitive scene.